So welcome to my Eureka Orthos guide. This is structured very similarly to my previous guides for PTD and Evil on High. So it goes over the very basic deep dungeon stuff and then it goes over the more advanced stuff. Specifically for Eureka Orthos, since there is such a big focus on doing the mechanics, I am not going to analyze the sets as much as I analyze them in the other deep dungeons, but we're going to go over every monster in much more in depth, and I also made sure to fight every monster at least once. Something I'll say as a word of warning, I do mention this multiple times in the guide, even at the very beginning, but I'll also say it there. Even though this is a warrior guide, Eureka Orthos is very balanced, so you can run pretty much whatever you want to run inside. I would only recommend to not run Astro and Scholar if it's your first time. But outside of these two, you can run whatever you want. So you can use this guide no matter which job you want to play. All you really want to take away from this guide is like the monsters and the bosses and their mechanics, right? But you can play whatever you want. In fact, I would say if you are better at DPS jobs, you might have a bit of an easier time playing a DPS job inside. And lastly, I do have a VOD of every job for Eureka Orthos on my YouTube channel, so feel free to just check on my own channel. If you want to play, let's say, Machinist Eureka Orthos, well, I have a VOD for that. If you want to play Monk Eureka Orthos, I have a VOD for that. In fact, if you want to play Red Mage in PTD, I also have a VOD of that. I have a VOD for every single possible combination of job and deep dungeon. And so if that interests you and you want to use the footage for your own runs, feel free to do so. Also, feel free to subscribe to my channel if you're interested in getting such things. But that is it. Hope you enjoyed the guide. Alright, so you want to clear Eureka Orthos, want to get that title. Maybe you're coming from like PTD, F1-60, or you just want to get this title specifically because it's a new one. So, very first thing, to get to Eureka Orthos, there's actually a little thing you can do. Now, the place it is actually, sorry, I was doing PvP. This is where Eureka Orthos is. You have to get there, which means you have to teleport to Mordona and then fly all the way there. But there's actually a shortcut that many people are not aware of. Once you are in Mordona, like once you teleport, you're gonna be somewhere like that. You can just talk to this guy, Bernal, Orthos guide. And once you do, he just teleports you right away. So I've already saved you probably entire minutes from your life, because this is actually, not many people know this. And it's just like a minute to fly there, maybe even 2 minutes. And there's a monster by the door too. It's pretty annoying. So yeah, just a shortcut. Now to get the access to the shortcut, I'm pretty sure you have to actually get the quest done to like access your Orthos. It's not that hard. There's just a quest there. Somewhere in Mordona, there's a quest for it. You just do it and then you get access. To do the quest, you need to finish and walk your MSQ, like the base one. So you need to do this, and you also need to do 50 PUTD. So just as a 50 PUTD is very easy. You can easily do it alone if you have no one, but of course if you got someone carrying you, it's gonna take like not even an hour. And then completing in water, well, I mean, that's a much longer time to get there, but hopefully you're enjoying the story anyway, so it doesn't feel like a grind. But anyway, once you do these things, you're gonna get to this place. You can get to this place through the shortcut or just fly there, but use a shortcut. Now, as a purely like cosmetic thing, just a heads up, you cannot edit your plates in there. It's the only deep dungeon entrance where you can't actually, like, it's not considered like a sanctuary, so you can't actually edit your plates or anything like that. So, just a heads up. You can do it in Mordona, though, but you can't do it there. Okay, so, deep dungeon is, if you don't know what deep dungeon is at all, it's basically a roguelike. It's like a roguelike game inside the 14 game. And the way you, like, quote-unquote, pick your character is whatever class you choose to go in. Like once you're inside, you can switch between classes, but like once you can choose the class you want to play before you begin. In our case, we're gonna be warrior. Now this will be plastered all over the guide, maybe even at the very beginning, so maybe I'm even repeating myself already, but the best job to run Eureka Orthos, this is very different than PUTD and High. The best job to run Eureka Orthos is the job you're the best at playing, excluding Astro and Scholar, I would say. But as long as your favorite / best job is not Astro or Scholar, I would always run your favorite job. Main reason is this place is built a lot like a raid. It's closer to a raid in the way you like solve it, rather than deep dungeon like POTD and F1-1, right? It's much more close to a raid. Monsters all have mechanics, and if you do the mechanic, then you can kill the monster. If you don't do the mechanic, then you get one shot. So by far the most important thing in there is to be able to just execute the mechanics while still maintaining your damage. And so for this, even if technically Machinist is the strongest, well, if you suck at playing Machinist, but you're really good at playing, I don't know, Reaper, then you want to play Reaper. It's not even close. Like, there's no reason to pick up a job for EO because it's the best one. You should always just go with your favorite job. Now, if you're good at every job, like, I don't know, let's say you play all the jobs equally and then you just want to know, like, the best one, you can always refer to my tier list on my YouTube channel, but it's very not important. Generally, EO power levels is like DPS are the strongest, followed by tanks, followed by healers, and then that's it. That's like the power levels of EO essentially. But it's not a big gap between all of them. And today we're doing warrior, which, like I said, is pretty average compared to your jobs. But this does not. You don't have to play warrior to follow this guide, because this guide is going to be mostly showcasing the monsters. You can play whatever you want. The only difference between you playing DPS and me playing tank, there's gonna be two big difference that like are a downside to you as a DPS. First of all, is if you're fighting the bosses, you can fail a lot less mechanics on DPS, because many of them will one-shot you if you don't have a steal. Whereas on tank, many mechanics can be tanked. Not all of them, but some of them. And the second downside is it could happen that you're on the higher floors and you get like an especially bad debuff, something like Gloom. I will talk about what debuffs are and everything, don't worry. But like, if you were to get something like a Gloom and then you fight a Mimic or something like that, then yes, on DPS it would be a lot more rough than tank. But nowhere near fighting anything in POTD and F1-1 if you're coming from those places. And of course, like, this is the only two real downsides of DPS. Like, everything else is an upside about DPS. Like, more damage. More damage means you don't have to manage your time much, if at all, compared to tank. We will have to measure time, so I'll show like some time management tricks, but you won't have to do this on DPS. You won't have to deal with like patrols as much. You won't have to deal with like it's just gonna make your life easier if you're a DPS, just heads up. But if you're a tank main, you can definitely do it as a tank, and I'll prove it to you by doing this on tank as well. And if you're a healer main, as long as it's not Astro and Scholar, it's pretty much like a tank. So, a bit worse. So yeah, anyway, back to the roguelike thing. So, deep dungeons are like roguelike mini games inside of 14, and you choose your class and all that. Now, the way it works is you go in, right? You start at floor 1. And then once you're at floor 1, you have to climb all the way to floor 100 for Eureka Orthos specifically. And you have to do it by sets of 10 floors. A set of 10 floor is always 1 hour. At most. So if you start a set, it cannot take more than an hour. And then between each set, you can take breaks and you can actually just do whatever you want. You could go like do some savage raid, come back tomorrow, and then it's still gonna be on the set you left it on. And you gotta do this 10 times, and once you've done this 10 times, you win. Now, the catch is you cannot die. If you die, and by dying, I mean, there's a commander that raises you, but dying just like without the commander that raises you. If you just die, the run's over, and you just start back at 1. You cannot keep climbing if you die. So, you know, very close to something like Binding of Isaac or, you know, Shiren the Wanderer, even Pokemon Mystery Dungeon, right? Very similar concept to these. So like, you're gonna be using the totality of your class inside, but there's something called commanders, which I already mentioned, and these are basically the resources you're gonna find inside that help you get through the thing. And these resources, you can carry them between sets. So if I find a commander of strength on the first set and I never use it, and then I enter the second set, then I will still have this commander of strength. And that's kind of like the way this works. As you just want to try and carry the resources to the next set, so then you have more resources to deal with the monsters that, sorry, in the situations. And of course, it gets gradually harder the higher you go. And I guess I will briefly talk about why So this part is pretty relevant to you. It's very relevant to you if you're coming from POTD or even on high, or if you're interested in doing all three. Now, Eureka Orthos, very different from the two deep dungeons before. Very different. Because like I said, this is more like just doing the mechanics. And if you do the mechanics, then it's not that bad. Whereas something in Never High and POTD, it's more about doing the deep dungeon correctly. Like, it's like executing a deep dungeon mechanics specifically, which you don't find anywhere else in the game. So it's like very... it's... like the skill sets you need for Never High POTD, it's very like detached from the rest of the game. EO is more like a deep dungeon focused. It's like how would I say? It's like if you're doing a raid, but it's like built like a deep dungeon, right? That's the way I would describe it. So this might be the best entry if you want to like do some deep dungeon and you've never done it, or this might be the only one that interests you because it doesn't require like a special skill set compared to the other two. And so anyway, it's very different because you won't really have to do stuff like managing your time, you know, like multitasking is going to be much lesser than the other deep dungeon. It's just very it's a bit like Buzzja and Eureka, right? It's closer to the rest of the game than it is to the to a niche thing. So okay, so that's just a heads up. So and I keep saying this is built like a raid, and this means every monster essentially has some amount of mechanics that will one-shot you. Even from the very first set, there are still things that one-shot you. It's going to be the... it's very much safe to assume in EO that if something hits you, you're dead. Now, not everything kills you. I'm not gonna lie. Not everything will kill you, but I would assume anything that hits you will kill you, right? It's the safe assumption to make. But not all of it does. But then I don't think you want to find out which ones don't do it. So you're gonna need some things before you can actually do a run. Once you've done the quest and unlocked this place and everything, you're gonna get this girl. You can talk to her. You can go in. In fact, I have 2 save files right now. Let's get rid of this one. So you see this thing called Eureka Orthos Aetherpool. I'm at 99 right now. This is like this is essentially your equipment. Because in Deep Dungeon, this gear, this does nothing. If I go in naked, it doesn't change anything, right? If I go in naked, I'm not doing like more damage or less damage. So this gear is just Glamour's BIS in there. Glamour's BIS. What actually gives you your stats is this thing called Aetherpool. How do you get Aetherpool? When you're inside and when you kill specific bosses or complete specific sets or open silver chests, you will be awarded with Aetherpool sometimes. And then once you finish a set, then you get the Aetherpool, right? So let's say I find 5 Aetherpool in a set. If I die on this set, then I will not get it. But then if I complete the set, then it will actually like save the Aetherpool. Now, farming Aetherpool, it's by far the most annoying in Eureka Orthos compared to the other two. At the beginning, you're only able to start at floor 1. Once you reach floor 30 once, then you can always start your runs from 21. However, keep in mind, if you start a run from 21, you do not get the solo title. You will not get the solo title. So just something to keep in mind. You only start at 21 if you don't care about the title, because you already have it, or you're like grinding specifically the Aetherpool. Because what a lot of people will do is once they reach 21, once they unlock the ability to start at 21, right? It's gonna let you actually just do like this, right? 21. Some people, what they'll do is they'll just grind 21-30 over and over. Like they'll do it, reset, do it, reset, do it, reset to farm some Aetherpool and some potions. Because there's also another thing you're gonna get from farming this place. It's called they're called fragments, actually, I think, in there. We call them potshers, but yeah, they're called this. Orthos Aetherpool fragments. Every time you get one, you get 20 potions. And if you've done any Eureka, like Eureka, the place, not this place, it's very similar to the Eureka potion. It's like a regen effect for 30 seconds, and you can refresh it every 15 seconds. Now, in EO, this potion is not as important. You want to have some, but it's likely that by the time your Aetherpool is at a good value, you'll have more than enough potions to do like your runs, right? If you're playing tank, you definitely don't need potions much, if at all. Like, it's, especially if you've done F1 PTD, the damage you're going to be taking in there is extremely small compared to the amount of damage you took in the other deep dungeons. Now, as a heads up, I don't mean this to flex, I just mean this as like a point of reference. I've cleared this place without using this potion on many jobs, many DPS jobs. So I've done it on like a lot of the melees, for example. So you definitely don't need it, but like you need some if you're gonna DPS as a new player, right? Like probably if you just start with like 150, 200, you're gonna have more than enough to just do your runs. And so yeah, anyway, so first of all, to reach 21 the first time, to reach the floor 30 the first time, you can do it solo. You can definitely do it solo. Just starting from like 1. It's going to be a bit painful. I would recommend you try and find a PF, you know, this place. Either you put up a PF for it, or you find a Discord for Deep Dungeon. There is a Deep Dungeon Discord. Just try and make your group there. Just try and get to 30, or like do a natural run, you know. I'm not stopping you. But either way, once you unlock the 21, then you... Unfortunately, this Deep Dungeon does not have a very healthy queue, because what you can do in Deep Dungeon is you can queue with like a random party, match party like this. Unfortunately, it's pretty dead usually, so you're gonna struggle to just get a 2130 party like that. So it's way better if you find a PF or a group to just spam the 2130. Or in my opinion, the most fun way to level your Aetherpool is you just get a real group and you do a real run. If you do that once, you're probably gonna finish the run with like, I don't know, 60 arms and armor. That would be more than enough to begin a real run. I would say for Eureka Orthos, you can probably like start a real run where you're at like 55, 60 Aetherpool arm and armor. And then you won't necessarily have 99 by the time you need it, but then it's the time, like it's a very lenient play, so you could get away with it. Now, if you want to make sure you have the maximum amount of power, then I would say start your run when you're at like 70, right? If you are like 70, then you'll probably get 99 by the time you need it. But it's not that necessary, right? For your sanity, I would maybe be fine starting when you're at 50. But yeah, anyway, either way, finding a group to farm the resources you need is by far the best way to do it in EO, through PF or a Discord or like something. If you use the match party feature, it's probably gonna take a while, and then it's probably and then it might fail because like it's actually pretty rough in your group. It's nothing like farming the POTD 5160 or the MI 2130. It's like nothing like that. The floor in a zone in actually kicks ass. So I think that about covers everything. One last thing actually. You're gonna drop inside something called a hyper potion. You should get more than enough of these inside than you're gonna use, so you don't actually need to buy them. I mean, if you want to feel safer, you can maybe buy like 20 in the market bar or something. This is a potion that you use, and it does a one-time heal, and you can do it every minute. This potion is very good if you're going to do the other deep dungeons, because it's almost under every situation the best potion, HP wise. So if you just use hyper potion for every deep dungeon, it's usually a good thing. But yeah, they drop in there, so you don't actually need to like go buy a bunch. You're just gonna get plenty inside. And this does not share cooldown with your regen potion, so you can have both, right? Like you can use this and then you can still use a regen potion. However, it's usually preferable to use the hyper potion over the Orthos potion, just because these are much more difficult to obtain than these. And I would say for like 95% of your... Well, it depends what job you're playing, of course, but I would say for at least 90% of your fights, usually just a hyper potion is going to be more than enough to keep you alive. So there is actually one last thing. Food buffs, so you know the foods you would use in regular raids and regular content, will also apply inside of the deep dungeon. Specifically, what you're looking for the food buff is the vitality bonus they give, because it's very nice to be able to survive a little more. It's the least important in EO compared to the 3 deep dungeons, but it's still very nice. So I recommend what you do is you just go on the market board, you sort the food, the meals from the strongest to the weakest, and you just go up the list and just buy whatever you can find that is within your price range. I believe for Eureka Orthos, the vitality does not cap, so the better the eye level is, the better it's going to be. Yeah, so I think that's about all the basics, so we can actually begin. Now, there's gonna be a lot to talk about on every set, a lot of monsters. I will showcase every monster. I will explain every commander. Don't worry. So, to tell you about the monsters, I'll use this thing, this website, Compendium. It's gonna be in the link of the guide. It's gonna be a link in the description of the guide. So don't worry if you want to explore it. It has descriptions of every monster for PTD, F1-60, and Eureka Orthos, so it's very convenient. Especially if you wanna like, it's very nice if you wanna learn the aggro types, because this is something that I'll very lightly talk about in Eureka Orthos. The way monsters are grow is not so important, but if you're curious, then they're all listed there. They also have all their HP values and etc. And just like to explain a little further, the way the monsters work inside, a set is a combination of 10 floors, and the 10th one is a boss. So like there's basically 9 floors, and the way it works is you can see there, if I mouse over floor 1, everything that's in yellow is a thing that could spawn on this floor. Floor 2, everything that's yellow is a thing that could spawn on this floor. Floor 3, I'll see there. Now I can no longer get an Orthos Imp, but I could get an Orthos Grenade instead. And so basically every floor has a preset pool of monsters it can spawn from. Some of them, most of them just stand in the rooms, and some of them are patrols, but we're going to talk about this more. So, very first monster, the Imp. This guy doesn't do much actually, he's just gonna cast at you. Orthos Claw, I'm thinking just does a telegraph. Avoid it or you'll die. By the way, a lot of the monsters that do telegraphs, I'll say like they do nothing, or I'll say they don't do much, but like I assume you're standing out of the telegraph. Like if I say something as something, it's because I assume it's something that will catch you off guard, right? But like this guy just does some normal cone, just be out of it. Succubus doesn't do much. She just does damage. Dahliac just does a big cone. Grenade, most dangerous monster on the first set. He has a... we'll call them on telegraphs, but like they're like 50% telegraphs, right? There's a lot of monsters that the way they do their abilities in EO is, let's say it's a 30-second cast. They'll, for like 2.5 seconds, they'll cast it without telegraph, and then for the last 0.5 second, it's gonna like flash the telegraph and then do it, right? So it's basically, if you can't react to it, you don't have time, but it'll still show you the telegraph before it kills you. So I'll call them on telegraphs, even though they're technically telegraphs, right? They're like late telegraphs. So that's one of them. He does a circle AoE on himself. When it goes off very fast, because he's just gonna flash, and it will 100% kill you if you get it. So just heads up. Doesn't do anything. Maybe does a telegraph. Don't remember. Just does a big circle on himself, but it's telegraphed. And then a pretty annoying monster. He does like a little knockback on you. And then once he's below, I believe, 30 or 40% HP, he's going to start casting a very long meteor. Ecliptic meteor. Essentially like the 180 behemoth. So yes, so the 180 behemoth is in EO floor 5. And the meteor, you can do two things. You can either kill him before it falls down, or you can line of sight. Line of sight is when you hide between something, so then there's an obstacle between you and a monster. This is a very important mechanic in Eureka Orthos. We're going to be using this a lot, so it's not bad to practice. Just a range attacker. Puts a very annoying debuff on you, but otherwise doesn't do much. I think just does a gaze. Just does some telegraphs. Some telegraphs. And mimics are a kind of monster we're going to encounter on every set. They do specific things. I'll tell you more about them when we see them, though. Okay. So we're ready to start. So the way you start a run, once you've got your Aetherpool and all that, I mean, you should know to start a run if you've got your Aetherpool, but if you just want to know, you just start, click there, make sure you don't have a party. You do fixed party, you say yes, I'm sure I want to enter alone. And then if you don't care about the title for one reason or another, you start 21. If you care about the title, you start at 1. You just start floor 1. If you do not, then you will not get the title once you clear. So just a heads up. And yes, this is the first set, 110. So this, like I told you, this is a, you have maximum 1 hour to do every set. So you set it up right. You see there's like 1 hour time limit. That's the time you gotta do to do this set. If it takes more, if this reaches 0, you're dead. It's like you died. You lose the entire run. Like let's say I'm on the 5th set and then I reach 0 on the 5th set, I will lose a run. So the way this is structured is actually quite simple. If you've played Binding of Isaac, very, very similar. It's just squared runes, well, square-ish runes linked together with hallways. And that's every floor is like that, excluding the bosses. So like see there's like a room, a hallway, a room, then there's another hallway there. Even if it's curved, it's like a hallway. And then there's gonna be a room at the end and everything. And then in the rooms, there's gonna be multiple things, but one of these things is chest. There's 3 kinds: bronze chest, silver chest, and gold chest. Right now we see a silver and a gold. Bronze I'll see plenty. So a gold, and there's respawns in this. I'll talk about what happened there more later. But anyway, let's do it with the silver. Silver can give you 2 things. Aetherpool, 3 things. Can give you Aetherpool, so that's good. If you don't have 99, you want to open these. It can give you something called a demi-clone, which is like a strong commander, a strong resource. Or it can explode. If it explodes, it's going to do damage to you and the monsters around. It's going to do exactly 70% of your max HP. So if I open a silver and I add 50% HP, then it could kill me. But if I open it with 100% HP, then it would never kill me. And that's true for the monsters around it. If I open the silver and it exploded and this guy was at 50%, then he would die. But if he's at 100, he's going to lose only 70%. And the golden chest, they will give you your resource, your commander. So in that case, we got an affluence. Gold chests always give you resources or will be a mimic when that is relevant. So they can't explode or anything. Exploding is only a silver thing. So yes, monster, this is a patrol. This kind is a patrol. I briefly mentioned it. We'll talk about it more later. But these the patrols essentially just move between rooms. That's all they do. Everyone else stands in rooms like that. So see, we got another chest there. We're just trying this time. Succubus doesn't do anything, like I said. She only does some attacks. Now, the amount of damage I'm taking is very low. You may notice. It will remain very low the whole time, especially on tank. And there's a special thing in Eureka Orthos. Monsters cannot crit you. They're very different from F1 and PTD. You cannot be crit by a monster. So for that reason, the damage input is very consistent, right? You're never gonna get bursted, essentially. So if he's doing like this amount of damage to me every X second, it's pretty much gonna be this amount of damage the whole time. It's never gonna change. Gonna make it much easier to like manage your health. Now it doesn't mean you're not gonna accidentally pull, like you might accidentally pull something else and then you double your damage input, right? But at least if you're just fighting that one monster, he's never gonna like surprise crit you for 50% of the HP. That's not a thing in you. On tank, it wouldn't really matter. On DPS though, that's very nice. Because on DPS, if a monster hits you for 1/6 of your health every attack, well, the next attack is also 1/6 of your health, right? He's never gonna do like 1/3 of your health by surprise. So why are we even killing monsters, What's the point? Well, to go between floors, we have to open this thing called the Pylon of Passage. We call it the key usually. I will refer to it as the key. And to open this thing, you have to kill monsters. Now you see the color switch from blue to orange. It's gonna keep switching color. And at some point, it will randomly become bright blue. Once it becomes bright blue, that means we can leave and go to the next floor. Essentially, your main goal, every floor, no exception, is you want to go to the next floor as quickly as possible. And you do that by killing monsters. So TLDR, you just want to kill monsters as fast as you can. And then once the key is a bright blue, you want to leave. Now you can also, you see I have a mini-map right at the bottom right. You can also see the key on the map, right? You see a little key icon. So you can also see it there. The map is very useful. I recommend you keep it always open in Deep Dungeon. It's also going to show you the pattern of return. This is only useful in group parties. It revives someone that died. In our case, it doesn't really affect us. So this is a pattern of return is always useless in the solo. All you really care about is the key. Map is also very nice to just see the layout generally. Because like, you know, right now I know there's only 3 rooms. I know there's no like additional rooms because there's no hallway basically drawn between. The first 10 floors, by the way, I would even say the first 40 floors, monsters are very tanky. And you will feel it. If you're playing a tank, you will feel the tankiness of the monsters. It's quite insane. It's very insane. So don't get scared if this set takes you, let's say, 55 minutes. Because it's not really gonna increase the amount of time you're gonna take. It's gonna decrease almost, right? So this set is very spooky for your time, but don't let it scare you. Now, something I recommend you do on this set, actually, on every job, is I recommend you just use the resources you find early on. Because you don't really need them for a while anyway. And this set is very slow. And trust me, if you have to spend many attempts to try and clear this, you will really hate your life if you don't like speed up through this set. Anyway, when the key when the key is open, it's gonna glow like that. It's bright blue. And once you do on it, after 3 pulses, 1, 2, 3, you get teleported. Now, if you're in combat, you cannot teleport. So if I pull the monster, then it would not let me go out. Just a heads up. So see there, we spawn in a room. You see the map. There's 3 different ways. 3 different hallways. Now, you always want to be fighting. Now, like I said, I would recommend using your commanders on the first set. Let's just start doing that. So this is this thing. Commander of Strength. Increase damage dealt and HP recovered by 30%. So if you click it, it's going to use it. And specifically, this is a 8-minute buff. So like for 8 minutes, I'm doing 30% more damage. Very useful. We're going to be using that non-stop. And it's a pretty great thing to use on the first set just to speed up things a bit. Something else you can do to like very much so speed up the sets early on is you can do AoE pulls. Now, I don't recommend you do that. I mean, it's fine if you do it, because then if you die, you're only going to lose 5 minutes of your time, right? But it's very difficult compared to doing what I'm doing right now, which is just find a monster. So I'll show you an example of an AoE pull. But you don't have to do this. This is only if you're just trying to get really bored of 110 and you want to like spice up things a bit. An AoE pull is, well, an AoE pull. So you're just gonna pull everything. This also requires knowledge of the monsters, of course, because then you kind of have to know like what they're gonna do. Just pull like, you can pull infinite of them if you're gonna do an AoE pull, up to you. And then usually, well, that's it, right? You're just gonna like kind of dance around them and heal yourself with your defensives and just kill them like that. Now this will rapidly like, this will speed up the significantly, right? But it's much more risky, of course. Up to you. Do it if you find it very boring, but you don't have to do it. Like we won't do that anymore, and we will be fine time-wise, right? Now keep in mind, probably most of these AoEs will one-shot you, and you don't want to find out, so... So as you can see, I cannot be crit, making the damage input very consistent. No, even though it's an AoE pull, my health is not really boomeranging around, right? It's always like a very consistent decrease. Something I haven't talked about, right? When you start EO, you're gonna start at level 81 inside. And you can reach level 90 inside. It's a different kind of... It's not like... It's not the same level that you're outside. Like, for example, my warrior is level 100, but then I still am level 81 when I go in there, right? I start level 81, and then inside you're gonna level up, basically, like, with its own system of levels. And it's gonna cap at 90. So it's just something nice to know. Some jobs get pretty nice upgrades, you know, as they level up. In the case of water, I'm not sure. I mean, we get like a big hidden thing, but that's just one thing. It depends. Some jobs get massive upgrades. Some jobs get a nice thing, but some jobs get almost nothing. It's still nice, but... So there's something I haven't talked about yet. But with this guy, I haven't showed him individually, but he only does a small cone like this. So every time you're in a room that is not the spawn room, so if it has a little flag on the map, like you see this has a little flag there. If a room is like that, then it's a room that it's called the spawn room, so that's where you spawn. A spawn room does not have something we call a trap in it. Every room can have 0 to 1 trap, excluding a spawn room that always has 0 traps. Now, what is a trap? It's a random spot on the floor for each room that will have like basically an entity, a trap, and that trap will like do something bad to you. So now, how do you avoid traps if you don't know where they are because they're invisible? You can never truly 100% avoid traps, but like a reliable way to avoid most of them is you just arc the walls. Because if you arc the walls like this, most traps tend to be like somewhere in the middle of the room, but there's not many of them on the wall. So as long as you arc the walls whenever you're moving in a room, then you're very likely to avoid every trap. Not 100%, but you're very likely to avoid the traps. So that's why you're gonna see me arc the walls every time in a room, and you should do the same. You should do the same, because traps, some of them will kill you if you get hit by at a bad time. None of them, like, no trap can kill you instantly if you're like out of combat, but like some of them can just definitely kill you. Like they can be your cause or you're dead. But there's no such thing as like a trap that kills you and you lose 100% of your health, right? So see, the key's open there. We want to get out. Now, if you ever fight something and the key's already open, usually that's bad. I mean that's always bad, honestly. Like typically you want to get out as soon as it's open. Now, do you want to like check every square to get every possible chest, then leave? Up to debate. Up to debate, honestly. Like if we're talking to like, it depends on how confident you are in clearing this place. Personally, I think it's not really worth your time to like check every room and loot every chest. But I will warn you, there are some commanders you might not have 3 off, and specifically there's a commander that lets you revive. That commander is quite rare, and it's not rare that you don't have 3, so that's a risk, but I think it's gonna save you like so much time that it's not worth it. Talking of commanders, let's use another commander. Let's use this time an affluence. What an affluence does is on the next floor, it increases the number of coffers. Specifically, it's gonna add 2 or 3 chests to the next floor. Now, like I said, you want to use your pumps early on. It's really gonna speed up, make your life better. It's also gonna get you used to using your pumps, so we'll just do that. Okay, so there we got an enchantment with a blindness. So enchantments are like debuffs and buffs you can get. You can see them above the minimap. You can have up to 3 on each floor. This time we got 1. Some of them affect the monsters, some of them affect just you. In this case, it's just me. This makes about 10% of my attacks miss on the monsters. So you're gonna see sometimes I'm gonna miss things. It's essentially a DPS loss, not a big deal. For your Eureka Orthos, rarely a big deal for this one. Now in Eureka Orthos, whenever you're fighting a monster that you know well, like for example this guy, I know he only does a cone, right? I would not hesitate to check chests that are like nearby, you know? Especially if you're playing a job that can kite, like machinist. I would not hesitate to, you know, do something like that, you know? Like check the chest while you're in combat. See, this one exploded. That's what I was talking about. Sometimes chests explode and you see there, he actually hit this guy too. Now he's regenerating health because he's out of combat, but if he was in combat, then he would have less health. Whenever you're gonna open a silver chest, you want to make sure that you are full HP. Like for example, you see that chest, I don't want to open it because if it explodes, well, I die, you know. So I want to make sure I have like a good amount of health, about 80% or be full if you want to be safe, and then you open it, just in case it explodes. Now, if you want to be fancy, you can try and get the explosion to hit a monster, right? But I would not go all your way for it. Just do it if it's right there. So by the way, this chest, I left it there. This is a strength. As you can see, it doesn't let me pick it up. It says you return a power of strength to the coffer. There's a cap of 3 for all of your commanders. So like if I have 3 strength, I cannot pick up another strength. It's not gonna waste it. It's not like wasting it or anything. It just says I can't pick it up. Now in that case, for the strength, it's very easy, right? We're just gonna use the strength and then pick it up. But that is a reason why you kind of want to be using your commanders the whole time, because what's gonna happen if you don't do that is you're just gonna keep finding, we call them overcaps. Like you're just gonna keep finding things you don't need because you already have so many of them. And you see we're on floor 4 and we already overcapped a strength. So like, could you keep 3 strength for like 80 floors until you need them? Yeah, but you know, what's the point? There's no point. So this grenade is the most annoying monster. I'll pull it. I'm out, but I'll pull it just to show you what it does. So this guy, shortly after main combat, he'll do a cast. Bait Burst, this is an untelegraphed AoE. You don't have much time to react to it if you don't like move before, because it's a late telegraph. So just a heads up. Outside of that, does nothing. Now, I will not mention it every monster that I see, but most monsters can be stunned. So if I stun him right there, I don't have to move out, right? Specifically, something about stun is it cannot miss. Whenever you're blinded, you can miss. Basically, see it this way. If you do something that does damage, you can miss. But if you do something that does not do damage, then it cannot miss. So my stun could not miss. Just a heads up. Now, you can stun many monsters. I'm probably not going to mention every single one. But if you just want to check if you can stun a monster, see there, we got another strength overcap. Let's just use it. If you want to test if you can stun a monster, I recommend you just pull the monster and stun it like right away at the beginning of the pull, and then you know, right? That's and then just do the mechanic correctly, and then next time you can stun it, right? That's the way I like to do it, because it's hard to memorize all of this information. So there we have 3 steel. I'll use a steel just to show you what it does. Steel is like strength before damage taken. Decrease damage taken by 40%, and that's what it does. Now this Pomander is not as useful in EO than the other deep dungeons. It's mostly a convenience thing. You're gonna use it when it's convenient. Or whenever you have too many. So classic example would be, for example, you're like fighting a monster and the patrol's coming, and then you know you're gonna fight the patrol too. Would be a good time to steal. Also, let me just show you what the Behemoth does more properly. This guy does a knockback. It's a charge move. When it's over, he charges you, right? And then he knocks you back like this. Now, when he's below 40%, I believe, he'll do a bait cast. It's called Ecliptic Meteor. Now, you can definitely kill him before. But you can also LOS this. Not a bad idea to just get a feel for it. So LOS, you just need an object between you and the enemy, like breaking line of sight. And then if you do, then it will do no damage to you. Right, this will be very important later. In fact, it's gonna be straight up required on some monsters. There are some monsters that you cannot deal with the mechanic by any way outside of doing the LOS threat, so you will have to do it. Well, I mean, you can kill a monster so fast that it doesn't do it, but then it's not true for every job. It also depends on the debuffs, your burst situation, right? But essentially, you have to do it for some monsters. Like that's the intended mechanic, the intended way to solve the mechanic for some of them. So see, we're dodging the walls there. Now, something you should do whenever there's a silver chest is when you get to the chest, wait for a second. Like, don't just open it, right? Don't just run and open. Get to the chest, don't move for like a second, then open it. Because there's a specific trap that does damage to you. And then if you happen to hit that trap, as you step on the... Sorry, as you open the chest and the chest explodes, then you're gonna get one shot. Because it's trying to do like bullet explosions. Just a heads up. Now, usually I thought about something called respawns much later, but I will mention it right now because this will probably be the most annoying in this set specifically, right? But essentially, every room, it spawns with monsters in them. 2 to 3 on average. Some of them are patrols, some of them are regular monsters, but most of them are regular monsters. Some of them are patrols though, but the patrols still work the same, right? The patrol spawns in a room, and then it starts patrolling, but like its point of origin is still a specific room. But anyway, every minute, up to floor 30, this is true from 1 to 30, every minute, a respawn will happen somewhere on the floor. Respawns do not follow any kind of rule. They can be in your face, as it's happened already like 4 times already. They can spawn right in your face, and it's just a new monster, right? That's all it is. It's just every minute, a new monster like spawns on the floor. And once we reach floor 30, then it only happens every 10 minutes. But unfortunately, up to floor 30, it's every minute, and it's very annoying. It's very annoying. Because the monsters are quite tanky, right? Monsters being quite tanky means that it's not rare for a respawn to just be in a bad place and then you just spend like, you know, 40 seconds fighting it. That happens. Now, right now, I could be using way more commanders, by the way. I'm just making it slow because I want to explain all of them. But there's no... If you have something at 3, excluding Raising, I would not hesitate to use them right now. Excluding Dread and Raising. If you want specific names. So see the key there? See how yellow it is? You cannot rely on the color of the key to tell you if you're going to be out soon. It's just RNG. So see, this one is taking a while, right? To switch to bright blue. That's just how it is. There's no way to know how long it's going to take. See, it's open now. Whenever you're opening a gold chest, you don't have to wait before opening it, right? Because even if you hit a trap, it could not kill you. It's only for silvers. Okay, so we'll use a new pump there. We'll use this thing, Fortune. Increases the chance of enemies on the current floor to drop treasure coffers. That's what it does. It's not lying. This is a pump I already have 3 of, but I'll show it a bit later. So yeah, whenever you use a Fortune, every monster that is on this floor that already exists or will exist in the future, like every monster that will ever touch this floor has more chance to give you a chest. Now, by default, I believe the drop rate of a chest from a monster is about 2 or 3%. But when you use this, it goes up to 15%. So it's like a 12 or a 13 increase in percentage. Pretty good. Pretty good. If you have fortunes at 3, there's rarely any reason not to use one. If you have not many fortunes, then maybe just wait until you're gonna kill a lot of them. But it's just a nice way to generate more chests, right? It's just a nice way. By the way, I don't know if I specifically mentioned what this guy does. He just does a very big circle, but it's like this thing, but it's telegraphed, so... You see, we could run in the middle of the room, but then we risk hitting a trap, right? Like, if I run like this in every room, I'm not necessarily gonna hit a trap, but my odds of hitting one are much higher. That's why I'm hiding the walls when I'm able to. You see there, we pulled 2 accidentally. Now, if I thought I was gonna be too much damage, would be a perfect time to steal. Now, of course, you can see that the damage I'm taking is very small. So there's no reason to... Even if I pull this guy too, it's still not gonna be much damage. Now, this guy's an example of a guy you cannot stun, by the way. So see if I stun him there, it doesn't work. So that's why you gotta make sure you know if you can stun something or if you can stun something. Also, I guess I might as well mention it. If you... Because you're probably more likely to do AoE pulls in there than the other places, the other deep dungeons. If you AoE pull, usually it's a gain at 3 targets for, I think, every job. I think some of them 2 is a gain, but most of the jobs is going to be 3 for a gain, so... just a heads up. Depends what floor you're going to, like, AoE pull on, though. Because higher up, it's probably going to be an accident, and if it's an accident, then it's probably a specific monster you want to kill fast. Like, don't necessarily AoE pull every time you've got 3 monsters on you, but if you're on the lower floors and you just want to, like, speed up things, then, yeah, 3 target. 3 target is what you want to go for. Now, see there, we still have 3 strength. There's no reason not to strength. Let's do that. See, fortune paid there. Give me something. When the key is open, we leave. Silver chest, stop. Open. Stop, open. Always do that. We're gonna use an F once again. We have 3. I'll even use a fortune again because we have 3 too. So we got an enchantment again, blind again. We got a free steal, why not? Silver might explode. Now in this case, this is a spawn room, so there's no trap, so it could not possibly combo me. Well, you know, you can still keep your good habits. You can just build your good habits. Because yeah, spawn room never has a trap. This is very important to remember, that the spawn room doesn't contain a trap. Very important. All this guy does is a gaze. On telegraph, I believe. But it's quite obvious because he's gonna like have an eye above his head. Yeah, like this. And yeah, as a reminder, I'm playing tank, which I don't think are that good in EO. If you were playing DPS, this one would be way faster. It's why I highly recommend you play a DPS that you're good at. If you only know tanks, then you can play tank. But then if you know both DPS and tanks, I would think you should play DPS instead. Like, see it that way. Eureka Orthos is much more balanced than PUTD in MLI. PUTD in MLI, there's some clear winners, right? Like, I would never recommend someone to play Reaper in MLI compared to something like Paladin. But it's because it's unbalanced. In Eureka Orthos, it's mostly balanced. There's like not much of a power gap between the different jobs, so... So you can play what you enjoy. So see, there's something respawned and I was near it and it instantly pulled. Respawns don't discriminate, they just spawn wherever they want. It might be in your face, might even be in the spawn room, by the way. It can spawn in the spawn room, which usually contains no monster. So that's why you want to use your palms. Because if I do this set and I don't use any palm, you see I'm gonna get to like actually gonna get close to timing out, maybe even. And yeah, I've definitely seen people, they get very scared because they have like 3 minutes remaining on the last set. That's why. That's because they're just sitting on 3 of everything. Because that's kind of the way you play in the other deep dungeons, right? And but that gameplay, that style of gameplay, it's not the way you want to play in Eureka Orthos. In Eureka Orthos, you want to be very aggressive with triple matter usage. It's gonna be very true later. So by the way, the boot, you can interrupt or stun, and he puts this thing on you if you don't. I will just show you what it does. It's a 20-second, 50% slow. So yeah, very annoying. We're not out yet. A way to pull monsters. I just did it there. A way to pull monsters if you don't want to step on the trap, right? So you want to avoid the middle of the room. Is you can actually provoke if you're playing tank. That's a specific tank advice. But provoke is actually 25 yards. But your tomahawk is 20 yards. It's a 5 yard longer. But yeah, if you're playing any job you're playing, you want to pull the monsters from a distance whenever possible. And preferably you want to fight them in the hallway if you can, like this. Because if you fight them in the hallway, then there's no risk of a trap. Because always never have traps. Like there can never be a trap between like A and B. Like the hallway never has traps. Traps are only in rooms that are not the spawn room, specifically. Toilet room. Don't worry, you won't die. Ah, see there, we got a mimic. So mimics are... Every time you open a chest, there's a chance that the chest will instead be a mimic. Now, the color that can... Like, there's 3 colors of chest. Bronze, silver, and gold. The color... Not all set can have mimics of all colors. Specifically, from 1 to 30, only bronze chests can be mimics. Then, from 31 to 61 only, sorry, from 31 to 60 only silvers can be mimics, and then from 61 to the end it's only gold chests that can be mimics. So I'll just show you what this guy does. So let's assume I opened it, right? He's gonna basically, when you open it, he's gonna attack you a bunch of times, right? Then he's gonna just do this thing called infatuation. You want to interrupt this, then he's gonna do that trap. So if you don't interrupt the infatuation move, he's gonna put a 10-minute debuff on you. That will reduce your damage by 10% and put like it will prevent your health from regenerating like naturally. Like I could still heal myself, but then if I'm like out of combat, my health would just kind of like not go up. And also it's gonna put a very weak dot on you at the same time. Now if you're playing a job that doesn't have an interrupt, like I don't know, let's say Reaper, then you will have to like accept getting foxed. But it's not that bad. In Eureka Orthos, it's not that bad, honestly. I wouldn't stress about it too much. Now there's a way to remove the pox. It lasts for 10 minutes. Like you just let it expire, but there's a commander that specifically removes a debuff. We just don't have it right now. I will say you can stun the mimics as long as they're not golden. So if you have a bronze mimic, you can stun it. If you have a silver mimic, you can stun it. But if you have a golden mimic, you cannot stun it. You can only interrupt. So if I was playing again Reaper, well, I could have stunned that guy, right? And then as long as I had killed him before he did it again, then I would not have gotten the debuff, even though I don't have an interrupt. Alright, the boss of this set is pretty long. Pretty boring in my opinion. Maybe not boring the first time you're gonna fight him, but he gets boring fast if you do repeat this set. So just a heads up. See, we got a pretty big room there. Yeah, okay, but I won't. I want to show some commanders, but I'll do it next set actually. Not yet. But the amount of rooms you can get in the floor is RNG. Like every set has a minimum and a maximum. I don't remember specifically. Like I think this one may be 3 minimum, 7 maximum, something like that. But it's RNG. Like you don't know how big the floor is going to be. Like there's no way to predict. This guy only does a telegraph, I think. Now, of course, if your Aetherpool is low, like you really want to try and open all the silvers you can find, maybe even worth your time, go a little bit of your way for it. We'll see, we're out there. You know, technically, you can spend a full hour, right? There's no reason I'm not exploring. There's no reason I should not explore every square on this floor, because I have more than enough time to do the whole set. But it's personal preference. So it depends. Like, do you value 10 minutes of your life to like maybe find something that you might not find later on? It's a judgment call. Like I said, the only commander you might get a bit spooked, in my opinion, is a raising. Is not finding the 3 raisings. But even that is kind of rare. Oh, see, we pull that guy there. So we got one last floor. Every set, 9 floors, and then a boss on the 10th floor. Excluding the very last set, which is 8 floors, and then a boss on the 9th floor. So we got an enchantment there with a sprint enchantment. That's a beneficial one. It makes me go basically sprint speed the whole time. No, I'm not gonna be talking about the specifics of like rotation, especially because in EO you're gonna play whatever the hell you wanna play. So it's like, even if I go in depth about the rotation of warrior, it's probably not gonna benefit. It's not gonna be that beneficial overall. But essentially, you just wanna keep like the way you play in Deep Dungeon is you just wanna keep everything on cooldown as much as possible. So like, for example, when in that specific job, you know, in that specific case, whenever my inner release is ready, I really want to be pulling something. I really want to be fighting something when it's up. And then if I have to like move without fighting, then I do it when it's down, you know. Like, for example, right now is like the best time to move, because right now inner release on cooldown, my Furiette is still stacking up. And now is the best time to fight, because now my inner release is ready. And that's kind of like the gameplay, the way you want to play it. And when you don't know where the key is, such as right now, top priority is always finding where the key is, and the only way to do that is you go there, you check. Sometimes you'll be able to see if the key is there, like, you know, by your eyes, just by looking. You know, the safest way, of course, is just get there, like go there yourself. Because then on the minimap it's gonna show you if it's there or not. So in that case, the key is not there. Oop. Well, see there, I get the debuff because I didn't stun. I got a free lethargy. I will show you what it does next set, though. Of course, if it was your own run, no reason not to use something here that you have too many of. In EO, you're going to be doing accidental AoE pull very often on the first 30 floors. So the get used not panicking when you have like a few things on you. Now on the higher floors, you definitely don't want to be doing AoE pulls if you don't know what you're doing. But up to 30, it happens. It happens. Because the respawn timer being 1 minute, it means you're just going to run into monsters non-stop. It's just kind of unavoidable. We can leave there. 10 boss is a boss. Every floor, every set. So something I'm going to be doing on every set is right before I go into the boss, I'll be showing some of my own personal kill times for the bosses. I'll try to always show warrior because this is a warrior guide, but also try to always show at least one healer and one DPS, just so you guys have some kind of number as a baseline. Now, as a warning, these kill times, I would use them like, you know, as a baseline, but I wouldn't like 100% trust them because there might be nerfs or buffs since that guide came out. Also, my own uptime might be different from your own uptime because, of course, you're going to be a lot less experienced. And also, lastly, let's say you're playing, I don't know, let's say you're playing Red Mage rather than Machinist. Well, they don't necessarily do the same damage, so you can't really like replace the time for as a one-to-one. Though keep in mind, if a clone is used, the time is the difference in time is going to be much lesser if there's a clone involved, because if for example you summon an Onion Knight, well, it doesn't really matter on what job you are, the Onion Knight is always going to do the same damage, right? And I'll just clarify what the columns mean right real quick. So a second column called Demi is just the Demi clone I use, if any, on this boss. Third one is Strength. That's how many minutes of Strength I had for the boss. The Vuln column is how many minutes of Vuln I had on the boss, and Vuln is a debuff you get if you dread the boss, which I do later on in the guide, don't worry. But this is just a debuff you put on the buff, and if it has a debuff, it gets more damage. The before last column called Buff, this is from a specific monster type called a Dread Beast. Whenever you kill a specific Dread Beast, you get a 30-minute buff to your damage. It's about 10%. And if I had this buff when I was timing the specific kill, I'll just put some time in the buff column. And then the last column is the total time to kill the boss. So like with all of this, how much time it took me. So for example, 2:15. Like if I look at the warrior section, the first one you see is floor 10. I use Onion Knight at 2 minutes 15 of strength, 0 vuln, 0 buff, and it took me 2 minutes 15 to kill the boss. And that's just how everything works. So I'll be showing you this before every boss. And I just want to mention again that you should use these as a baseline, but do not blindly trust the times. You should always try and see if the times make sense. So like, for example, attack the boss for like 2 minutes, and then if it looks like you're on the same pace as the kill time, it's fine. And if it's not, be ready to use a little more, etc. Bosses in Eureka Orthos, they have very... they have like a lot of mechanics. It's a lot like a raid, but it's simpler, right? It's probably like more like a normal raid, except the mechanics tend to one-shot you on DPS. Not true for every mechanic, not true for tank on every mechanic either, but like, just assume everything's a one-shot. So I recommend you strength the bosses if you have at least 2. Even if I had 1, I would consider it, honestly. It's just a massive waste of time if you don't. So this guy, so he has like a pretty set in stone pattern. He's gonna do like, you notice these 9 things. Whenever he does authoritative shriek, 4 of them will like toggle on, and when they're toggled on, they do like this circle AoE on themselves like this. He's gonna do this twice. Now there's I don't remember exactly the logic, but it's always gonna be some close to you, right? So you're never gonna be on the spot and then it's like nothing's on it. It's always close to you. Anyway, after doing it twice, he'll do this one. This says circle. You just want to be away. Then when it procs, he'll do basically 3 slices. He'll do like 1, always the middle first, and then 1 side, and then the 3rd one. Personally, I always dodge it this way, the way I just did. I'll show you multiple times, don't worry. Like, technically, you're supposed to go on the 3rd one, and then the 1st one blows up, you go in the middle, but then there's always time to go, even if you're on the 2nd one. So that's always the way I've done the mechanic personally. But yeah, anyway, this mechanic just explodes. So I see if I stand there, this one is actually gonna light up, right? Like it's kind of targeted on you, but not entirely. Alright, so there we have the mechanic, the mortar, so we move. So it's always a 3 flame slices. Middle first is gonna be the 1. Then it's gonna be one of the sides is 2, and then the last side is 3. It doesn't matter if you're on 3 or 2, just be exactly where I am and move in. And like exactly where I am is like specifically, you know, there's like a square, and you can be on the little right of it or the left of it. These are the 2 spots I stand in. Also, just a heads up, if you're doing this guy as a DPS, this is a guy you want to be drinking your Orthos potion for, because he actually does a lot of damage. So if you don't drink your Orthos potion, he's probably gonna kill you. Just as a heads up. Same thing, I just stand in the safe spot. Don't care if my side is 2nd or 3rd. When the first one is closed, I just go in like that. And by the way I find a safe spot is I kind of look at the squares. Like if you're inside the square, you're essentially safe from every side. That's the way I've always done it. And by the way, you can tank this thing. If you're on tank and you have like defensives up, you can tank this this mechanic if you feel like it. Not on DPS though. Right, so we just wait for it to explode and then we go. So see there, we got 4 right near us. That can happen. I feel like it happens more often if you're like right in the middle of them. Yeah, see, it clearly targets you in some way, but I don't know like the actual like logic. It just kind of like targets you, but middle. Very long boss, as I said. A lot of the time what people will do on this boss is if they've found a demi-clone at this point, like we have not seen one, but if you add a demi-clone at this point, sometimes people will demi-clone this boss. Especially if you're on a DPS job. If you have the red demi-clone called Yune, she's not bad at all on this guy because she's gonna save you with like potions. Because she's gonna heal you. So it's not a bad idea to use her. If you've done Heaven on High, demi-clones are nowhere near the rarity of match site. It's not like... Demi-clone is more like... I don't know. It's almost like more like the rarity of a Lost. Commander of Lost. I would say it's closer to a Lost. Match site is way more rare than a clone. And yeah, the scaling is weird for the beginning of VO. Like, it's kind of like gonna be that... It's gonna be super slow, especially the bosses. But once we reach like 31, it's actually gonna speed up. And then it's gonna slow down again at 61, right? It's weird. Don't get scared of the early floors. Even though this took 50 minutes, don't get scared. That's normal. You see, this time we're on the 2 side, but we still have plenty of time to move in like that. And when you kill a boss, from the moment you kill a boss, you completed the set. Like from this point on, this set is won. Like no matter what I do. Now, two things though, two like technicalities. If I use a commander right now, it will use a commander for like it's like gone, right? If I use, let's say, a strength, then that strength is spent, even though I am like finished. Second thing. If you disconnect right now, you lose the run. It's like you died. I'm not sure why it works like that, but it works like that. So even though I'm done with this set, if I disconnect right now, I do lose. It's like I died. But outside of these two exceptions, then you can just leave like this. I like to leave like this personally. I just press U, leave. Yes. You can leave through the exit portal though, of course. All right, next set. So next set is actually probably the easiest set in the whole deep dungeon. It's mostly just telegraphs. There's not much gotchas there. This guy just telegraphs. I don't even think he does a telegraph. Pretty big cone telegraph. Telegraph. Line telegraph. 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 Telegraph centered on himself. Also he cannot be stunned. Specifically, it's a bit annoying on this guy. Telegraph. 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 Nothing. Telegraph, this is the only monster with like a bit of a gotcha mechanic. He has a cone telegraph in front of him, but like after he's done the telegraph, if you're behind him, he's gonna do an on-telegraph tail swipe. So just like don't go behind him and then stay behind him and then get hit by the thing. Now there's I don't think this is a one-shot right now, but there's gonna be monsters later on that do the same thing, but it's a one-shot. So like it's not a bad idea to just get used to not being behind a monster. But for EO, I would say generally for EO, if you are dealing with a telegraph from a monster, usually it's better to stay on its side after the telegraph is over. That will save you from most of the gotcha, like, you know, on telegraphs. Because like some monsters will do like, they will attack you in front and then they'll do it again. Some monsters will attack you in front, then behind. But there's not really any monster that does something in front, then on the side, right? So the side is usually the safest place to be after. If you don't remember what a monster does, it's usually going to be the safest place to be after your telegraph. All right. So yes, this set has nothing too special. Easiest set. Not to say it's going to be a quick set though, because monsters are still tanky, but yeah. I'm going to probably use that time to show a lot of commanders. For EO, I really want to make sure I can focus all my attention on the monsters starting from like 31. So we're going to speedrun the commanders a little bit. Probably going to talk about a lot of them right now. So again, if you have something at 3, even at 2, I would consider just using it just to speed up things. So there in that case, we have 3 fortunes. No reason not to. Now, I apologize if I don't actually fight everything on this set, but there's really nothing that's worth showing. All they do is telegraphs or nothing, excluding that one monster I talked about, so. So you may have noticed the place looks a little different, right? It's like, it looks like a different place. That depends on like the deep dungeon, depends on the specific set, but essentially every every few sets, between like every 1 or 3 sets, the layout just becomes different. Like the way it looks, it becomes different. So you're gonna see like different rooms or like different graphics for the rooms. It's not that important to know in EO. Except I would say it's kind of nice to know for the last 2 sets, because the last 2 sets are like very different. But it's more important to know that in POTD and F1 High. Because I mostly gonna affect the trap placements, just like the traps spawn in predetermined. Basically, a room can have, let's say, 5 spots for a trap, and then whenever a trap does spawn in the room, then it'll choose one of these 5 spots, right? So, and these predetermined positions, they're gonna change whenever the layout is new. But in EO, we don't care too much. In EO, you should expect the trap, like, that never really changes. Like the way we deal with traps never really changes. You just add the walls, but there's no. You always assume that there might be a trap on the wall, right? It can happen. It can happen. They're less dangerous in EO though, the traps, because the most dangerous in EO is a luring trap, for clear. And the luring trap spawns 3 random monsters that grow on you when you step on it. I'll show it off later, but yeah. So we got our first dummy clown there, a Doga. Might even use that on the boss. Don't worry, I will show you what clones do when we use them. But they're essentially summons. They're like summons that help you. They're essentially like a summoner summon, right? You can't really control it. It just does its own thing. But more like the Scholar Fairy, I should say, right? It's closer to the Scholar Fairy. Whenever a chest is right there, you might as well check it. If a chest would not take more, usually my personal rule is if it doesn't take more than 5 seconds to check the chest, then I'll go all of my way for it. Alright, let's just have ones because we have 2. Sorry, the debuff there, an enchantment. Got blind again. Quite a lot of blinds. So I use 2 commanders there. I want to show first of all safety. So safety, it says it removes all the traps from the current floor, and that's exactly what it does. So like if I use this, there are no more traps on this floor. That means I can actually run in the middle of the room. It's safe. I can now do this. It's very nice. It's very nice. It doesn't sound like it's doing much, but it's actually quite nice to not have to worry about traps for one floor. So now I'm gonna do an AoE pull, not because you need to. I mean, you can still AoE pull this set if you feel like doing it. It's probably easier than the last set, and it's gonna save you time, right? But you don't need it. But the reason I'm doing this is because I want to show you what a witching does. So, point of witching, it says transforms all targets within range into a frog, imp, or chicken. And each one is 33% chance. So basically, you know, like normally monsters have abilities and all that, and they do like, I don't know, let's say it does 1,000 damage. Well, if a monster gets witched, it's gonna transform into a critter for 30 seconds. And the critter cannot do any abilities, and also depending on what kind of critter it is, then it's gonna reduce the damage by a specific percentage. So if it's an imp, it's gonna be, I believe, a 60% damage that is the critter's gonna do. If it's a chicken, it's like 30%, and if it's a frog, it's like 1%. So yeah, just a heads up. And specifically for witching, you don't need line of sight for it. Like if there is an obstacle between you and the monster, it'll still go off, right? But it's kind of hard to show this. But like, let's say I'll go behind this and then I'll do my witching. It'll be quite obvious, right? Like if I go behind and then I witching, it's still gonna hit all of them. Like this. And yeah, as you can see, now they can't do any abilities, and the amount of damage they're doing is depending on if they were an imp, a chicken, or a frog. Because we got imps, we got frogs. Yeah, with a frog and with a chick. This will be your best panic commander for like the whole place, especially Eureka Orthos. Because like once you get to the late game, like it's like there's many combination of monsters that will outright kill you if you like fight them, right? Like let's use a dumb example. Like you got a monster that like cleaves to its left, and then you got a monster that cleaves to its right. Well, what happens if they both do it at the same time? You die, right? Because there's no more safe spots. There's gonna be many of these situations later on. So Witch Chain is by far the best way to deal with it. Not the only way, but by far the fastest, easiest, least risky way to deal with it. So Witch Chains are pretty precious. Pretty precious. If you really want to do this on tank, like this clear, you want to get your title on tank, and especially if your tank is warrior or paladin, doing a repulse like that will make your early game experience a lot more fun, right? Like it's definitely harder, but it will make it a lot more enjoyable, just a heads up. On DPS you can do pulls like that, by the way, but it's because it's gonna cost you your regen potions, which is why you know, it's why it's less enticing. But if you're playing paladin or warrior or like white mage or sage, like anything that can heal itself a lot, then you can do pulls like that. Yes, it's more difficult, but it's not costing you more resource, and it's way more fun. So let's use an alternate floor. So remember when I use an F once, increase the number of treasure coffers on the next floor. Alter is the same kind of effect. It does something on the next floor, but this time it changes the enemy occupying a random room into mimics or mandragoras, which are corrigians. We call them corrigians. So one of the rooms in this floor will have we'll have the people, sorry, not the people. The monsters in one of the rooms will be mimics or corrigians instead. And why is that good? Well, if it's mimics, it's not so good. It's okay because mimics specifically have a 50% drop rate of chests. So like technically, if you have mimics in a room, then if you kill them, you'll get more loot. But the thing you really want is these things. They're corrigians. They're called corrigians, yeah. Because these are monsters that die instantly when you attack them, and have a 50% drop rate of chest, right? So it's essentially free kills and free chests. To see this floor, I already killed 2 monsters and I haven't done jack shit. I haven't done crap. So it's a pretty RNG commander because it's not necessarily gonna benefit you, but it's a good one. It's still a good one. Especially if you are able to interrupt a mimic. Like if you're playing a job with an interrupt, like a range DPS or a tank, then even if you get mimics, then you'll still interrupt the posh debuff, and it's not so bad, you know. Raising, I would say, for Eureka Orthos, this is by far the best commander you can find. By far. Not even close to anything else. Because the way you lose a run in Eureka Orthos, it's unlikely to be you timeout. And if it is, it was probably something really, like, something really major happened, or you were really scared of fighting anything. But like the way you're gonna lose most of your Eureka Orthos runs is you just die to a mechanic, because every monster has mechanics. And for this reason, raising is by far the best commander spot. I would rather, like, I haven't shown the powerful commanders yet, but like, even if I take the most powerful commander, a Dread, which is like a Rage in QTD, even if I had to choose, between having 3 raisings and 3 Dreads, I would rather have 3 raising every time on every job. Except maybe Astro and Scrawler. But like on every other job, I would rather have the 3 raisings. It's just too good, in my opinion. I haven't really mentioned it, by the way, but the way chess generates on floors is it's not that complicated, but essentially it's like a round robin distribution, and by default a floor can have 4 to 6 chests. If you don't have fluence, it's always 4 to 6, and it's a round robin distribution. So like, for example, if a floor is 5 rooms and the floor is 6 chests, well, it's gonna give 1 chest to every room. Then it'll give 1 chest to every room until it reaches like the value that it was going for, right? And that's why there's like 2 chests in that room. Now, like, essentially see it that way. If there's 2 chests in that room, it's impossible that there's a single room on this floor that has 0 chests. Because since it's a round robin distribution, every room should have at least 1 chest. And then it just so happened that this one had 2 chests, right? But it still gave 1 chest to every room. It's not that important to know that. It's a bit nerdy, even I would say, but it's still okay to know. It's still nice to know, because you can infer from that, like, that every room will have something for you to loot, for example. But it's definitely not, if your brain has a limited amount of space for information, that's definitely not information you want to keep there over like more important things. I just thought it was a nice thing to know. And when you use an F1, I did say an F1 would increase the chest rate. It would add 2 to 3 chests. So like, if by default you get 4, 5, or 6 chests, and then if you F1s, you'll get from 6 to 9. You get 6, 7, 8, or 9 essentially. Now, there is one exception to that chest spawning rule, and it's specifically called a treasure room, but we haven't seen a treasure room yet. When we see one, I'll explain. I'll talk about it a bit more. See, we got another Dodra there. Not that rare. Clones, not that rare, and also it's kind of the opposite of a match site. The higher you go, the more common they become, essentially. Rather than match side, which is the opposite. The match side is the higher you go, the less common it is. But in EO, it's the opposite. So with chain again, I'll just show you. You can do it on like one monster, of course. I just want to show you that it works through the walls like this. Now keep in mind, this has a 20 yards radius. So like, for example, you see I was standing there. It was close enough for this guy, not close enough for this guy. Now one last thing about Witch Chain is, if there's like an elevation, like let's say there's a staircase, or there's something that makes the monster higher or you lower, it can be a bit funky and sometimes fail. Like sometimes it'll just fail to work. And usually that happens because there's some kind of elevation involved, right? So like, for example, I don't know if that is high enough for that, but like, let's say you're there and the monster is there. Like, if there's an elevation, it can be a bit funky sometimes. So I would try to do it only on like you know, a flat surface, which is not that hard. It's only very next set is the set where the witching fails the most, I find, but it's just something to keep in mind. If you're over witching and it does nothing, that's why. It's not that important because like usually the monsters that you really want to witching, they're in the sets where there's not really the elevation problem anymore. So we're out. You see that silver, you know, it's like, it's kind of close, you know, it'd be like, what, 10 seconds to get to it? Up to you. Oh, Dread, perfect. I'm really glad I found a Dread. This is pretty rare. About the same rarity as a Raising, I would say. It's the most powerful, usually the most powerful Pomander you can find. Talking of Pomanders, I'm going to show you what a Sight does. So a Sight, remember when the safety, I use a safety to remove all the traps. Sight is a similar idea. What Sight does is two things. Reveals the entire map. So you can see on my mini-map, now I can see every room. It also shows you every trap. So like, it doesn't remove them, it makes them visible. Now, every kind of trap has its own unique, like, graphic. So you with a Sight, you actually know what the trap will do. Like, for example, this is Enervation. Puts a 1 minute debuff on you that increases your damage taken and reduces your damage dealt. I think about 20% of each. There is no benefit to stepping on that trap ever. There's no reason you would want to step on this trap. I only did it to show it. That's not true for every trap. There are some traps that are beneficial if you step on them. I would say 2 of them. 3 if you want to like make it stretch a bit. But typically there's 2 traps. There's only really 2 traps you want to remember what they look like. Everything else, it's not really important to remember. So see there, this trap, it's a pretty dangerous one. This is a trap that is not beneficial in any way. Oh, we got a Mimic there, see? Because we're in the 1 to 30 range, that means we could get a Mimic from a bronze, and we did. And as a reminder, we can stun or interrupt this guy. I'll let him get the cast on me, so like if I don't interrupt it, and it's like, ah, shit, I got it on me. See, this is the debuff I get. 10 minutes of damage down and a dot, and I can't regen health anymore. I mean, not the end of the world, but especially on a job like a tank, like it's your damage already low, so there's really no reason you should ever let this through. So I'll just keep the pox until the Mimic's dead. I want to show you the fight it cuts your regen. No, unfortunately the Mimic, I'm gonna remove my steel. Mimic's doing so little damage to me, my health is just not going down. But so this debuff, 10 minutes, you cannot Esuna this, you cannot remove this in any way, excluding this Pomander. Pomander of Purity removes the Pox status. And pretty clear, right? That's what it does nothing else. And yes, this cuts your regen completely. So now I can no longer regen health. And I also have this very weak dot on me, and it cuts my damage too. Now, that doesn't mean I can't heal. I can still heal, like potion, right? I can heal with the regen potion too. I could heal with my own healing. It just means I can't regen out of combat and in combat. There's a very slight regen when you're in combat that also cuts this, so it kind of makes you squishier in a way. But yes, if you want to remove this, Purity, If you have a job that doesn't have an interrupt, you're gonna use your purities a lot. If you have a job that does have an interrupt, then you're probably just gonna... whenever you do a mistake, you should just purity instantly. So this is the owl trap. And there is... I'll show you the owl trap, and this is a silence trap. These are the 3 traps, actually, that you don't really need to remember. I'll still show them, of course, but you don't need to remember them too much. Now, I'll use a Lethargy. This is an amazing commander, this. It says slow all enemies on the current floor, but like it's not lying. It's not lying. It actually slows them massively, including their cast times. This commander, it's not gonna slow something that appears after it's been used, but it'll slow anything that is currently there, right? So if I use this, you see every monster just get this Lethargy debuff. They will attack you much slower, and they will also cast much slower, right? As you can see. This is essentially a progging commander, I would say. It's also an okay safety, not safety, but like emergency commander. Like if you accidentally pull something, as long as you'll react fast enough and you use this ASAP, then it might actually be enough to just save you. It's a really good commander. Probably one of the best commanders to find for your first regular tier. As you can see, the monsters will attack you every, like, I don't know, 6, 7, 8 seconds. About once every 8 seconds, they will attack you, so it slows their attack a lot. Their casts also are slowed. Like, the time it takes them to do the cast again is, like, much longer. The cast itself is a lot longer, right? And I'm doing this on like 10 monsters, of course, right? So if I was doing this on like 1 monster, then it would be, you know, a joke. This commander is very good. Even for like, it's very good when you're trying to clear. It's very good when you're experienced. It's just an amazing commander. Very strong commander. I would argue the strongest commander, like gameplay wise, if you exclude Raising, because I think Raising is the best one, but this might actually be the best commander, period. Because it's also not a rare commander. It's pretty common. Now, while I was fighting this, monsters respawn. There's probably 2 monsters that respawn on the floor. And probably one of them at least. So see this guy? He was there. This guy was there when I did the Lethargy. He's got a debuff. This guy does not. This is important to remember early on. Because if you use a Lethargy in your brain, you'll be like, oh, everything is slow. But then you gotta remember, if something appeared after you used it, that thing is not slowed. And you can easily just get caught off guard by this. Very easily. I've died to that. So. Damn. I can't believe I was close enough. So, to show you the trap that I still haven't shown you. So, this is a pretty dangerous trap. It's called the Owlet Trap. For 30 seconds, it will transform you into an owl that cannot do... It's basically like you got witched, right? It's like you got witched, except you also lose 50% of your health when you step on this. See, that's why the respawns are really annoying. I'm just trying to show the traps and I just keep having respawns on my ass. So yeah, for 30 seconds, you cannot attack, you cannot use items, you cannot use abilities, you can only move, and you lose 50% of your health too. So like, let me just pop a steal just to make it safer. So if I step on this while I'm fighting this guy, I can't do anything. For 30 seconds, I'm a target dummy. Doesn't sound dangerous when I'm attacked with steal, but pretty dangerous if you're like on the higher floors. And you're especially if you're a DPS on the higher floors, if you get hit by this trap while you're fighting something, very likely you're gonna die. Very likely. We gotta be careful. And this is the last trap that is not that important to remember. This trap is technically useful because what it does is it silences you and everything around you. It's a weapon skill silence and a spell silence, I think. No, ability silence, sorry. So if I step on this, both me and that monster will be silenced. Somehow he resisted it. I didn't know monsters could resist the silence, so that's interesting to know. But yes, it will silence both you and everything around. And this is... You cannot use weapon skills, and I believe you cannot use abilities. Yeah. No, sorry, you cannot use spells. You cannot use spells. By the way, I don't know why this guy resisted. I've never seen a monster resist the silence trap, but maybe some of them are immune. Like, it's pretty rare that you step on this intentionally, but... Alright, I know we spent a long time on that floor, but I had a good chance to show the traps. Then there's only 2 traps to show left, and both of them are pretty important to know what they look like. I'll probably use a site next time I have a pretty big floor, just to like up my odds of getting something like that, right? I've got 3 fortune. Let's fortune. We got third Dodra there. Dodra, sorry, not Dodra specifically, but demi-clones specifically are the same as your palms. You can only have 3. The only difference is you can have 3 different kinds, right? There's not just Dodras. You can have many kinds, but right now we happen to have 3 Dodras. So I mean, you know, if you got 3 liturgies, you got 3 witch chains, you got 3 of anything, you can go wild. You can just do some fun size pulls, up to you. I will do it though. See that guy, perfect example. This guy spawned after my liturgy, so everything is slowed, but not that guy, right? So then that's dangerous, because then if I assume every telegraph is delayed, this one is not. You know, like this is not delayed. I have to actually go out of this, so just something to keep in mind. If you're gonna do a liturgy and there's like a lot of monsters involved, that can catch you off guard. So see, that one's fast. I guess a good way to describe EO would be, you know, if you've done F1 or POTD, you can kind of like chill. You can like be very relaxed up to the endgame floors. And then on the endgame floors, you really gotta focus. EO is like you gotta focus the whole time, essentially. From the moment you enter floor 1, there's not really any good time to watch a podcast or something. You always gotta be focused. The tankiness is absurd. Yep, that's the damage you take in Eureka Orthos is super small compared to the damage you take in the other deep dungeons. It's very obvious when you're playing tank, especially because the tanks like defensively are much stronger at this level too. Oops. And so because they're much stronger defensively and things hurt even less, then it's kind of like it kind of results in this insane tankiness. Finally hit level 90. So in my case, on this job, I get an additional attack. But I could do these pulls on the DPS too. So it's not necessarily tank privilege. So I'm gonna side there. the thing that reveals the traps, just to see if I can find the traps I'm missing. None of these are all monsters that just do telegraphs. That's why I'm AoE pulling them and just really the time it's gonna take you to do this set is less than the time it's gonna take you to do the set before that. So as long as the set before that you were fine on time, there is no way your time will be worse on this set, right? That's why I'm not really focusing too much on like, I'm using that time to talk about the pomanders and everything, but like the actual set, there's not much to say. It's easier than the last set. The EO scaling is weird like that. It's not necessarily a gradual increase in difficulty. It just kind of goes up and down. So we got a landmine there. So I'll show you something cool you can do with a landmine. This is the most important pomander to remember. It's easy to remember because it's like the shape it has, right? Because of the shape it has, it's like very squared, very diamond, very symmetrical. And this is alluring, the last one I'm missing, so perfect. So what a landmine does, when you step on it, it will do 80% of your current HP, but also the monsters around you. So for both you and the monsters, you will all lose 80% of your current HP. Now, the reason I say it's important to remember the trap is because, I mean, you can, of course, abuse this. So like, you see how many monsters I have on me right now? If I fought this normally, if I just AoE this down, would probably take, I don't know, 3 minutes maybe without strain, 3 or 4 minutes. But now here's what happens. Instead, I witch them all. So I transform them into imps and whatnot, and then I just step on the trap. Well, look at that. Now the pull takes 30 seconds. So that is the strength of a landmine. Very powerful. Like, it's a trap, but it's almost more beneficial than hurtful because it's just really good, right? Now, I will say if you're playing a DPS, you will never have to do something like this. If you're playing a healer or a tank, I do recommend you know how to do something like this because it is helpful. It will be helpful if you can do something like this. But it's not as important as in PUTD and F1-60. Just a heads up. And on DPS, you definitely don't really have to do it. You can do it, right? You can, but it's not necessary. So this is our trap. This is a trap you want to remember too. This one is the most dangerous in EO. When you step on this trap, which by the way could be invisible, it could be invisible. That's the danger. It will spawn 3 monsters of this floor. Like they'll just it's like respawns. It's like 3 respawns instantly in the room you're in, and the monsters will be aggroed on you. They'll take a few seconds to start moving, but they are aggroed on you. Like, you can't run away and then they're like unaggroed or something. So if I step on this, these guys are all in combat with me. I cannot prevent this. I have to kill them at this point, or they already kill me. Now, it's not so bad right now, but like, this is gonna be really bad later on when there's like so many mechanics to deal with. So this is by far the most interesting. Now, the best way to deal with alluring, I'll show it later, but it's usually gonna be something like witching and single target a monster, right? Or like lethargy, or like if you're very desperate, there's like better pomanders for it. There's like other pomanders for it, but witching is the safest bet. But yeah, so the way I remember that trap, it looks like an arrow, pointy, you know, dangerous. That's kind of the way I remember it personally. I'm just gonna use that landmine to speed this up a bit. Now I have 2 landmine videos. I will put them in the description of this guide. I have 2 landmine videos, so like really explain how it works, how to do them effectively, etc. If that interests you a lot. But again, it's not super important in EO. Monsters don't hurt too much. So even if you do landmines, even if you do them, the amount of damage you're taking is not going to be that big. So, but you can still check out the videos if that interests you. So that is all the traps. I've not shown a flight, but I don't have one. I've shown altar, I've shown purity, fortune, witching. I've not shown serenity, but I only have one. I have not shown anything at the bottom. All right. I mean, I might as well show it off. There's a pomander that is pretty useless for like the purpose of clearing at least this thing. Commander of Intuition, reveal the content, the current floor's hidden treasure. Now, I won't explain to you exactly like the mechanics of it, the specifics, but essentially there you can find chests in the floors, and when you grab them, when you loot them, they don't give you anything for the run, but when you're outside, you can turn them in to get some loot, and you can sell that loot. There's some things worth a few millions, so it's not that bad at all to make money. But like, this does not benefit you in any way for your run, right? Like if I use an intuition, it doesn't do anything for the run. So you know, use it if you want money. It puts a buff, and then once you find the bag, the buff goes away, so you have to refresh it. Up to you. For Eureka Orthos specifically, the bags early on, like the bags from 1 to 30 are actually worth a lot of money. So it's not bad to do it early on. And the reason for that is because there's not many people grinding out the early floors in Eureka Orthos. Like usually someone's grinding the early floors, it's just they want to get their title. So, by the way, this is the guy that has a back. If you go behind him after he does this, he'll do this mean trash thing, which is just a cone behind him. But like, it's a late telegraph, so just be careful. Only monster on this set that does anything of significance, so. Yeah, well, so farming the XP, like, because there's a strat in POTD and MLI where you just kind of like do match 40 over and over to grind XP on the checkpoint floors. In EO, that strat isn't really popular because the floors the checkpoint is at are really hard. Well, like not really hard, but they're like very annoying. So there's just not really anyone doing it, right? And then because no one's doing it, well, no one's doing it. It's like a loop. Because no one's doing it, well, no one's queuing, and then because no one's queuing, no one's doing it. So it's very hard to find a group, which is why the badges are worth a lot early on. Witching, if I want to show you the range a little bit, might as well. It's about 20, it says 20, right? It happens to be the same range as your Tiamat, so if I'm there, it should barely miss this guy. Like, you could see the edge there. So that's about the range, if you need a visual example. Ah, we got a Gloom there. So this is probably one of the worst enchantments you can get. So this does 3 things. It makes the monster do 20% more damage. It makes the monster take 20% less damage. This is the part that's like really bad. And it makes the monster move about 50% faster as well. So it's like a triple buff for the monsters. And specifically for EO, it has I would say a 4 downside. But it's not gonna be relevant until the last set. But on the last set, this debuff actually, like, it makes it a lot harder to see far. Like, it just cuts your vision quite hard. And I would actually say it's a 4th disadvantage to this debuff in EO. But yes, this is a bad enchantment. Now, there is a commander that removes enchantments. It's this. Commander of Serenity. Remove all enchantments from the current floor. That means if I had 3 enchantments, it will remove them. If I had 3 beneficial enchantments, it will remove them. It just remove all of them on the current floor. This is strong. This commander is uncommon, so like, you don't want to go too crazy about removing enchantments. But this is more something that's going to be relevant later on. Like, it's not that important right now. Like, right now, there could not be a combination of debuffs that really harms me in such a way I would need to remove it. If I had 3 Serenities, I could remove it for convenience, but I definitely don't need to, right? Like, essentially, you just see this enchantment, like, it's gonna make your floor at least 20% slower. So if your floor was gonna take you 6 minutes, well, now it's gonna take you like 7 minutes, 20 seconds or so, right? It's just gonna basically increase the time. Now again, in EO, because the time management is nowhere near as tight as the other deep dungeon, this is not as big of a deal as you would think. So it's not like if you get a bad enchantment, you instantly have to do something about it. Sometimes you can just fight it. Especially if you're going to use a demi-clone, a summon. I have not shown what the demi-clones do yet, but don't worry, on the boss I'll show you what they do. At least what this one does. Don't get spooked again. The time is really bad. Well, I mean, it's kind of low. I spent a lot of time explaining. This set is easier than the previous set every time. No exception. So, don't get spooked. And the next set is gonna be pretty similar. And then once we reach like... And 31 can be also a bit slow. But once we reach 41, the time will become like really good up to like 61. And then 61 is what I would call the end game. That's where you want to like actually start playing good deep dungeon, right? You gotta play good deep dungeon right now, but it's mostly just to not die to the mechanics. Once we reach 61, it's gonna be closer to like, you know, like patrols, dealing with aggro types and all that. I would love if this was a demi-clone, because I would love to show them. I'm tempted to use a demi-clone right now to show what it does, but I'll wait for the next set. I mean, I'll show it on the boss, but on the floors themselves, I'll wait until I have a better excuse to use one. Alright, so boss. This boss actually, I would say, is one of the hardest boss to not get a Vuln stack against. Luckily, all the things he does that like hit you don't kill you instantly, so... But I honestly struggle not to get Vuln stacks on this guy. So first of all, a clone. So clones are like summons, essentially. You use a clone, you click on it. Now be warned, there's an animation lock whenever using a commander. And there's a way to somewhat bypass that. I'll have a guide in a link in my description about like something called pack. But either way, these have a massive lockdown, right? So if I'm gonna hold A the whole time and look how long it takes to move again. Like, well, that was like what, 3 seconds? Very long lockdown. Be careful if you use that in combat. So a clone, you can't target it. It's like a summon that follows you and it will attack whatever you're attacking. They have unique abilities, each of them. There's 3. Now, Doga has a unique ability that petrifies monsters, but it doesn't work on the bosses. So in that case, it's just gonna do damage. So for the amount of damage that clones do, there's 3. There's Yune, Doga, and Onion Knight. I'll put it this way. I won't like bore you with the exact values, but let's put it this way. Yune is the worst DPS. It's like she's like a tank. DPS wise, she's like you got a tank behind you that's doing damage. Second tier is Doga. Doga's damage is like a bard or a dancer following you, right? It's like a bottom like DPS. That's about the damage it's doing. And then Onion Knight, the best one, is like a top tier DPS. It's like Pictomancer, Summoner, Machinist, right? That's like the 3 different tiers of damage. So this guy, it's like I just summon a bard and he's gonna do like about that amount of damage. So he's doing more damage than me. They do a lot of damage in comparison to like your damage, especially if you're playing healer or tank. So this guy's mechanic, he's gonna do these lines, and basically whenever there's a line, the dragon on the other side is gonna do like a cone. And that's the whole mechanic. So like see there's gonna be a bunch of cones. You have to like imagine there's a cone in front of each of them, and usually that's gonna let you figure out the safe spot. Boss itself does these line AoEs, very easy to dodge. Now he does this specific setup. He's gonna do like 4 lines with a space, and then he's gonna do 4 other lines, but you can always dodge it the same way. You go in the all of the first set, then you just go right. And then it's gonna put you right in the second safe spot. I'm gonna show this multiple times, don't worry. But it's like a set in stone pattern. When he's not doing that pattern, it's RNG, right? Like now he's gonna do 2 lines AoE, then he's gonna do like an RNG pattern. Now it's gonna be an RNG pattern. You're just gonna try and guess where the cone will be. So in that case, they're obviously not on this side. Now after this, he does the set in stone pattern, always the same. You just find the hole. It's always on the right side of the 4. Then after that, you don't even know, you don't care what the rest looks like. It's always the same way you dodge it. You just go in the hole, and then you just go right. And there's gonna be another hole somewhere there. And you just do this every time. Very easy. Now, if you get hit by one of the cones, I'll show you how much damage it does, because that is very likely to happen to you. It's not a one-shot even on DPS. As long as you're full health. So see, if I intentionally stand in one of the cones there, should be around there, right? See, that did very little damage to me. But apparently, Blood Winning gives you a barrier at this level. I didn't even know. It's about like 20% of my health on tank without steel and no defensive. So on the DPS, if you don't have any steel on the DPS and you're full health, it's going to do probably about 50% of your health, 50-60%. It will give you a bone stack. So yeah, as you can see, my summon is just pumping damage while all of this is happening. And they do quite a lot of damage. So a clone, this will be, I will talk about this later too, but a clone only, it has no time duration, it has like no time limit, but it goes away when you go to the next floor. So in that case, it's gonna go away, of course, because the set's over. But if I use it last floor, and then I entered this floor, it would have went away, because it only is there for 1 floor. Or if you die. If you die, it goes away too. And raise. Like if you die and raise, it will be away. All right, so next set. This is the set that you can farm. Like this is a 2130. That's the set you farm in Evon High usually. And this is the set you would farm in EO usually in a match party. However, there's a very rare it's gonna pop. It's very rare that you're gonna pop because the monsters are quite annoying there. Very easy to wipe a party. So there's a lot of monsters that have annoying mechanics. So this one First one is this one. It just does telegraph. So once he's at 30%, he's gonna do a huge explosion. It's telegraph though. You can LOS it, and that's probably the best option if you're like in some kind of AoE pool or something. But usually you have time to kill it before it's gonna explode, and that's probably the best way to deal with it. Like you're gonna get it below 30, it's gonna start casting, and then you just burst it down and kill it. Just telegraphs. Stacks a poison to 8. He can stack up to 8. It's a poison he puts on you. Not too bad on tank. Can hurt on DPS if you are like pulling multiple, but alone it's rarely an issue. He does a gaze, followed by a telegraph on himself. Not too bad. Okay, most dangerous monster on this set. This guy is the reason you can't find a match party. He's gonna do an on-telegraph, point-blank, like, suck-in effect. A late telegraph, but like, essentially you can't react to it. You have to know it's coming. And then once this goes off, he's gonna do a spin move on himself. It will hit you if you got sucked in. This will almost one-shot you on DPS without steal. So just be careful about that. He also cannot be stunned. Pretty important to remember. Does nothing. Very dangerous monster. It's a patrol, so it's gonna like he's gonna run into you while you're busy doing something else. He does a huge cone called Swinge. Huge cone. It will nearly one-shot you on DPS, no steal. Also, specifically, this is not a group clear guide, but like specifically, if you're in a group, be careful because he randomly chooses someone to like aim the cone at. So if he chooses someone that's like not close, it will hit them guaranteed. Alone, you just gotta make sure you don't stand in front when he's doing it. Does nothing, just telegraphs. Does nothing. He does like an out of combat Vuln thing, but it's not too bad. Pretty dangerous monster. It's a patrol again. He's gonna do an on-telegraph point blank on himself. If it hits you, you'll be stunned, knocked back, and then he'll do a follow-up like move with massive hits. This will one-shot you on DPS, I'm pretty sure. So just don't be near him when he does it. You cannot stun him. Just does a pretty big cone. Just annoying to fight. He puts a 50% damage reduction thing on himself. But mimics are mimics. So as you can see, lots of monsters that were worth talking about, and it's only gonna keep going up. The amount of monsters I have to talk about will only keep going up. As this is the main difficulty of VO, it's just fighting all these different monsters, knowing them. Definitely do recommend you food buff, starting from now, if you were not already. So this layout, this looks massively different from the layouts we just did, right? It's gonna be the same layout from 21 to 40. Now, in my opinion, and I think that's a pretty popular opinion, this is by far the worst layout. There's like little walls everywhere, little like elevations. It's trying to fuck your witch things often. It's not a pleasant set. It's not a pleasant set. Very easy to die on this set and the next one. I would be very careful with this set. So again, if you have like 2 or 3 strength, definitely a good idea to use them. Just to speed things up. So this guy was just telegraphed. This guy is gonna explode when he's low. Like I said, you can often burst it down. If you're scared, or like you can't burst it down, just make sure that you have a spot to LOS when he's gonna die. So like, you know, prepare in advance. Don't just attack this guy in the middle of a room and then be like, you know, like, it's gonna explode. No, just like be ready. Like obviously if I kill him there, I'll be able to LOS on this little wall there. So that's what I do. To see self-detonate, it's like a telegraph, but it shows up a bit late. So like if you react, like if you only start moving when this goes off, you're probably gonna die. So you just kind of have to know what's coming. So the unit there, that is she's like a healer essentially. She heals you, and she also does a DPS of, I say she does more like DPS of a tank, right? But it's low DPS. But her main state is that she heals you. That's her main thing. Be very careful, by the way, if you're playing a job with animation locks, such as Warrior with Primal Rend, be very careful when you use animation lock skills. Because there's many monsters that once they start casting their telegraph, if you do your thing at the same time, they will win the race and just kill you. So this guy does this, then he does a circle, you can stun. His gaze will actually not kill you. One of the rare things that doesn't kill you. It's only a paralyzed debuff. Very annoying, but at least you don't die. This room, by the way, probably the most annoying room layout, specifically this specific room. It's like a cross shape. Be careful, I've hit traps there. Like, I've hit traps whenever I'm like on these wires. Even though I'm hugging like the edge, I've hit traps before. Be careful. Okay, so I guess these guys are proximity. I guess it's a good time to talk about the aggro types. So there's 3 aggro types in Deep Dungeon. There's sight, proximity, and sound. These guys are proximity. So what proximity is basically if you're around a 10-yard radius of the monster, it will see you and then it will pull. Now, how do you know it's 10 yard? I mean, I use this personally. It's a Howling Fist skill. It's about 10 yard. And so when the red cross goes away, I'm like a step away from pulling the monster. That's my indicator. I have a video about it in my description too. So like you see, as long as the red cross is there, I'm fine. But as soon as it goes away, I'm like a step from pulling. And because this guy's proximity, as soon as I go anywhere around his hitbox of like this range, then he will pull. So proximity is usually the worst kind of aggro, because it's the one that is the most like annoying to get around. Like let's say you need to go to the key because it's open, but there's like 4 proximity, there's 4 proximity monsters between you and the key. Well, you might have to kill all 4 of them because they're like blocking the hallway, you know. Three fortune, let's use it. If your pawns are at 3, you should use them. Pawns are meant to be used, not saved. You may have heard that some people find Eureka Orthos is easy. And maybe you did not have that experience yourself. That was actually pretty difficult. I will say, I think it's way easier if you use your palms the whole time, rather than trying to save your palms. Saving your palms is it's not the way you should play EO. You should be spending the palms. By the way, this is the guy that puts a stacking poison thing on you. Not that bad on tank, but just something to keep in mind. This is probably the worst hallway, by the way. It's quite bad. This is the kind of places where your weight chains will get very fucky. So the amount of time it's going to take you to do this set is about the same as the last set. It should be faster than the 110, honestly. The 110 is just like, it's just really slow because you don't have any resource at this point. But right now you should have like some commanders, so it's going to speed up. It's going to speed it up a bit. You've seen too many wipes to Dragon Crown in these hallways. Yep. The Dragon Crown, we've not seen them yet, but the patrol that does a big crown is very dangerous. Right now, like, there's a bit of a tank privilege right now, because this is like the set where many abilities will one-shot or almost one-shot a DPS, but will not quite one-shot a tank. But starting from the next set, this is no longer true. Next set, everything one-shot everyone until the end, right? This is basically the only set where you have a bit of an advantage on the floors themselves as a tank. Because like I said, next set, it won't matter if you're a tank or a DPS. No matter what hits you, it will kill you. Because the things will start doing 300k plus damage. So this guy, very dangerous. Very dangerous. Shortly after you pull him, he'll do this move called electromagnetism. This is a late telegraph. You don't have time to react if you're like not ready. It's gonna suck you in, and then after this, he does like a combo action. Basically, he does like a spin. And if you were sucked in, it's gonna hit you, and that hurts pretty bad. You should assume you're gonna get one shot on DPS. It's almost a one shot, so it's likely to kill you. And he does it quite often, as you can see. And you cannot stun him, right? Also, be careful if you run in back to, like, let's say I dash. Well, I'll show you. I'll show you what you could do. Like, especially if you're playing a DPS with a dash, right? Make sure this doesn't happen to you. So like you run out, right? But then as soon as the telegraph goes away, you run in. If you do this, you'll get hit by the follow-up like this. So be careful. You have to wait a moment. By the way, I didn't really mention it, but I do recommend, if you ever have to read the meat clones and you're at the boss, no matter what boss, I recommend you clone the boss. It's maybe excluding 40. Floor 40 is maybe the only boss I wouldn't do that against necessarily, but every other boss, I recommend you clone if you have 3. Even if you don't need to for time, because it's your odds of fucking up a mechanic on the boss are too high for like... It's much higher than the odds of you losing the run due to losing a clone, you know? And by the way, I'm gonna show you what Dodra does this time. So you saw what Dodra did on the boss, but like I told you, he has a Petrify ability. So whenever you are in combat with something, he's gonna do this sometimes. It's a 10-second petrification. It's not a petrification like F1-60, like it's not gonna let you one-shot the monster, but then it will give you 10 seconds. It's like 10-second stun, say it that way. This is usually helpful, not always helpful. Usually it is, but it's not always helpful, and it's gonna be hard to like show you why it's not always helpful. But like let's say a monster has a 2-part combo. Like, I wish I could show you, but it's hard to, like, make it happen, like, you know, naturally. But, like, I'll try, right? I'll try to provoke it on this guy. So see, he's gonna Petri there. So this guy just did magnetism. But then he didn't do... Maybe he did it, right? But if you know the follow-up, he might do the follow-up even after the Petri. Now, I don't know if he actually did it, and he didn't do it. I'll try to do it on the other one, but like essentially, if Dodra petrifies in between 2 abilities, well, the second ability might still come out after the petrify. So like what I'm trying to like, and I'm trying, you know, it looks kind of dumb that I'm trying to replicate it so hard, but it's something that can happen, like... It will happen sometimes, like, and just randomly, right? So I'll try on this guy again, and if I can't replicate it, it's fine. But like, essentially what might happen is he's gonna do the suck and move, but then he's gonna get petrified before he actually does the spin follow-up. But then, and so because of that, he will do the spin follow-up after the Petri ends, right? It's trying to like cut the two, it would like separate the two things, essentially. So see there, I'm not even sure if the electromagnetism happened, right? Like, I'm not even sure what he's gonna do next. That's why Petri can be dangerous. So see there? See there? He like... The suck-in went up instantly after the Petri, and then he still did the spin, right? So that's... You gotta be careful, essentially. That's what I'm saying. Doja is nice damage, and the Petri is useful. But if you're finding anything that has like a 2-part combo... Anything that has like a skill that is like... It does something and then something else, be careful of like the something else. When the Petri is involved. Be very careful. At what Aetherpool level do I recommend to start a run? Because at 23-30 Aetherpool, it's literally impossible to get past floor 21-30 solo war, or you just bad. It should be possible to get past 21-30 with like 30 Aetherpool. It should be possible. I would say though, by far the easiest way to do like the easiest way to do to like grind your Aetherpool is to put up a PF and just like have a few people play with you for a bit, get to at least like 50 or so. Once you have 50 or so, I would maybe just start a real run. You can also just do a real run, right? Like you could just put up a PF and do a natural EO, like Eureka Orthos run. That'd be fine too. But like you say, it's impossible. Casual, what is it time wise? Like is it you just time out? Like you just run out of time? I assume that's the problem, right? Keep in mind the way Aetherpool works, it's a scaling, right? So right now I have 99, but I don't actually have the power of 99. I have like whatever the cap is for this floor. Now I cannot tell you what the cap is. I feel like it's probably 30 something for this set, but I don't know, like I don't know the exact values. But like, basically, like, if someone had 80 Aetherpool right now, they're doing the same as me because the cap is lower than 80. I know this for a fact. I just don't know what the exact value is. If I'm not wrong, the cap goes away when you reach around, I think 50 is when it goes away, something like that. So see there, he got petrified while he was casting the electromagnetism, but like at the beginning, so at this, you know, in this case, he won't do the follow-up. Well, if you're unsure, like if you're unsure what's gonna happen after a petrification, I recommend you just do the mechanic as if it was gonna do the follow-up. So like, let's say this guy, I'm not sure if he's gonna do the follow-up, then I just stay far away when the Petri expires, right? It's way safer like that. You can LOS this, by the way, if you are in a good position. You can LOS most things. It's a safe assumption usually to make that if something is a telegraph, as long as it's not targeted on you, you can usually LOS it. So because starting at 21, the AoE 4-5 monsters kill you or take way too long, or time is too hard. That may, I think you should ask Angelus Demonus if you're in the Angelus Demonus Discord. I believe it's this one. Yeah, if you ask Angelus himself, I think he probably would have a better answer for you because Angelus did runs. He did challenge runs where he started his Aetherpool at 1. Like, he started a run where his Aetherpool was 1 and then he tried to go as high as he could. I don't remember on which job he did it though. But I think he attempted this a few times and I don't know if he ever cleared, but he got like very high. So you would probably know like exactly like what it'd be like to play the low Aetherpool. Personally, I do recommend you make a PF though, or to get at least 50. Or use Discord, you know, like use a Discord for this. Thanks for the cheer, by the way. So none of these ortho droids don't do much. They just do telegraph. They sometimes shoot at you when you're in other rooms. So just keep an eye on your feet. But they don't do it too often. So this guy cannot be stunned. Like, don't do the mistake of thinking you can stun and run away, because you cannot. Well, I mean, stun and stay close, because you cannot. Now you see, as with steel on tank, this is not gonna hurt too much, right? But keep in mind, I'm a tank, so I'm OP to tank damage. Like, on the DPS, this isn't really a one shot if you don't have a steel. It depends what kind of DPS you are, of course, because like not all DPS have the same armor values. So there are still some palms I haven't shown, but they're like the rare / strong palms, so it's hard to, especially because the EO you kind of tend to skip a lot of rooms and a lot of chests. I'm not sure I want to waste these quite yet. I will if I have 3. This guy is just telegraphs. Oh, well, we got a dread, that's nice. So again, if we have 3 of something, there's never any reason not to use it. Even 2 is fine. So a little thing about the affluence and flight specifically. I haven't shown what a flight does yet because I don't have any, but a little thing about these bombs is they also double the treasure room rate. We have not seen a treasure room yet. But when we see one, if we had used an affluence or flight, well, it was double chance to get that specific treasure room. So let's say the chance was a 5%, well, it might have been a 10% after using them. It's not that important to know that, excluding on the last set where it's kind of nice to know that. There we got free lethargy, might as well. Or again, if you're fighting just monsters 1v1, which you should. I mean, lethargy is gonna make every monster very easy. Now, the thing that's cool about lethargy, so you know every time there's a late telegraph, like for example, like for example, this dragon, right? Usually does a telegraph, a late telegraph cone. That's the very dangerous thing. But the fact that it's a late telegraph works well with lethargy because then it's still gonna show the telegraph very early, right? See, like essentially think of it this way: if the cast is like 3 seconds normally and then it shows the telegraph after 2 seconds, Well, if you use a Lethargy, now maybe the cast is 15 seconds, but it's still gonna show you the Telegraph after 2 seconds. So now you can react to it, right? If you weren't sure, now you can react to it with the Lethargy. However, if something had no Telegraph the whole time, then it will not show you a Telegraph. So just something to keep in mind. Like, let's say we're fighting a Garm, because there are some Garms in there. By the way, this guy's a respawn, which means he's not affected by Lethargy. But yeah, anyway, let's say we're fighting a Garm and he does Ram's Voice. Well, the Ram's Voice never shows you a Telegraph, and so we would never see a Telegraph even in Lethargy, right? Even if the Ram's Voice takes 15 seconds to cast, it will never show me a Telegraph for it. This guy was a respawn, by the way. That's why the respawns are very annoying early on. Because it can be a patrol and it can be behind you, and it's every 1 minute. And the patrols, like, and the monsters take cast, right? It's like the respawn will be annoying, but it can also kill you. It's not like F1 High where you're gonna get a respawn. It's just like annoying. No, not the same vibe. You see there, we got an explosion. And we just kill these faster because of that. Also, we got a respawn right in our face, so here's my reward. This set I'm on right now, by far the most annoying set for respawns. You have been warned. Very annoying for respawns because the layout just is not good, and you're very likely to just keep running to things that respawn. Now, I want to talk a bit about how monsters work when they're in a room. So, like I mentioned earlier, whenever a room like gets generated, the monsters are generated in it. Now, if a monster is a patrol, it gets generated there, but then it'll start patrolling, right? And then it'll just leave the room. Now, a monster, but like the regular monsters, the way they work is they just stand in a room, and every 20 seconds or so, they will move. They will move a bit. Often it's going to be in the opposite direction. I say 90% of the time they're going to move in the opposite direction. So in about at this point it's like 10 seconds, these guys are going to move behind themselves. It's not 100%, but usually. Like, imagine there's a 180 degree cone behind them, right? That's like usually the direction in which they're going to move, and it happens about every 20 seconds. So see, that guy moved backwards, that guy moved backwards, and now this guy is gonna move backwards soon. They move backward-ish. Now, sometimes they'll actually move forward, but it's much more rare. I'd say maybe 10% of the time. And the timer for them to move again, I say 20 seconds, it's that on average. It's like between 15 and 30 seconds, right? It's something like that. So just something to keep in mind. So see, if I stand there, he's unlikely to see me, because he's probably gonna move back. He could move towards me, and he did. So a perfect example. But usually you're gonna move backwards, so you can expect it, but you can't rely on it. Like, if the monster seeing you would lose you the run, then don't go for it. But then if you're hiding and the monster seeing you would cost you a weight chain, then it's probably good to go for it, because, you know, you're only playing 10% odds. You gotta see it that way. And patrols, like I said, they just start patrolling. So like patrols, they don't have this whole moving thing. They just patrol. Talking of patrols, we got a pretty dangerous patrol there. Oh, we got a Dread Beast too. So if you pay attention to your chat, which I don't, but you should, whenever you zone into a floor, it always says like floor 27, you know, floor 28. And then if there is something called a Dread Beast on your floor, it will say in your chat, a Dread Beast stalks this floor. Now, if you ever see that means there is a Dread Beast on your floor, guaranteed. Now, a Dread Beast is an interesting concept, but you really don't want to mess around with a Dread Beast in a regular flare, ever. It's way too dangerous. This is a monster that is insanely difficult to kill, insanely tanky. If I pull this guy right now and I let it attack me, it would probably kill me instantly within like 2 seconds. So it's a very dangerous monster. By the way, let me just focus a little bit on this guy. Let me explain this guy before I go back to the Dread Beast. So this guy is a patrol, and he does something called sight something, and when he does, it's like a self-centered point blank. It's a little spin. If you get hit, you're dead. And it's a late telegraph. If it's even a telegraph. Yeah, it's a late telegraph. So whenever he does side tail, you have to move. No choice. You also cannot stun him. If I stun him, it does nothing. And he does it very quickly when you enter combat. Every monster, it's a bit different than the other deep dungeons. Monsters tend to do their ability very quickly when you engage combat. Usually it's like 2 seconds or something like that. In POTD, it's more like 5 seconds, you know, 5 seconds usually to open with their abilities. In EO, it's like 2 seconds for many of them. So be on the lookout. So anyway, back to Dread Beast. So Dread Beast is very dangerous. You absolutely cannot fight a Dread Beast under any circumstance for it clear. You can only do one thing for a Dread Beast, really. That is not like ultra dangerous, and it's a Storm, which I have not used yet. But I honestly would not Storm a Dread Beast almost ever. I would only do it if like the circumstances were perfect for it. That would probably be like you gotta steal, you got your defensives, you got a lethargy running, you got like maybe a witching, right? It'd have to line up perfectly. And the reason you would kill Dread Beast, they give 2 benefits. First of all, they will always drop a chest. They will also drop an intuition ord, so it's money, right? But this doesn't give you gameplay advantage. They will drop a chest guaranteed, like a gold chest or silver or whatever. They also give you a 30-minute buff of something. There's 3 buffs. One of them is a 30-minute regen. One of them is a 30 minutes like damage reduction, and one of them is a 30-minute damage buff. I believe it's 10% damage reduction or 10% damage buff, and the regen is like about the same as a potion, I think, but like the last 30 minutes. Now, don't get me wrong, these buffs are nice, but it's so dangerous to kill the Dread Beast that I don't really think you should go for them. It's really risky to go for a Dread Beast, like really. And you cannot Dread it. I've not shown you what Dread does yet, but Dread has an ability that like one-shots monster. That does not work on the Dread Beast. Does not work on the Dread Beast, so be careful. The only bomb you can do that will kill a Dread Beast instantly is a Storm, which sets the monster's HP at 1. That's it. I mean, yes, you can fight a Dread Beast with like, you know, lethargy, clone, a lot of things, but I don't think you should do that. I really don't think you should do that. So specifically that kind of Dread Beast we saw there is that's the Lamia. She gives you the 30-minute regen. Yeah, she gives you a 30-minute regen. So I will kill her just to show you what it's like, but I do not recommend you do it. However, if you want to kill a Dread Beast, I'll show you what it's like. Like probably the least dangerous way to do it is going to be what I'm going to be doing right now. So the least dangerous way to kill a Dread Beast is you either Lethargy or Witch Chain within its range. You pray that it's not an imp, because if it's an imp, then well, it's gonna do a lot of damage. And then you just pull it, and then as soon as it's on you, use this thing called a Storm. Then you can kill it instantly. Now, what a Storm does is it puts every monster on the floor at 1 HP. However, as you can see, like monsters, they regen health out of combat, right? So like you can see these guys are regening, this guy regen a little bit. So the thing with the Storm is the best way to use a Storm is you want to be in combat with the monsters and then use a Storm, because if they're in combat with you, then they can't regen health, right? That's like the way to trick the Pomander. It's the way to work around the Pomander. And so that is the best way to use a Storm. Now, Storm is hard to use effectively. There is one way to use a Storm really well. It's if you get a specific enchantment which prevents regen from happening on the monsters. In that case, you can just Storm and kill everything. But if you don't have that, usually you'll have to do like a Lethargy or a Witch Chain with the Storm to really get value out of it. And by the way, I'm wasting time on this sword, but it's just I want to show you what the patrols do exactly. So like, let's say the floor just started and these patrols, they spawn in that room, right? And then they just kind of start patrolling. Let me remove the traps too. So patrols, the way they work is they choose one hallway, RNG. So they choose this one, right? They went there. Now, once they get there, they'll choose another hallway. They can never go back the same way they came from. So like this one, choose B. This one is 50-50. This one choose the same thing. So I see these guys went in that direction. Now they're gonna go there. Now this is a dead end. So what patrols do when they reach a dead end is they'll go in the room. They'll go like they'll take a few steps inside, right? It's random, right? They'll take a direction and just like walk a little bit towards the direction. See, that guy's going there. That guy is just gonna do, sorry, in a random direction too. That guy went there. They'll go a bit. Then after a certain amount of steps, they'll stop. Then they'll just like turn around. And then it's basically like the same thing, the same algorithm. They'll choose a random direction. In that case, it's this direction. Then they'll reach this room. Once they reach this room, it's 50-50. 50 they go up, 50 they go left. You don't know which direction they're gonna go until they choose a direction. See, this one 50% went up, this one 50% went left. And that's the way patrols work. And then they're going into dead ends. Once they reach the dead ends, they'll turn around and then they just keep doing that forever. So that's the way patrols work. Pretty important to know how the patrols work, in my opinion, because later on you might run into situations where there's a patrol you really don't want to be fighting while you're fighting something else, but then it's like you see it from a distance, but then you want to make sure you don't have to fight it while you're fighting something else, and now knowing how they work will make this easier. Because like, for example, let's say you're in a room and there's a patrol going away from you. Well, now you know it's not gonna turn around and like go back to your room unless it reaches a dead end, right? It's very good to know that. So I have a Serenity there. Like I said, this removes all the enchantments. However, we have no enchantment right now, so it's essentially doing nothing. But if there were enchantments, it would have removed them. So Turtle is just annoying because he does a interruptible, I believe, cast, Diamondback. If you let this through, he's gonna take, I think, 40% less damage. So just be careful. So see, patrol behind me there. Paying attention to your surroundings is gonna be very important. So I think I will dread, just to show you what a dread is like. Even though I have no reason to do it, and I don't recommend you dread like until you really need to, because they're pretty rare, but I will just do it for the sake of showing you what it's like. So a dread is a combination of a lost and a rage. If you've done POTD, it's a lost and a rage added together. It has the lost vulnerability, and it also has the rage slap ability. It has both abilities. It's two different buttons. I would say in Yo, we don't really do double dipping so much. Double dipping is when you're like on the key and you use a rage and then you get out of the floor and then you use that to get out of the next floor too. I mean, you can do it. It's still the same value. We just don't do it as often. Usually when you're gonna dread in EO, it's gonna be like... Usually you're gonna do it in the end game, and usually it's because there's like a million patrols coming your way, right? Very classic with the dread. There's just so many patrols and you don't have room to fight like effectively, right? And it's just the easiest way to do the floor. Double dipping happens. I've done it a few times, but it's unlikely to be what you're gonna do with it. Now, something you can do, because the dread is a lost and a rage, is you can double dip into the boss. Like, you can do a floor, and then you are on the key, and you have like, I don't know, 30 seconds left, and then the key leads you to the boss, and then you vuln the boss 5 times, right? So you use like the rage component on the floor, and then you use the lost component on the boss. That's okay. I would still say it's not like insanely good to do this, but it's okay. Like, if you ever are in a situation where you can do it, well, go ahead. By the way, these are all respawns. This is not even a treasure room. Well, I will show you that double dip I just talked about. Just to show you what a dread does too, and show you like what a double dip would look like. But dread, for EO, you really just want to keep them at 3 in my opinion. And I would only consider using them when you reach like 61. Before that, there's really no reason to do them. Because they're rare enough where I don't think it's worth it. Raising is very nice, by the way. So dread. It's gonna transform you, and then you'll have 2 buttons. First button is a slap that one-shots every monster, excluding Dread Beast. Second button is a vuln, which increases the damage you're doing by, I believe, 10%, and you can apply 5 stacks of it. Now, there's an enchantment I have not seen yet. It's called No Knockback. If you get No Knockback, you cannot use the slap part of the dread. It will not kill the monsters. Just something to keep in mind. And by the way, if you're gonna dread, using a safety is never a bad idea, because you don't want to be stepping on traps while you're doing the dread, preferably. Preferably if you're gonna dread, especially if it's a double dip, you want to know where the key is, because you want to make sure you end up on the key. Now, something you can do that's a little more advanced, if you know the monsters well, you can actually bring some monsters along with you for like the dread, right? So this way you have a head start of like 5 things before you start the dread. Of course, you go, by the way, nice hallway. This guy's blind. Of course, though, you need to know the monsters well. Of course. And then once you know that the key is nearby, then you just, if you want to double dip the dread, you're just gonna pop your defensive, right? You're gonna dread. And then you use the 1 button, is the one that like kills the monsters instantly, which will not work if it's no knockback. And the second button is the vuln, which I will use on the boss. So yeah, this obviously is a very good bomb because it just kills everything instantly. Saves you a massive amount of time. And a double dip is when you do this and then you just carry it into the next floor like this. And because in EO the dread is both a lost and a rage, well, you can double dip the lost part into a boss, which is what I'll do there. So I'll just lost the boss. 5 stacks. And the stats last for 3 minutes rather than 1 minute 30 seconds. So it's a little better too. So if you have 3 clones, I highly recommend you clone this guy. In fact, I would recommend you clone this guy even if you had 2. It takes a while. This guy has a lot of mechanics. He does these like lines of dragon heads. You just want to make sure you're facing the hole. He does them on the side too sometimes. When he does a worm wing, you just stand in the middle. You know, like see, like because his wings, right? Like the way I remember it. He's doing the damage with his wings. Does the metal is safe. And whenever he does the wing move, it's also gonna put like the lines and do some holes. Whenever he does the thing he just did, I think it was called flare. You just go into the safe spots. There's gonna be some heads spawning everywhere. Honestly, I don't really know a good strat for this. Just keep moving and try and find a safe spot. You should not be rushed for time there, so you can just lose up time. After this, he's gonna do something targeted on you, like this. Just be in a corner. And then when it starts casting, just go on the other side. If you do this, it's going to like run out right before it reaches you. Yeah, when he does worm tail, it's the middle because he's gonna swing with his tail. Now it will spawn the heads. And you just make sure you're not there. When he does Creature of Darkness, it's the ones close to him. Just make sure you're facing the hole. None of this will one-shot you, by the way. Like, you can get hit a few times, right? It's just gonna Vol you. If you think you will get it on DPS, feel free to steal. Wormtail, middle. I do recommend you clone this boss, though. It's preferably a Doga, because it just takes a while. It's probably the longest boss in the early game. Just be on the edge and go on the other side. Wing is gonna flap the wings, middle, which will also spawn like a wave on each side, by the way. And yeah, this set I just did, that's the 2130 grinding set. That's why no one does it in a match party, because as you can see, it's actually a lot of things that can kill you there. And when you're with 3 random people, well, it's easy to die. It's easy to die. So, palm-wise, there's only 2 I haven't shown, if I'm not wrong. I have not shown a flight, because I just never found one, unlucky. And I've not shown a raising. So a flight, I'll just say right away, it's a bit like an F1. It's a next floor effect commander. It do something on the next floor. Specifically, what flight does is on the next floor, you will need to kill about 33% less monsters. Sorry, you'll need to kill 50% less monsters, and there will also be about 33% less monsters on the floor. So it reduces the amount you need to kill and the amount that are on the floor. It's a very nice thing to use in combination with F1s, because then you get more chests. And it's easier to like get to them. And raising is you can die. This is like an intuition, right? It puts a buff on you like this, but it's a raising buff. And if you die, you will revive once, and the buff will go away. But this does not carry between sets. Like if I use it on this set, I don't have it on the next set. I lost a raising. So like typically what people do is they'll keep 3 raisings for the last 3 sets, and then they'll do the raisings in one each set. For EO, I don't know about specifically doing this. Just for EO, you're about as likely to die on the 51 than you are to die on like the 71, right? So, well, we'll see when we get there. I would say you really hope you find raisings for every set. That's like the dream. You get a scorecard whenever you do 32. This is the point where if you had died at any point, like if you got KO'd before that, you could have actually kept going, but from this point on, you cannot die. If you die after this, or if you died before this, you cannot go any further than 30. So you can't die either way if you're gonna like get your title, but if you died before, it let you keep going up to this. But now you cannot. Now you cannot have a KO on your file. Alright, anyway, next set. So next set is the deadliest set if you ever try to do EO blind. So there's definitely some things you have to know. So at this point, everything's a one-shot, unless I specifically tell you otherwise. assume everything's a one-shot. Like, I'm not saying everything is a one-shot, but like, you should really assume everything is a one-shot. If something's not a one-shot because it puts a weird debuff on you, like it's very specific, but 95% of the things will one-shot you there, no matter if you're a tank or a DPS. So Ortho Bard does nothing, just as a tank buster. If you're playing it, if you're just fighting 1v1, it's whatever. This guy just does a telegraph. He buffs his allies. Again, if you're playing, like, if you're just soloing this guy 1v1, it's no issue. Does a gaze. And then a telegraph circle AoE. Of course, you're dead if either of them hit you. Shapti just does a cone and line AoE. Ortho Spider, this guy, he does a late telegraph point blank circle. If you get hit by this, you're actually not dead. But then he always follows it up with a tank buster, and that will kill you if you were hit. Now, this is a very desperate move, but if you ever get hit by the collision, you can save yourself if you use a Witch Chain or a Dread before the tank buster comes out. But like, it's hard to react to it. Just don't get hit. Your life is gonna be easier. Lamia just does a big circle. Ortonaga just does a gaze. Very dangerous monster. Okay, one sec. I have to remember the order he does things. So, this guy, when you pull him, will open with a point blank swing. So swinging around. And then he will do after this a cone. Both of them have late telegraphs. So you have to know they're coming. Now, if you ever fight this guy and you're not sure like which one's coming, a safe-ish way to do it is whenever he starts swinging something, you just run behind him far. Because if you do that, you would avoid both the cone and the circle. That's the safest way, but you should really just memorize a swing and swipe. He always alternates between them. It's not RNG. Does nothing. Just damages you. This guy is like PoE, wrong game. It's like PUTD and F1 High. Ram's voice, Dragon's voice. Now, he's a bit different. He always does them back to back, and he does them almost instantly when you pull him. So when you pull him, he'll do like Ram's voice or Dragon's voice. Then he'll do the other one. Then he'll do nothing for like, I don't know, 20 seconds. Then he'll do it again, right? Then he'll do like both of them, and he just keeps doing that. Be careful. His hitbox, he's like way smaller than the other deep dungeons. So like the size of the tains is not the size you're used to. So like be like go pretty far if it's Ram's voice, and go pretty close if it's Dragon's voice. Okay, most dangerous monster on this set. This is a patrol with 2 moves. He has a frontal cleave, which is massive and will 100% kill you, because as you can see, it does 5,000 potency. You can LOS it, but I would say you almost should just always go behind him. It's way easier. The second move he does is a point blank on himself. Now the catch of this guy is you just gotta make sure you dodge properly, right? If he's gonna do the cone, sorry, not the cone, if he's gonna do the cleave or the circle. If you fight him and you're like, I don't know, you're like overwhelmed and you don't know what's coming, right? Like you misread the ability or something. It's a bit like the Ortho Minotaur. If you just run behind him far, you will dodge whatever he's doing, but I would recommend you just dodge properly. Because I mean, there's gonna be more and more monsters like that, so like you're not able to just like find a safe way to dodge every ability on every monster, but it's nice to know. This guy does nothing, but he does like it's a very cool ability actually. He'll run behind you. He'll specifically run behind you, and then he'll do like a knockback. So you just gotta pay attention, make sure you don't get knocked back into something bad, but it's kind of neat. This guy just damages damage buff himself, does a telegraph, it's fine. And then Mimate, at this point Mimate starts being very tanky, by the way. They hurt more than the other monsters too, but especially it's the tankiness that is very bad. Like, as you can see there, the Mimic has 250k, and monsters have 160k, so it has 50% more HP. So yeah, there's a lot on this set. And this is the last set with a bit funky like Aetherpool scaling. So the monsters will be quite tanky, but they're going to be actually much squishier starting from the set after that. However, there is no more respawns from this point on. So that is a great thing. Because you're probably sick of respawns too. Alright, so there's only really one thing I still want to talk about for Deep Dungeon, like early game, is the aggro types. And I will show it next floor, because next floor there's going to be a sound monster. So this guy does a gaze. You can stun. If you look at this gaze, you are dead. He also does a telegraph. This. He's a patrol too, so make sure, like, this is a monster that if he sneaks up on you while you're fighting something else, things are going to get ugly really fast. This guy buffs his allies. Well, if there's any of them nearby at least. Now, I'm not gonna tell you, like, you know, walk off the telegraph every monster. You know, at this point, I assume you're just walking out of the telegraphs by yourself. I don't think you need my help for that. But yeah, obviously there's a telegraph. You know, don't stand in it. Right, same idea. When you got 3 palms, you want to make sure you use your palms. So see there, that's the buff to his allies. That's a buff of damage. It doubles our damage, so... A little tip to raise your life expectancy a bit is try to fight looking at the direction where a patrol might come. So like in that case, behind me is a dead end. Like that's a dead end. So like there's not really any reason for me to fight like this, because then what information am I gathering, you know? It's way better for me to fight like this, because then I can see a patrol coming, right? Pretty helpful tip. Because that way you're less likely to get ganked by a patrol. And we only have so many witchings to work with. Now we really want to find the key. The key is there. I saw it. This guy just does a tank buster. It life steals you a bit. Is jank normal slang for 14? It gives you WoW vibes. I don't hear people say jank usually in 14. I think it's WoW slang. Picked that up from a lot of WoW when I was younger. Free steal. I use that when I leave. If there's ever a strain where it's steal and it's like right by the key, and you know you don't need it right now, it's usually better to just use it whenever you're about to leave. You can stun this guy, by the way. You can stun many monsters. As a reminder, if you want to know what you can stun, either memorize it or just stun something when you pull it, and then just try and remember that specific monster, you know. Taking care of the patrols first is almost always the thing you want to do. Like if you see a patrol And getting to the patrol is not like, you know, bad. Like you can get to the patrol quickly and there's like not 5 monsters on the way. I would almost always pull the patrol first. Especially for Eureka Orthos, you can afford to lose like... You can afford to lose like, you know, 15 seconds to kill a patrol, right? Like that 15 seconds is very unlikely to cause you issues. But like that patrol is very likely to cause you issues if you live alive. So see there, we left that. Let's just use it. Now I did pick up a flight, but I already said what it does, so I don't think I'm gonna like use it just to show you what it does. It cuts the kill requirement by 50%, it cuts the amount of monsters by about 33%, and that's it. That's what it does. Alright, so aggro types. So this guy is sound. I already showed you proximity earlier. This guy is sound. Sound is like proximity, but it's sound instead. So if I'm anywhere around him within 10 yards or lower, and I'm running, he will pull. However, if I'm walking, he will not pull. See? I can walk wherever I want. Let me just safety so I don't have traps to deal with. So see, even if I'm right in front of him, he doesn't pull. If I run, he's like a proximity monster. So if I run, I'm at 10 right now. If I move a little closer, he will pull, right? Like that. This guy specifically, he does a late telegraph. This thing, if you get hit by this, you must witch chain or dread or you're dead. Because this follow-up will kill you. But it's easier if you just don't get hit by it. You can also stun him. But if I'm not wrong, stunning will only delay the inevitable. Like if you stun him after you've been hit by the first thing, he will still do it after the stun is over. It's only gonna give you more time to like witch chain. You can of course stun during his like particle collision, right? You could stun during this just for uptime. But like the stun will not save you if you were it. It will only delay it. Like patrols first, most important. So like, you know, could I hide there? Could I hide there and like let the patrol pass and then kill the bird? Yes, but this is absolutely not how you want to play this place. This would be a massive mistake. Always want to kill the patrol if it's right there. Always. Always. We're not playing Metal Gear Solid. We're playing kill every monster between you and the key. Now there is an argument to be made to play Metal Gear Solid in POTD and High. Depending on your playstyle, I guess you can do it more in High and POTD, but in EO you cannot. In EO you don't want to play like that. You want to make sure you kill everything that's dangerous ASAP. And that's light patrols, essentially. So I showed you sound and proximity, and from its sound is like a proximity, but it's like if your run is toggled on, right? But you can actually walk. For sight is the most common. Sight is the most common. It's but I would like to show you in a room that isn't garbage like this one, so I'll just show you in a further room. So let's just find something better. This room is also garbage. I'll show you sight next floor. I want to show you on like a nice flat plane rather than these annoying rooms. But yeah, anyway, this guy is sight, so sorry, is sound. So like I said, we can actually just avoid him if we walk around him. Now, as a warning, if you are trying to avoid a sound monster like this guy and you use a dash, well, the dash is considered running, so he would aggro if you did that. Well, apparently I ran too close. You really, if you do like Aetherpool, you really have to keep your calm. You have to know the monsters well, right? See, there I was fine, because I knew, okay, this guy's gonna open up with particle collision. I can stun it, or I can go away. And then the other guy, I know he doesn't do anything, right? So I can actually just kind of kill him slowly. But like, you gotta know, it requires some good knowledge of the monsters. If you're unsure, I would always witching. If you're really unsure about your survival, like chance of like an Aetherpool, I would witching. Lethargy is okay too. But like witching is safer because witching you can actually like, you know, like you can think about it for like a second or two. If you lethargy, you almost gotta do it instantly because if you don't and they already started casting, well, your lethargy, it's not going to make the cast longer if it's already started, you know. Alright, I got a nice room there to show. Let me just check this room real quick. So this Lamia, all she does is she does this bait circle. I don't recall if you can stun. Let me check. You can. Very nice. So like, you know, could I avoid this guy? Yep, I could. I could do this. Absolutely do not do this though. Always kill the patrol. This all I'm doing if I'm doing this is I'm saving 10 seconds, maybe, if even. But then I'm trading in, you know, safety for it. And safety, I don't mean the commander, I mean like my actual safety. Always kill the patrol if they're right there. See, the upside of this place compared to the other deep dungeons is there's no monster that you can't fight. There's never going to be a monster and it's like, oh man, I can't fight this, I need a steal, right? Or I can't fight this, I need like a strength. There's no such monster in this place. Every monster you can fight without requiring anything. So for this reason, you always go for the highest danger targets first, which is patrols and out of combat monsters. And then after that, it's like proximity, right? It's kind of like in that order. It's set depend, honestly. On some sets, the out of combat monsters are more dangerous. On some sets, the patrol are more dangerous. It depends. It depends. On this set, though, it's definitely the patrols. Very deadly patrols. Okay, so side aggro is, imagine there's a cone. Imagine there's a cone in front. It's like, and the monster can see from 10 yards from like in the cone, right? So there's a 10-yard cone in front of it and it can see like in that cone, but it cannot see around. So like, see if I go behind, it can't see me. But then as soon as I enter the cone, which I might there, then it will see me, right? And the distance of that cone is the same as like a sound or proximity. It's 10 yards. So that is the 3 types. Now, like I was talking about, we're not going to be playing Metal Gear Solid, so like, you should not use that knowledge to like avoid all the monsters, you know, and just put yourself in bad situations. But it's nice to know, especially for the proximities, how it works. And it's nice to know when you want to leave like a floor and then there's a monster that's like, you know, in the way. Then if you know how the aggro types works, it can be very useful for that. Because then you could save actually a minute if you like dodge a monster this way. So anyway, see right there, I was talking, and because I was talking, I let the patrol, there was a bird patrol and I just let it, you know, pass. So now this patrol, I have to like acknowledge it, right? I have to like respect the fact that it could gank me at any time. No, in my case, it's fine. In my case, I can deal with it, like, you know, because I remember the patrol. I have the muscle memory of facing towards this like empty path rather than like fighting like that. But then if you're like starting out, you don't have this muscle memory built in yet. You're probably just gonna get there and fight this Lamia right there like that, and then you're gonna get ganged by the bird, and it's gonna catch you up guard, right? That's why you just want to remove all like points of frictions, all of them. Do I use the time it takes for the patrol to come back to estimate how big the floor is? I mean, do I do it? Yes, I do. On my score runs often. Or just like, I do it just muscle memory also. Should you do it though? No, I don't think it's... I think it's a bit more advanced. But yes, of course, like if a patrol is going in a direction and then you don't know where that leads, but then the patrol comes back within 20 seconds, then you could infer from that information that it's a dead end, for example, because then there's no way it would be more than one room. But that's not always 100% true, because then maybe there's a second patrol, and then what you're seeing coming back is actually the second patrol, you know? So it's not 100% science. Unless you mark, like the monster, you can do that. I don't do that, personally, but I know some people, what they do is they mark patrols, or they mark monsters. So like, for example, they put a mark on this guy, and then, you know, because they want to remember something about this guy. Now, you can do this on patrols too. However, I don't do this personally. You see there's a patrol in the back there. It's going left. Do you need time management as warrior? Yeah, on warrior, you're gonna need to manage your time a little bit. It's not as hard as Evan High in PUTD. Nowhere near as hard, but you're gonna have to manage a little bit. On DPS, you don't really have to measure time in you. I mean, you can time out. You can definitely time out, but you're much more likely to die to something than time out. Like, much, much more likely. So patrol went to the left there. So see there, like it's little optimizations like that, right? I look behind me, I see there's no patrol right now, and so I know I could actually fight and look in that direction for like the next 30 seconds, right? Just small optimizations to try and raise my life expectancy. We're slowly gonna ease into an endgame gameplay, slowly, over time. Endgame gameplay is mostly try and find where the key is and fight non-stop until you find it. It's not as important to be like strict about it in EO. You can definitely spend a little more time not fighting, but I would still say there's rarely a reason not to be fighting. It's just for a different reason. In PUTD and MOI, you want to be always fighting because you want to make sure you make the time, right? Like the time management. You need that time to clear. In EO, you always want to be fighting, but I'd say it's more because you want to make sure you thin the patrols, right? Like, you want to make sure you get rid of as many patrols and as many out-of-combat monsters as quickly as you can, because the longer you keep things alive, the more chances they get to, like, gank you or, like, Venn diagram you, you know? So the key's there, we're gonna fight. And we're gonna fight facing that direction because we want to see if there's a patrol. Why do I not AoE there? Is the risk too high? So why do I not AoE? Well, multiple reasons, right? First reason is we don't really need to. Like, if we're just taunting for a regular clear, we don't need to do it because this set is not tight for time, right? If I can just get by with what I find, I can get by with just using my strength with the at 3 right now, like right now, right? I don't need to do it. I could do it. I personally, right, at my skill level, I could do it easily, but it's also, it's not worth the effort for what I'm trying to accomplish, which is trying to clear, you know. Well, what's the word I'm looking for? It's high risk, low reward. Yeah, it's like a high risk, low reward thing to do. Now, does it make it more fun? Yeah, way more fun. I mean, I'm not saying you can't AoE pull on your clear, right? It's definitely gonna make things more interesting, but it's also going to like reduce your clear rate significantly. You know, it depends what you want to accomplish. I would say if you want to do like AoE pulls for Eureka Orthos, like it interests you to do big AoE pulls. The kinds of AoE pulls you've never done in any other content in this game, by the way. It's nothing like a dungeon AoE pull. Now, if something like that interests you, I would look into scroll runs. I have a scoring guide, actually. You can always use this as like a start, but if you want to do like big pulls, the kinds you've never seen before, you want to be scoring EO. I mean, there's nothing saying you can't score before you even clear. Like, your first clear can be a score run. But at least for a regular clear, I don't think you should AoE pull. Like, it's just gonna make your risk of failure much higher, right? By the way, we got a treasure room. I can finally show that off. 35 is where you start seeing the monsters that start being significantly deadlier. So this guy, he opens with circle AoE. If I'm not wrong, let me just remind myself. Yes, swinging around. That's a late telegraph circle AoE. After this, he does a cone swipe like this. You pay attention when you find this guy. Also, you cannot stun it. So just be ready. Always gonna be swing followed by swipe. Swinging around, swiping your credit card. Swinging around, swiping your credit card in front, right? That's my the way I remember it. Now, if you fight this guy and you're like maybe you're like you got like a patrol on you or something, like you didn't mean to fight this guy and you're like panicked, you can always run behind him far. Like, if you don't know what's coming and you can't remember, you're like, oh man, I don't fucking remember. Like, you can just run behind him far like this, right? If you do this, you will dodge whatever it is. Like, let's say I don't remember what's next. I'm like, oh shit, okay, I don't know. Let's just run away. Okay, you know, you can always do it like that. But just do try to pay attention, because you'll have to pay attention later anyway. Alright, got all the storms. That's nice. Alright, let's go check out the treasure room. So, a treasure room is a room that whenever the generation happens, it chooses a room. And it like, see it that way, it like upgrades the room to a treasure room. So it adds like a lot of monsters. Usually it's like going to be between 10 and 15 monsters. And then it's also going to put 4 chests in that room, and that's like that's the point of it. Now, another thing specific about treasure rooms is if any patrol monster spawns there, it will not patrol. So you see that Orthonagra is usually a patrol, but because he's like part of the treasure room, he's not patrolling. That's the only way a patrol is not patrolling, because usually a patrol is a specific monster, right? But in that case, it's not patrolling because it's part of like the original like spawns. The way you deal with a treasure room is everything I talked about with the aggro types. That's a nice place to use that information. Usually you'll be able to get through the treasure room if you just kill a few things on one side and then you just kind of like squeeze past this side. If you have a really bad treasure room, right, because it's full of proximity monsters, or like it's, I don't know, like there's, you already killed 10 things and you would have to kill like 10 other things. You can go a bit nuclear with something like a Witching Storm or like a Witching Dread, just a Dread, maybe even a Lethargy and a small AoE pool, right? Like you have some options if you want to go nuclear, but usually you want to try and get past it by using nothing, usually. It depends on it's very depending on the situation. I'm out there. Probably gonna see me, so I'll wait. There he moved. Steel, why not? Now I made a big deal in the other guys of not using steel on my tank just to show you the damage input. I don't think that's very important in EO though, so I probably will not really stop myself from using my steels when I find them. Would love to find an Onion Knight so I could show you guys what it does. I will say right now, I will say later too, if you ever find an Onion Knight, I recommend you don't use it. Unless you... I recommend that it becomes your backup emergency, like I'm gonna time out boss commander. And then if that ever happens, then I recommend you keep it for 99. Or like the boss on 99. I think that's the best way to use the knight for a clearing, for clear. So got another treasure room there. And the key's right there, so don't actually have to deal with it. So, okay, there's a lot of dangerous monsters on this floor. So the Garm is pretty bad, right? Like, you have to pay attention against this guy. He's gonna do Ram's voice, Dragon's voice. He's gonna RNG which one he starts with. So he did there, he did Dragon. He always will do the other one after that. So in this case, he does Rams. And then after that, he's gonna take a short break, maybe like 15 seconds or so. Then he'll do the same thing. He'll choose one at random, do it, then do the other one. Always the same pattern. Very, like, if you do an accidental pull and one of these is involved, very dangerous monster. Like, very dangerous. And also keep in mind, if you Lethargy, because these moves don't show you a telegraph, then if you Lethargy, yeah, it's gonna cast a Dragon's Voice for like 20 seconds, but it's never gonna show you the telegraph for it, right? So it would still kill you easily. So you have to pay attention. So I'll fight another one to show it. Whenever you pull him, he'll open with Rams or Dragons. It's RNG, this time it's Dragon. Then he'll do the other one, always the other one. So if he did Dragon, he'll do Ram. If he did Ram, he'll do Dragon. He can't do like 2 Dragons. That's not a thing. Always alternates. Then he's gonna chill for like 15 to 20 seconds, then he'll do it again. Now a little trick, you can actually LOS the Dragon's Voice. If you're ever in a terrible spot, you can LOS this. But like, I would only keep this in the back of your brain as like an emergency thing to do. I wouldn't really do it all the time. Because the walls are a bit weird on this set, right? They're like curvy and, you know, there's like always fucked up like that. But you know, if you're ever in an emergency, you can do it. So we didn't get any of the really bad patrols on this floor, but I'm sure we're gonna see them on the next few floors. There's I never remember his name because I always call him the Star Wars guys, the Star Wars guy, but he's a big guy with like 4 swords. This guy does nothing, by the way, like puts ace on himself, then technically he's bursting you, but it's not really much damage. So I heard a debuff there. Oh, no, not back. So this enchantment, this is the one I was talking about. If you use a dread, whenever you do the swipe that knocks monsters back, it will not work. It will not kill the monsters. So be very careful. If you see this, you can't dread. I mean, you can, but you can't use the actual knockback one-shot effect. Be very careful in these. This hallway, whenever you're fighting this hallway, I would always go a little further than what you think is gonna be, because the 8 elevation just doesn't work nice with telegraph. So okay, that guy. The Ortho Ray, very, very, very dangerous. He's a patrol, first of all, so like if this guy ganks you while you're fighting something else, you gotta like react fast. He'll do 2 moves. First one is a cleave, second one is a point blank. He does them in a random order, and also the time in which he does them is a bit random. So you gotta pay attention to his like casting. 4 harming, this is the frontal cleave. I remember this one because it starts with 4, right? Like, you know, beginning. And this one, atmospheric displacement, is a point blank. So the way personally I differentiate them is whenever I see 4, I know I gotta be away from the front, and whenever I see the other one, then I know it's the one that is a point blank. That's the way I differentiate them personally. This Garm, by the way, this specific monster is proximity. So it's very likely that you will have to kill it anyway. So get used to fighting these guys. He's very likely to be in the way of you and the key. You see there, we're gonna see the pattern again because I have my burst. Just be ready. He started with rams last time. He might start with dragon this time or ram. It's not like it's not a guarantee. So we got ram. Now, there's not really any trick to remember the Dragon Ram's voice for this guy, because I think they have the same cast time in EO. Like, usually the way I remember it in the other deep dungeons is I know the Dragon's voice is the longer cast, and the longer cast is the donut, right? I don't really have a trick for these guys. Like, you know, I guess a way to remember it maybe is be like Dragon is more magical, right? If it's more magical, it's probably some fucked up telegraph. What's a fucked up telegraph? Probably a donut. And then Ram's voice, you know, Ram, very direct. Ram's voice, probably just a simple telegraph. What's simple? A point blank. That might be a way I would remember it personally, if I did not have like a million years of training from the other deep dungeons. So that guy, very sneaky. Now it's hard to show because it's no knockback, but he goes behind you and then he does a knockback, right? He'll actually move behind you before he does it. Let's kill the patrol, by the way. But I see there, the key's right there. But even though the key's right there and technically I don't have to deal with this guy, I would rather pull this guy. Just so I don't have like a chance for him to gank me later. Alright, so we just pay attention. If we see the word 4, we go behind. If we see any other word, we just go away from them. He also, like, visually, if you look at his, like, stance, he has a different stance between the two, right? 4. Now, by the way, he starts with random. He starts with a random one, and usually if he does one, he'll do the other one. But I'm not sure if like he really follows a pattern, right? This guy feels pretty orangey, like which one he starts with, how much time it takes him to do the second one, because he also is like a tank buster. Like sometimes he'll do like one of them, tank buster, the other one. Sometimes he'll do like 1, 2. It's like pretty orangey. You really gotta pay attention to his moveset. Yeah, this set is pretty nasty. This set is the one that most people die on when they try to do EO blindly without a guide. In fact, if you're watching this guide after dying to 3140, well, welcome. And you're the one of many. You're the one of many. You always say dragon as drag in your head. No, not a bad tip too. Not a bad. What do you call him? And you call him mnemonics, right? When it's like visual things like that. Another Garm. They're called Chimeras, by the way. I just tend to call them Garm because that's what they're calling POTD. So, should you use a clone if you have 3 of them? I would say until you're at 61, not really. I mean, you can, but I would until you're at 61, I don't think you should really use a clone unless you're on the boss. Once you're at 61, absolutely, I would use a clone when you have 3, but only when you're at 61, because 61 is when your time starts being a little more tight. Until then, it's really not. So we don't know if the key's there. Ram voice. We got 3 strength, so we'll use a strength. Does that advice still apply if you got 3 on your knight? Yeah, I'd say same. If I like, let's say I had 3 on your knights right now, I would just do the same thing. I would just use nothing on any floor, and then on the boss, I would probably on your knight. Excluding maybe this boss, this set's boss specifically, because it's the only boss that is kind of squishy. But honestly, you're probably better off using a clone on that boss too, just so you can reduce the amount of times you have to deal with the boss mechanics, right? Now, what do you do if you have 3 on your knights and you find a free clone, right? Like, let's say I find a free clone on this floor, even though I had 3 on your knights. In that case, I would just use an onion knight and pick up the free clone. Even if it's like a Yune, I would still rather do that. Because if you're sitting on 3 on your knight, you just like never use them, right? That's kind of what's gonna happen. So one more floor until the boss. As you can see, time isn't tight. And all I really did is use whatever I had at 3. Patrol, number 1 priority. Now I have a free witching there, of course. I'll not use it just to show you this guy another time, but if you have free witching, feel free to use it. 4, behind. This is the point blank. Now, if you ever have a free witch on the floor, it's really up to you what you want to do with it. Sometimes you can like, if you think that's a floor where you're likely to like mess up, or you're scared of messing up on this set. Now, what you can do is you can just keep that witching in the chest, not use it, and then if you have a bad situation, then you witch and you just get a refund. But if you're confident, then you can just use the witching to like, you know, for uptime. Like you could use it on this guy just so you don't have to run out. It's probably better to keep it in backup though. It's probably the safer play. Would I keep one Onion Knight for the endgame boss? Yes. I think, personally, if you have one Onion Knight and like two whatever, I would keep that one Onion Knight. I thought about that a bit earlier, actually. If you have one Onion Knight, what I like doing with it is I like keeping it as an emergency, like, I'm gonna time out, kind of, like, time thing on the boss. Because, like, if I ever fuck up a set so bad that I am gonna time out, well, at least I have an Onion Knight in the bank for it, right? And I also, if that never happens, and it probably will never happen that you're gonna time out, then I keep that Onion Knight all the way to 99, just so I don't have to stress about finding Onion Bro for like the end, right? So yes, if you have one, I would actually keep it. He's there, by the way. Yeah, good point. If you have a free weight chain, you can use it to not get fucked on a job that doesn't have an interrupt. Because like if I open a Mimic right now, I can interrupt it on my warrior, of course, but if I'm playing like Monk, well, I can't. I can stun it, so maybe not the best example in that specific set, but if I was like on 63, well, I could not stun the Mimic, I would be forced to take the debuff. So, you know, in that case, it would be a good time to witching. It would save me a purity. This guy he buffs himself with damage, but doesn't really do much with that damage. He does this rare thing otherwise. So these guys are proximity, like I said, so that's why you're gonna kill him a lot, because, you know, I can't really squeeze past him. He's gonna see me. So Lethargy, perfect. So I'm gonna show you what I mean. So Lethargy, whenever it's a monster with a late telegraph, it's pretty good, and it's also very good for the Chimera. But like, see there, that's the danger, is that see that dragon voice. There will never be a telegraph that tells me that it's actually like happening. You know, like it's, even if I'm there and I don't, you see, like it's like it'll still happen without warning me. It's just gonna take longer to get to that point. So be careful. Like Lethargy isn't necessarily turn your brain off, you know, like you still gotta consider what's going on. Like, it doesn't make every monster into a react to the telegraph monster. That's my point. Right, so this boss, if you have 3 clones, feel free to clone. But I think that's the boss. That's a boss that you don't necessarily have to clone, especially if you're a DPS job. In my case, I'll do it. But because I want to get my clones down to 2 anyway, so I don't just stack them up for the whole time. But this boss is very fast. He has very few mechanics, and the ones he do are like very easy. You might remember them if you're a raider, actually. So when you pull him, or whatever, she'll do something called Twister. This works exactly the way it works in raids. You have to be moving whenever it goes up. It'll put a landmine at your feet. And if you were not moving, it will kill you. Also, if you run back into it, it will also kill you. So just like stay away from it. After this, it'll do this like... It looks very complicated. It just spawns a bunch of circles. There's gonna be one safe side. You can see it there. And then she spawned 4 AoEs on your feet. The time it takes for the AoEs to explode is about the time it takes for 3 of them to go on the ground, so you have plenty of time. And then all you want to do is you want to like phase a safe side for when you get pushed like this. And I mean, it looks complicated, but like it's real easy. This mechanic is very easy. Then it's going to do Twister. What I like doing personally is just moving in circles around him, whenever he's gonna do it. Then after this, he's gonna do a one-time mechanic. Only does it once in the fight. He's gonna put telegraphs on you, and then he's gonna like go up in the sky. Now, he will rush down a line, but the catch there is gonna do twisting dive. So he will put a twister under your feet as this is happening. Now be careful because this will catch you off guard. It's like a hidden twister. Like he's doing twister, but he's not really telling you he's doing it, right? So be careful. And if you're ever in a situation where you would be hit by his dash, like you need to be hit by his dash to avoid the twister, it's better to be hit by the dash because the dash will not one-shot you, but the twister will. So anyway, this mechanic, you can wait until 2 of them happen under your feet. It's up to you. And then you just go to the safe side, which is the one that doesn't have a wind thing. It's there. If you're doing the if you're doing the tornadoes, it's just gonna dot you. Well, I didn't show it up there, but if you get hit by the tornadoes, it's only gonna put a dot on you. It's not gonna one-shot you. This will one-shot you. This twister will one-shot you every time on every job. The tornadoes will not. If you get knocked into the tornado, it's just gonna do a bit of damage, plus it's gonna be a dot. I don't even think it's a one-shot on DPS well still. Don't quote me on that, but I don't think it is. It's definitely not a one-shot or anything near that on tank. At this point, if you have 3 raisins, you should be very happy, because that's by far the best thing to have at 3. If you have 3 dreads, that's also very nice. Dread raising is the most rare stuff. Everything else, I would not even worry about it, because everything else you will probably find many of them before you need them. Alright, so next set. Next set is where you are free from the shackles of Aetherpool scaling being fucky, and now you actually do reasonable damage to monsters. Maybe less true if you were DPS. I mean, if you're a DPS, you definitely felt the tankiness of the monsters, but now it's going to like be a lot different. So 4150. That doesn't mean monsters don't have mechanics though. They're squishier, but like they definitely have mechanics, more of them in fact. This guy, however, is not a good example of that because he only does telegraphs. This guy does 2 telegraph, a bait circle and a bait cone. Orcheron, we call him Jejishad. So if I call him Jejishad and not Orcheron, you'll have to excuse me. But this guy is pretty dangerous. He opens with a bait cone, but it's not a dangerous part. After this, he does a quake attack. It's a massive AoE on telegraph. It will one-shot you for sure. You can interrupt it. However, not every job has an interrupt. So what usually you'll do on this guy is you'll line of sight the quake move. If you go behind a wall and then he does quake, then it will not kill you. If you have an interrupt like warrior or machinist, then you know you can afford to interrupt it. But there's some monsters that you cannot interrupt and have to LOS. So if you like practice LOSing against this guy, it's not a bad idea. He's also a patrol, very likely to gank you. Thank you very much for the raid, by the way, Elvis. So we had a stream. Berter, so he's not like his POTD cousin. He actually does, he's pretty dangerous. So he just does a telegraph. However, if you ever are behind him, he'll do an elbow drop that will explode you and you will die. And it's a very quick on telegraph move. Like, it's a bit like the monster we saw in the floor, like the 11 to 20, but it's way faster and it's an on telegraph. This guy, you really gotta pay attention when you're fighting him. Make sure you're never behind him, and if you're behind him, well, don't be. But like, if you ever are, make sure you go away from the behind, right? Like, go in front of him again. Because see, that's a difference again. In Evan High, there's a similar monster with the elbow drop move. And what we do in Evan High is usually we'll intentionally go behind the monster to bait out the move, then go back in front, because that gives us time to do damage without the auto attack. But because they don't really do good damage, like the monsters don't really damage you that much, I would not bait out the elbow drop, right? That's kind of like asking for trouble. I would just try and avoid like seeing that move ever. So like almost never be behind that guy. Spriggan, okay, this guy actually is a lot of damage, especially if you're playing a DPS or a squishy one like Black Mage. He's not so bad. He has a tank buster, but then at some point, after he's like 20 seconds in combat or so, he'll do a ace. He'll ace himself, and when he's aced, he spams the tank buster non-stop, right? It's like, it's tank buster after tank buster. This can kill you in like I don't know. If you're playing Black Mage, easily can 100 you in 5 seconds probably. So it hurts. On tank, we're not gonna feel it too much, but this guy, be warned, if you're a DPS, he's gonna catch you off guard, right? Now you remember what I said about your HP not being a boomerang? This guy is the exception. This guy he won't be so bad until he ace, and then you'll die in like 3 seconds, right? So respect him. Stun him when he casts it. You can also arm's length, maybe. I'm not sure actually if you can arm's length, because I'm not sure if it was a debuff, but either way, just be mindful. I mean, if you're fighting him 1v1, you're not gonna like lose the battle. Like you're not gonna lose the battle 1v1, but like if you're doing something else and this guy is in the pool, then this is the dangerous part, right? Well, 1v1 is not gonna like kill you, right? As long as you have your potion running and everything. Head is pretty annoying. So whenever you fight him, he'll put a stacking slow on you, 5% per stack, maximum 16 stack. This reduce your GCD, right? It's like a slow to your casting, and it stacks up to 16. It's mostly annoying. It's not too bad. It's just annoying. Kelpie, pretty dangerous patrol. He does a 2-part combo. First part is he gonna charge you. Once he charges you, he'll do an untelegraphed point blank on himself. And yeah, he's a patrol, right? So again, you gotta be careful. Grobu's pretty dangerous too. He's not a patrol, luckily, but he's gonna like pull you in. And then after the pull in, he will do an untelegraphed cone in front of him. Like whichever direction he's facing when he does the pull in is where he'll do the cone. So essentially you get pulled in, you go behind them. If you've done Heaven on High, it's exactly the way the group works in Heaven on High, but like no telegraph and way faster. But same principle. Okay, I mean, maybe I should stop saying every monster is very dangerous, but I mean, they are, so what can I say? But very dangerous monster. This is a patrol. He'll do something called Abyssal Cry, about 10 seconds in combat. It's a bit like Quake. Same idea, it's like a big, huge circle on telegraph. However, you cannot interrupt, and you cannot stun this guy. You can't stun or interrupt this guy. That means the only way to deal with the thing is LOS. You must LOS. It's the intended solution. You have to LOS this. If you do not, you're dead. Or you have to kill it before it even goes off, but that's only really something you do on like high damage DPS, right? So you must LOS this guy. You see Abyssal Cry, it's like a 2... If you fight him in a bad... This is a monster that if you fight him in a bad position, you will not have time to actually like do the LOS. Whenever you pull the ore out, you must already be anticipating the thing that you have to LOS, right? So you're gonna fight him by a wall, and then you're gonna hide behind a wall or something like that. Very dangerous monster. Very dangerous monster. Be careful. This guy just does an out of combat vuln. Pretty annoying, but not that bad. Modman is not bad by itself, but if you have like an AoE pull, like if you accidentally pull multiple things, this guy can lead to your death, because he does an instant point blank AoE, which you can avoid, but it's not like reliably avoidable. But this will put a 50% slow on you for 8 seconds, a heavy effect. So like if you have this guy on you plus something else, you know, like suddenly easy telegraphs become impossible to avoid. So gotta be careful. Appa just does a big circle on himself. This guy's an example. Like this guy's easy, but then if you ever fight a Mudman and then you accidentally pull the Appa at the same time, then you know it starts being tricky. That's a good example. Gelato just does telegraphs. However, when he becomes at 30% or less, he'll start doing an explosion move. It's a point blank circle on telegraph. It's exactly like the Wolf and the Quake. You have to LOS it or finish off the monster if you have time. I would LOS though, preferably. It's safer. But yes, you cannot tank this, and it will kill you. It's like a massive area, and you cannot interrupt or stun. So keep that in mind. Mimics are mimics. You have an on-topic question. Do the crystals in the middle of the rooms count as walls? They do not. Don't worry, I will show that when I'm inside. But whenever you're gonna LOS something, always assume that like let's say this is a room, and like this, let's say A is like some huge crystal formation, and then the 4 is a monster. Always assume that this is unsafe. Even though there's a huge crystal formation in front of you, if it's a prop in the middle of a room, it's usually fake LOS. It's usually not actually gonna LOS. So you really need to be like if let's say this was a hallway, right? You would have to be in the hallway and like have the wall of the hallway between you and the target. So anyway, so as you can see, there's gonna be a lot of monsters to remember from this point on. Like basically there's at least like 7 monsters to remember each set now, maybe even 10. Now the way I personally did it myself on my first layer is when I was doing my EO, every time I would enter a set, so let's say I was about to enter 4150, I would before that open a VOD of, well, in my case, my own VOD, but like it could be the VOD of anyone. It could be my guide too. So I would open the 4150 of another person or mine, or like just the 4150 of someone else. And then I would just skip around the video. And every time I see a new monster, I'm like, I pause and I'm like, okay, this monster does this. Okay, then I unpause, I see if I'm right. Okay, I'm right. Okay, next monster, keep shuffling around. Okay, this monster, what does it do? Oh, I think it does that. Unpause, does it do it? Oh no, it doesn't do that actually. Okay, so then I try to remember better, and then I just do this for every monster. I just kind of like go over every monster, trying to remember what it does before I see it. Then I play the footage and like look at it. That's the way I personally memorize the monsters fast, because you kind of have to memorize them. There's no way around it. If you memorize them, you're gonna clear way faster than if you don't memorize them. So that's my trick to do it. I mean, it's up to you what your best way to do it is, but that was my way to do it. And for me, it worked really well. So we're playing a warrior. Yep. That's what killed you on your last run with the Abyssal Cry? Yeah. That's, I don't blame you because you have to know it works that way. But yeah, there's like basically fake LOS spots. And essentially, when something is in the middle of a room, when it's a prop, it's usually a fake LOS. Alright, so this floor, monsters are quite squishy compared to what we just endured. So that's the patrol. We call him Gigishad, Orcaron. So whenever you're fighting something that might require LOS, now in this case I have an interrupt, right? So I don't need to, but let's just pretend I don't have an interrupt. Always, you must pull, and you must already have the LOS in mind, right? Like you must already know where you're gonna LOS. It can't be a surprise. Like you don't want this cast to happen and you're like not sure what you're gonna do, right? You have to already know what you're gonna do. So in that case, I have an interrupt. I don't have to do this, but I just want to show it off. So let's try. So all he does, except Quake, is just that big cone. It might catch you off guard if you're like running away from him. Just make sure you're not running away from him. To see that guy, I need my LOS spot is my #1 priority, right? I have to know where I'm gonna LOS before I even do it. Now in that case, I'll interrupt because I'm able to. But even if you're gonna interrupt, I would position in a way that LOS is gonna work well, because like it's just the safest. It's just the safest way, because like what if a second one arrives and then now you're fighting two and then you were planning to interrupt and now you don't have a spot for the second one. Always have a plan. So this guy just does a big cone and a big circle. Big circle is first. After this, it's a big cone. Just stay close. This set is where if you're a range DPS or if you're anything that does damage from far, be wary of being far from the monsters. So see, there's a patrol coming there. Let's focus on the patrol before I resume what I was talking about. So see, if you know there's something bad that might be coming soon, I mean, if you're uncomfortable, this would be the best time to Lethargy, because right now there's nothing going on, but something might be happening. We'll see there, that's classic example, you're gonna get Venn diagram. Now, first priority, the LOS. Let's pretend I don't have an interrupt. First priority is just setting up the LOS. Now he's probably set up. Now he's gonna do the Quake. Now I can LOS. And now look at that, there's another one. So would you look at that? Before I LOS the first one, now I have a better spot to do both. Rather than if I just stood there and interrupted, and now I would have to deal with that other one, right? Like a bad spot, but now I have a good spot for it. Like this. Now, of course, this would be a perfectly good time to Witch Chain or Lethargy. Now, I'm maybe showing up a bit my all my monster like memorization, but like that plan for the future, right? That's the big idea there. So anyway, what I was saying about range DPS, if you're playing a range DPS, you have to make sure you're not just kind of like blindly, like brainlessly tiding away from monsters. Because if you just do that every monster, then there's going to be some monsters that start catching you off guard with like huge cones or like mechanics where you need to be in a certain position. By the way, I have a free storm, so I just want to show you what happens. So if you storm, monsters, they get to 1 HP and they regen that HP slowly, basically, out of combat. So like if I storm and then I pull, then I have to be do a little bit of damage because they regen, right? And the only way around that, there's two ways around that. First of all is if you get a no regen enchantment, which is pretty rare, then the monsters, well, they don't regen. Like it's like they can't regen off combat if that debuff is on. And the second thing is if you're already in combat with the monster, then it cannot regen because in combat you don't regen. So that's the two ways you can really like get some value out of a storm. Storm, I will admit though, is a hard commander to use well. It's a hard commander to use well. So in my opinion, you should couple it with either Lethargy or Witch Chain almost every time, unless it's a no regen debuff. So we got no nut back there. What is no nut back? It's it means my dread doesn't work. So this is the very high damage monster. However, I can hear a patrol, so let's kill a patrol first. See, there's two patrols there. What do you do when there's multiple patrols? If you know you can kill one of them before the other one gets there, then you absolutely want to do that every time. So in that case, I know the amount of damage I'm doing. I can kill this guy before the other guy arrives. And so that is what I will do. Could I interrupt? Yes. But like, I've already set up the LOS. So I would rather LOS because in that case, like if a third patrol showed up, I will have the interrupt, you know, to like maybe get me out of a pickle. Now if I don't need the interrupt, I'm not gonna do it, right? That's what I mean essentially. Same thing for this guy. I'm not gonna interrupt because it's gonna save me 5 seconds if I do it, but then I don't need these 5 seconds. Like time wise, we don't need them. And so I would rather keep my interrupt out of safety. And look at that, another patrol. So again, we're just gonna set up the LOS before we even start doing damage to him, like that. And then we got a nice LOS there. And yes, this, whenever you're gonna LOS, you wanna use basically the wall of a room. You never wanna use the crystals. Like whenever it's a prop in a room, I call them fake LOS because these don't always work. And I don't know which ones work and which ones don't. So like for example, like you see this little crystal? Like fucking way more dude. Like if the monster is there and I'm there, I don't trust it, right? Like technically it is an LOS, but I don't trust it. Always have a solid wall between you and the monster. And a wall, not a crystal, a wall. Right, position for the LOS, right there. Even if you lose up time for the LOS, it's well worth it. So the downside of tanks, of course the low damage is the downside of tank, but this is where you're really gonna feel it whenever you start having all these dangerous patrols, because if you're a DPS, then you can kill them way faster, right? And because you can kill them way faster, then you're much less likely to be in a situation where you're handling something and then a patrol arrives, because you're just gonna kill everything, I don't know, like 40% faster. So this guy, by the way, that's the very dangerous monster. So whenever he does something, if you're behind him after that, he does a very quick elbow drop that will kill you. I personally recommend you never are behind him. So like if he does a circle, which he will, I honestly recommend you just take the uptime loss and do that. honestly. I think it's much safer if you do that. So that's what I recommend. You can stun that guy too, so that's up to you. All these storms. I guess I'll show you one more thing about storm. It's kind of a hidden tech. So these guys are proximity. If I go near them, they're gonna pull. Whenever a monster is below, I believe 60% HP, it loses all aggro. Like it can no longer see you until it goes back to 60%, or it's like 60, 70, something like that. So if you ever need to get past like let's say there's a treasure room. I guess that's a good example. Let's say there's a treasure room full of proximity monsters, and you don't need to kill things in it, but you need to get past it. Well, something you could actually do is you could just storm and run past the treasure room. That's an option. Now, I have never personally used an option like that, but that is an option. It would work. No, it works on every aggro type. So if this was a sound monster, it would work the same. If it was a sight, it would work the same. Every type. There's one exception. It doesn't work on mimics. So if there's a mimic and you storm the mimic, it will still see you at its regular range. That's the one exception. Everything else, it will not see you. Okay, I'm not sure about the Dread Beast actually. Unless someone can confirm it, I am not sure if it works on the Dread Beast actually. So I'm just gonna put that out there, make sure I don't cause anyone's death. I'm not sure if it works on the Dread Beast, but excluding Mimic Dread Beast, it works on every monster. So this is just an annoying monster that lowers your DPS. He puts this 30 seconds stack in slow. He does it twice, then after this it does a lightning wave. Like this. Preferably, you don't pull this guy if you can avoid it, but like don't go out of your way so much. You know, like if it takes you 30 seconds to find a better target, then you're losing more DPS anyway. But like, if you can choose, then yeah, don't choose this one. So patrol first every time. Way safer. And now we know we're gonna LOS on this wall. All right. Make sure when you're setting up the LOS that you don't go too far away from him, so you don't get caught by the cone, right? So we need a real wall. That's a real wall. But still, why not? We have an enchantment, by the way. We never saw it yet. HP down. Decreases your HP by 20%, I believe. Only you, not the monsters, unfortunately. On tank, very, like, doesn't matter at all. On DPS, usually doesn't matter. Can matter on, like, the last sets if you're fighting, like, gloom things or, like, mimics, something like that. But, either way, if you get to the last sets on DPS, you're very likely to have like a bunch of steals, and that's like the time to use your steals if you have them. So very high damage monster. So this is the 10 buster, Frenetic Flurry. He does it, you know, every few seconds, I believe, but when he aced, he's gonna ace. You can stun him, by the way, when he does this. I'm not gonna do it, because I want to show it, but when he does this, he will only spam the 10 buster. So if I just let him attack me, he only does it. And as you can see, this is like... it's like 3 times the damage of his regular auto attack, and he spams it. So it's why the damage, like essentially you're taking like 4 times the damage that he was doing, something like that. So because he's still auto-attacking you during that too. Yeah, I mean, the head attack, the best time to fight one is when you're like close to getting out. Like if you feel like you're gonna be out in 1 or 2 kills, it's the best time to fight one, because at least you're gonna be spending you're gonna be losing the buff while you're running away. By the way, I was like, what, 5 storm on one set? Nice speedrun seed. Anyway. Alright, so see, this patrol, the Orcheron, the Deirdre Shad, you can hear him because he has this very distinct chain sound whenever he's moving, right? It's like chains dragging along the ground, so you can usually spot this guy very easily. So see there, this is so which one does not require LOS? This guy. So let's take care of this guy first. Now this guy does 2 things. He does gallop, it's a charge, and if it goes off, then he'll follow this up by an untelegraphed AoE. Pretty big. You have to run out of this. Now, if you have access to a stun or you have access to a LOS, I'll show you the LOS first. If you LOS the gallop like this, then he will not do the AoE after, right? He'll skip the AoE. Basically, it's a 2-part combo, but the second part only comes out if the first part comes out. See it that way. Let's pull this guy, have a proper LOS. Well, whatever. I'll use that because, I mean, I've shown Storm enough at this point, but this, I guess what I just did there, it's the example of the laziest, easiest kind of Storm you can do. But of course, like, you know, like 2 or 3 kills is not very high value, but better than nothing. I mean, it cost me nothing. It's very safe. So again, this guy, I recommend you move away, because if you go behind him like that, only takes a lapse of a second and then you're dead. Like, it's a very fast cast. But your attention just needs to lapse for a second. I'd rather lose a bit of uptime personally. We have free dread there. I'm a pretty big advocate for keeping your pumps at 2. At least up to this point. On this set you don't have to, because this set's very generous for time. But dread, I would say your dread is fine, keep it at 3 like I said, because it's pretty rare. So yeah, from 1 to 40, definitely keep your pumps at 2. Maybe even 1 sometimes. Once you reach 41, you can chill. I would say you don't really have to use anything on your own, except maybe a strength when it's at 3, and we have a strength, so. Like when strength is at 3, there's really rarely a reason not to use one. But everything else, I would be comfortable keeping it at 3 right now, because this set you will not have time issues, it's impossible. Gobu. So he's gonna suck you in, he's gonna pull you in on the pull. Like if I go a bit far, it's gonna be obvious, like this. You have to go behind him immediately when he does this, because he will follow it up with the sneeze, which will kill you. Now, special Dogra mention, this is the Gobu is very dangerous with Dogra, so be careful if you have a Dogra on. By the way, this patrol, whenever he does gallop, if you have access to a stun, if you stun during the gallop, he will not do the follow-up, the puddle after. So that's the way, like, if you're finding a tight spot, that's a good way to just kind of handle it. But yes, the reason the Grobu is dangerous on Dogra is that if the petrification happens... If the petrification happens after he sucks you in, but before he sneezes, it's a bit like... It's not very consistent what the Grobu's gonna do. Sometimes he'll run up to you and sneeze. Sometimes he'll stand there and sneeze. Like, sometimes he'll skip the sneeze. It's very inconsistent. So if you fight a Grobu with Dogra and it's petrified after it, like, sucked you in, I would personally run away from the Grobu until you see the sneeze happen. Like, just keep running away from it. And then once you see the sneeze happen, then go back in. Just a personal recommendation. So by the way, there's a Dread Beast. Absolutely don't want to mess with that. If you're messing with a Dread Beast, it's always going to be Witch Chain Storm or Lethargy Storm if you know what you're doing. Witch Chain Storm otherwise. Like, I don't even want to show it to you because it will kill me so fast. But if I pull this guy, I'm dead. Like without steal, I'm probably dead in 3 seconds. So on tank, right? Keep that in mind. On tank. Now, if you ever accidentally pull a Dread Beast, the thing you should do is a raising. If you don't have a raising, you accidentally pull a Dread Beast, you must raising first thing. Because if you Witch Chain and he gets an imp, you're dead anyway. Like, the imp's gonna kill you in because if you Witch Chain, you have time to get 2 attacks on you, and if you Witch Chain it's an imp, you're dead. So like, that's just not viable. The only thing you can do is you can raise and just run. And then if you're not dead after this, then Witch Chain and maybe Storm, right? But like, if you can't panic Witch Chain if you pull the Dread Beast. It's very unlikely you're actually gonna survive that. Now, if you already have a raising running, sure. If you already have a raising running, then sure. You can Witch Chain a Dread Beast and then Storm. Wow, that's a very high kill queue. So see, that's perfect. It's perfect that these guys are the last thing I'm killing, because then I'm gonna be able to like let the buff expire while I'm teleporting anyway. Talking of raisings, by the way, I mean, preferably you're gonna raise the last 3 sets in EO, but I think, honestly, starting from 31, every set is viable to raise, in my opinion. It depends, like, on your comfort level, and it depends on, like, what's your proc point. Like, if you died on 31, 40 the last 2 times, it would be kind of stupid not to raise it next time. But then if you've gotten past 31, 40 every single time, then, you know, then it's probably fine not to raise it, right? So a Dread Beast, if you ever have this situation where a Dread Beast is like camping the key, you must be 100% sure it will not face you, right? Because like, if I went there and he happened to turn around during this time, it's like I barely have time to react, right? I might die before I even get a raising off. So if you have a key Dread Beast situation, you must wait. These guys are all sight. And it's a special kind of sight. It's not like 10 yard. I think it's like 5 yard. It's smaller. But just wait for them to be facing away every time. Like, it's not worth it. Like that. Oh, I think we got no ability there. Alright, no ability is the worst debuff for some jobs, and on tank it is the worst debuff that you can get. Honestly, in EO it might be the worst debuff for everyone though. So this just what this does, you cannot use abilities anymore, which is OGCDs. You cannot use your OGCDs anymore. Now, especially at level 90, because every job is level 90 at this point, this is a massive downside, because usually you have a lot of OGCDs at this point. So if you get a floor like that, like see this situation, this is the kind of situation you want to avoid. Because see now, like, no, predict the future. What's gonna happen in the future? The guy I'm fighting is gonna do the thing, and then I don't have space to LOS. I can stun. This one's coming, right? What's a good play? What can I do right now that prevents this from like degenerating? Well, maybe a Lethargy, and that's what I did there. You don't have to take the correct decision every time, but you have to take a quick decision every time. So anyway, if we had this no ability on a set where the time was really tight, then we would use a Serenity or like a Storm or a Dread or something for it. In that case, I can afford to fight this. Also, if your fortunes are at 3, I think there is no reason not to fortune. Personally. I mean, I could do multiple things, right? I could side, try and find a landmine. I could Lethargy AoE pull if I felt like it, though this is more advanced. I could Storm, I could Dread. Dread would be a bit nuclear. I could use a clone. If I had 3 clones, this would be a great time for one. Like, if this is a clone, I might even use it. It is a clone. Let me show you guys what Yune does then. So Yune is the worst damage dealing clone, but she's still like, oh, she's basically doing the damage of her healer, maybe a little more. But what she does is she heals you. She'll every once in a while she put a shield on me, this thing, Stone Skin. And she will also heal you if you ever dip below 60% HP or so. And then whenever she's not doing these things, she's just doing damage to the monsters. Now, clones are very good if you have floors like the one I'm having right now, where your damage is heavily nerfed. Could be a Gloom, could be a Nobility, something like that, right? Floors like that are the best candidate for clones. And later on, there will be a lot of floors that we're gonna like use a clone to not deal with the debuffs. Like right now, it's not gonna happen too much because the clones are still a bit rare and the debuffs are like also rare. But later on, like the last 2 sets, there's gonna be plenty of debuffs and plenty of clones. So got an altar there. I'll use it. So something about using a clone on the floor. Once you use a clone, you cannot use a different clone. Like I can't have like a Doga and a Yune, right? If I try to use Doga, it just says only one dummy clone can be active at a time. So yeah, you're like locked in essentially. If I use Yune on this floor, I cannot like upgrade to a knight or something. Now I say this because see right now I found Doga, so I have 3 clones. Now, what happens if the next chest I check has an Onion Knight in it? Well, I'm in the funny situation where I actually can't pick up the Onion Knight. Because I can't use a clone and I cannot get rid of the Yune, so I cannot pick up the Onion Knight. It's just something to keep in the back of your mind. This guy, by the way, puts the slow on you. If you have a shield, it doesn't apply it, so because of the uni shield, it didn't go through, but he's not annoying when he's by himself. He's only really annoying if you've got monsters fighting you at the same time. On the back. The raising, that is great for, I mean, that's great. The best palm bender you can find. I still stand by that. Best pointer you can find. It's especially nice for the context of making a guide. Not gonna lie. So Appa just does a big circle to center on himself. I mean, just make sure you're not like in the middle of his box, because it could actually catch you off guard, but as long as you're max melee, it's fine. Honestly, you should be max melee on almost anything you're fighting. That's like the best range to be at for most things. Alright. Very dangerous monster. So this guy, you must LOS. There's no way around it, unless you kill it fast. So it's the same as the Quaid guy. That's why we practice. So we're just gonna make sure he's in a good LOS spot from the get-go. Then after about 10 seconds in combat, he'll do it. This thing, you just LOS. This guy cannot be interrupted and cannot be stunned. And I believe cannot be slept too. So you have to do it. No way around it. This is the guy, by the way. You keep seeing AoEs like happening in rooms, and I keep getting like Vuln stacks. These guys are wide. They do a Vuln stack out of combat. Something I will say about the Vuln stack, it's not really the Vuln that's dangerous. It's like whenever they do it, it shows you a telegraph, right, for a fraction of a second. This, what can happen is that makes you jump and think you have to dodge out of it, and then by doing that, you run into something else, right? Just something to keep in mind. So we got a Dread Beast there. So see that this room is just like, could I find an Onion Knight in there? Yeah. Like, what are the odds that something goes bad if I step into this room? Very high. So it's not even worth my time. You know, remember, low risk, high risk, low reward. Always nice, by the way, to go for bronze chests that are not too far, because that's how you're gonna get some regen potions. Now, on tank, I mean, definitely, if you really dislike the potion system, definitely playing tank is the best way to like kind of circumvent that, because on tank you truly don't need the potions. They're nice, but like they're like you can easily clear without using a single one. All you're really trading for that is lower damage. Now on DPS, I'm not saying you can't clear without potions. You can clear without potions, because I've done it multiple times, but they're way more helpful. Of course. Like over the course of your run, you're probably gonna use like I don't know, like 300 to 400 potions. Maybe more like 300. And you're gonna find about 200 to 300, right? You're probably gonna find enough potions to like make up for the ones you use, but you need a buffer of potions to start, you know, because if you start at 0, then you don't have any. But then if you start at 100, then you get a small buffer, and then you're probably gonna get the potions you need as you do your runs. But you need that small buffer, which hopefully you were able to get while you were farming Aetherpool. Or that maybe they'll make tradable one day. But that's scope. That's scope, and I acknowledge it. But if they make it tradable, maybe this will have aged well. Got HP down again. So yeah, always do a quick scout, see if there's like any patrol, and there is one, I saw it. Now I'm gonna show you what I meant there about the Vuln stacks. Like, just know that there's the Vuln guy around, because like sometimes they're gonna Vuln you and you're like, oh shit, no, like it's trying to make you panic because you think that you need to move out of it because everything one-shots you in there. But then doing that can cause you to die to something else. Alright, so this guy, I'm gonna LOS there. Always have a thick wall, a real wall. Never use crystal formations to LOS. Keep in mind, every time I'm in a room, I hug the sides to like reduce the chance of a trap, but it's not a 0% chance. And the worst trap you can hit is a luring trap, and if you do hit a luring trap, there's probably going to be some witching involved in there. And if you do hit a luring trap, make sure you single target the problematic monsters. Don't like AoE, because if you AoE, all that's going to happen is the witching is going to end, and now you're going to have 3 problematic monsters with 33% HP, right? But like if you single target them instead, then as the witching ends, you're gonna have like 2 monsters dead. You know, it's way better. It's way safer. We got one last floor. After the guy anyway. Pretty sure we showed every monster. No, we didn't show the Gelato yet, but there should be plenty of them on the last floor. So patrol, always top priority. Now, if you spawn in a layout, where there's like multiple ways, I would always look in every direction before you commit too much. See, in that case, there's 2 patrol. In that case, I should wait just to like pull one of them, right? Because I want to know where they're going. Because remember, they enter, it's a 50-50 which way they go. So see, this way we can kill this guy. So now we just find a good LOS spot. All right, this is a good LOS spot. Let's just LOS there. The fight should already be over in your head before it's even begun in the game. I guess that would be a good way to put it. Right, now we're gonna actually chase down that other patrol, because I don't want it to be ganking me later. See, now I need a good LOS spot. Let's and never trust rock formations and all that. Okay, that guy is not a patrol. This is the Vuln guy. He's kind of silly, because if he tries to Vuln you, but like you keep running away from him, he just kind of like chases you. That's why he was almost like he was patrolling there. It's a very specific thing. Don't worry about it, but... Alright, Gelato is another LOS monster, but he's easier than the rest. So what this one does is he just does a regular telegraphs until he's at 30%. Once he's at 30%, he'll do a suicide move. He's like a slime in PTD almost, but he has a cast time. So I'm gonna put it like at the correct HP. So he's gonna explode, right? Yeah. And this, you can either kill him before he does it, or you can LOS. You cannot stun or interrupt again. In my opinion, it's safer to LOS. Always safer to LOS, but if you, especially if you're playing a DPS, then you have plenty of time to kill it. Just don't be greedy. I've seen Angelus lose a run to one of these guys because he was greedy and he's like tried to get an extra cast off, right? No reason to do that. So, what do you do if you have a... You want to do a storm? Like, what is a storm like if you want to, like... Storm is hard to... It's a hard commander to use, in my opinion, to, like, without making it too risky. Like I said, I think Witching Storm... Witching Storm, in my opinion, is the safest way to use it. And I'll show you how to do it, because I have a free storm right there. So, find a room that has 2 or 3 monsters in it. So you just want to find a room that has like some meat into it, right? So like this one has 2 monsters. Okay, you know, at this point I think we all know what these monsters do. Like we know that both of them was fine, so let's just pull these 2. Alright, then now let's get to this room. Alright, now let's witching. Okay, so that's the first part of the storm. So now I'm just preparing my storm. So now I have 30 seconds to get to another room that has monsters in it. And if I'm confident in my knowledge of the monsters, I can even pull things that I know are easy. Like for example, I know this guy's easy, right? Maybe I remember that. I mean, it's not necessary, but if you're able to, you're able to. All right. So now you just try and see if I can find anything else. No, really. All right. So I'm just gonna store like this. Like essentially, what you do is you use a witch chain as a 30-second buffer to find more monsters, and then you just storm. Usually, if you do this, you can get a storm of around 5 to 6 monsters pretty reliably. Now, another thing you can do is you can... I have 2 lethargies? Oh yeah, I used one, right? Now, if you are willing to spend a lethargy, you can also do a lethargy storm. It's the same idea, except it requires a bit better knowledge of the monsters. Like, if you do a lethargy storm, you're just gonna pull everything that you know is easy, like a madman, like anything that you can kite and will not kill you, you know, in some way. Then you just pull these guys with the lethargy, and then you would storm when you've got like 6 or 7 on you. Same idea, right? Kind of the same idea. And these are really the only 2 ways to use a storm that is not too risky, without needing to do a without needing to wait for a Norwegian floor. That's the best way to use the storms. Now, if you've watched like score guides or score VODs, you might have seen people doing 20+ monster storms, but these are not safe for here. And these are very unsafe, so don't recommend. Okay, this boss does a lot of things. I do recommend you clone every boss, excluding 40 maybe, but this one definitely. Usually, if you're gonna clone a boss, Do does the best. I mean, you can unite too. If you're a DPS, unite can even save you from some mechanics. I just use something. And try not to use Onion Knight unless you have like 3. But... So this guy, he's like a gated Garm, right? He does everything a Garm does, but more complex. I'll explain it as I do it. I don't remember the exact order of everything, so... So sometimes he'll do a Son of Ice and Thunder or a Son of Thunder and Ice. Whichever one is first in the name is the one he's gonna do first. In this case, it was Ice and Thunder, so it was out and in. He sometimes does like right or left, just read. Now, when he does this, it's the order. Thunderous Cold is in, out, because Thunder is donut, Cold is out. Like this. And you may have noticed, there was a charge, like, telegraph on me as he was doing it. I need to make sure I'm far enough for the line to become purple. Alright, whenever he runs in the middle and does Cacophony, he's gonna summon like a purple ball. You just want to make sure you're kiting away from it. If you're a melee, I recommend you don't care about uptime, just run in circle like this. He always does a left or right after this, just don't go too far. And then after he's gonna repeat everything he did. Now I don't remember the order exactly. I believe it's gonna be the charge first. So charge, get away, read the spell, Thunder Cold, in, out. In. Out. Usually you're gonna do a left or right after this. You really just gotta be paying attention to the name of what he's doing, right? It tells you everything you need to know about this boss. After this, I believe it's the song. So Song of Thunder and Ice. Thunder's first in, Ice second out. Like this. Now, you may think it's hard to remember that Thunder is in and Ice is out, but after doing 3140, you will not find it difficult. Because if you found it difficult, you would not have been there. you would have died with the Garms before, so don't worry about it. It'll be very easy when you get there. Thunder's donut, Ice is out. Yeah, that's it. I'd say the most dangerous thing on this boss is whenever he does the charge move, make sure you move like away enough for it to break the charge, and then like check if you need to be in or out. Because if you don't do it in this order, you might trick yourself into thinking you have to go out, but then you still gotta deal with the charge, right? And it's always the order. Whenever he's doing like anything that's like Thunder Ice, you just check the order of the spell, right? If it says blah 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 Thunder Ice, then it's in out. If it says blah 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 Ice Thunder, then it's out in. He can never do Thunder, right? He can't do a Song of Thunder and Thunder. He can only do like the opposite each time. So it's gonna be a Song of Thunder and Ice or a Song of Ice and Thunder. And then when he does the charge, it's gonna be Thunderous Cold or Cold Thunderous. Like it's gonna be whichever one in whichever order. But it's always like the two of them. He can't do the same one twice. Alright, so next set. So this set has a lot of gotcha monsters, a lot. There's even mechanics in this set that don't exist basically anywhere else. So you really gotta pay attention. I mean, like I said, you can raise whenever you feel like you can raise whatever proc point you want, but if you're going up blindly for the first time, this is your first run. This is not a bad set to raise if you got like 3 raise. It's not like a bad set. I mean, there's more difficult sets coming up, but this one has a lot of like tricky monsters. I'll just show you the monsters and then you can decide for yourself, right? This guy does a targeted AoE and then a point blank AoE, or the other way. I don't remember, but he does like basically a targeted one and one on you. They're both telegraphed though. Okay, this is a patrol that you must LOS again. So a lot like the Wolf, right, and the Gauge Shad and all these guys. So he's short after combat. He'll do a 10 buster, and after a 10 buster, he will like do a line AoE on you. You cannot stun or interrupt it. You must line of sight it. So you must hide behind a wall when it's coming out. So yeah, just make sure you have a good spot to fight this guy. Now he's on the easier side to LOS because there's actually like a telegraph the whole time, so it's easy to know like if there's actually a wall between you guys. But still gotta be careful. Okay, this guy is very, very dangerous. I personally died to them a lot. So shortly after entering combat, he'll do something called Gilded Charge. It's going to put a reflect on him for a few seconds. And the way the reflect works, I don't care what you heard it from, and I don't care who told you how it works. I will tell you how it works. The way it works is if you auto attack during the reflect, you die. It doesn't matter if you're a DPS, a tank, a healer, like a caster. It doesn't matter how much damage the auto attack does. Even if you're Astro and you auto attack for 1 damage, you'll still get reflected 300k damage and die. Okay. So this guy, it depends on the job you're playing. Some jobs they can cast, and casting does not total on your auto attack. Some jobs, like your spells, toggle your auto attack. But I will say, just for safety's sake, I would do on this guy for every job is whenever the delayed charge starts happening, sheath your weapon and don't click on him again until the buff is away, right? Just do that every time. Like if you want to like specialize into EO and do multiple runs, then okay, like you can look further into these guys and how to do them. But for now, I do recommend you just sheath your weapon every time the reflect is up. This kills you. Like this is one of the most dangerous things in EO, in my opinion. So sheath your weapon. On my keyboard it's G, but I'm pretty sure that's not default keybind. On the controller there's also a button for it. Just get something to sheath your weapon away. If for some reason you don't have any way to sheath your weapon, so something you can do too is you can target yourself. If you target yourself, it's kind of the same because your auto attack only happens on whatever you're targeting and you can't auto attack yourself. But yes, very dangerous. You can stun that guy, but the delayed charge is very fast, so you have to like you can stun for uptime, but like I would still sheath your weapon away for like a second just to make sure you didn't like, you know, you didn't slide cast it through anyway. Okay, another very dangerous monster. This guy has a very unique mechanic. When you kill him, he will explode after dying. So once he dies, he's gonna do a few seconds. He's gonna do like a cast while he's dying. And once the cast is over, he'll explode and he will kill you if you're anywhere near him. So you must kill this guy and get away from him. Sounds very simple, but because this is a mechanic that's like almost nowhere else in the game, I'm sure there's a few places, but very rare. It's very easy to forget that this guy's gonna explode. So highly recommend you pay it. This is a set that you definitely don't want to have like a podcast on or something like that. Like you gotta pay full attention. Now, personally, a trick I do against these guys is I bring them to some kind of secluded spot that I know there's no chance I'll be in that spot in a few seconds, right? A bit like, so I do it in a sense because I don't trust future myself. I don't trust future me. That's a little trick for these guys, but if you just pay attention, it's not too bad, right? It's an easy one to just like kind of autopilot and die to. Banshee does nothing, surprisingly, compared to his Heaven High cousin, which does everything. Leech doesn't do much, just puts a weak vuln. Yabi. This is a patrol. It has like a 2-part combo. It will slow you with a tank buster, and then following the slow, it will do a circle target on you. You have just enough time to get out of the circle, but you have to be moving before it even starts casting, right? You have to be moving basically as soon as you're slowed in a straight line. If it does hit you, if the circle does hit you, you will be put at 1% of your max HP. So you're not like guaranteed dead, but it's very dangerous. I do recommend you just make sure you're always moving when it's coming out. Crackclaw does nothing, just a point blank on himself. Big Claw, this guy is like the Berters earlier, Berters, forget what they're called, but he does an elbow drop behind him, a crab dribble, and he only does a telegraph cone in front of him otherwise, so just make sure you're not behind him when he's gonna do it. It's an on-telegraph with a no, it's a late telegraph actually. It's a late telegraph with a very quick cast. So it's not like you're instantly dead if you're behind him, but you gotta make sure you're gonna move in front of him fast. Doesn't do anything. He's like PUTD if you've done this place exactly the same way. He's gonna like pull you in with a move called Sucker, and then after this he'll do a AoE targeted on himself. There's always time to move away, so it's fine. Just this guy's more dangerous if you get like you get in a situation where you have multiple monsters on you. This guy can easily wombo combo you, because then if you get pulled into any AoE, you'll die, right? Perony does nothing. Stingray, it will jump on you a few seconds into combat, which will knock you back quite far. Usually you try to face your back to a wall to avoid the knockback, right? And then after this, he'll do like two things. He'll either do a point blank AoE or a donut AoE, which it said it cannot be LOS there. That's a lie. That is not true. You can LOS it. It's just not correct. But either way, usually what I do is I just let him I just get knocked back into a wall, I stay like max melee, and then you have plenty of time to react to the cast after that. He'll only do one of them. He won't do like, it's not like a Garm where he'll do like the point blank then the donut. He'll do only one of them, and after this he'll attack you for a while until until his rotation is back up essentially. Zaratan, very he's scarier than he actually is. Basically, a short bit into combat, he will do a cleave in one direction, which is always aimed towards someone. And now in that case, the someone is you, so it's 99% of the time going to be in front of him. So he'll do a cleave in one direction, but the catch is when the cleave happens, right after he'll cleave in the opposite direction with no telegraph and instantly, right? So basically the way, we'll fight plenty of them, but the way you dodge him is you either stay away from him when he starts casting, or you stay behind him. Well, you stay in the opposite of the cleave, and then when the cleave happens, like as soon as the telegraph happens, you go back, you go in the telegraph, because then he's gonna cleave you in the other way. Kinda, if you have high pain though, I recommend you don't do that, and you instead just stay away from them. Like when they start casting, you just move away from them, because there's a way both cleaves will miss you, and you don't have to rely on your pain, right? But we'll fight plenty of them, so don't worry. And mimics are mimics. So yeah, as you can see, there was a lot to talk about there. It's only gonna keep increasing. It's only gonna keep increasing, the amount of monsters we're gonna talk about. And like I said, this is not a bad idea to raise there if you have 3 raisings, especially, and if it's your first time. But like really just it kind of depends, right? After you've seen the set, after you've seen me play through this set, or after you've seen my explanations, you can decide for yourself if you find that it's scary or not. But it is a dangerous set. I personally raised this set often when I was going through my Omni, because I think it is fairly dangerous, especially if you don't trust yourself into not having lapses of attention, right? Lapse of concentration, because there's quite a few monsters that if you just have a lapse of attention for a second, you're gonna die. Okay, so let's go in. So the sprite, like I said, this guy does nothing until he dies. So this guy, you can actually take your time, right? If you pull a sprite, he doesn't like put any telegraphs on you. You can take your time, move him wherever you want. So see, I'm gonna do what I said there. I'm gonna move him in like a kind of a secluded spot. This way, there's no patrol that's gonna gank me, and also this way, when he dies, I know that the odds of me like sticking around there are very low, because there's not really any reason I would stick around in this place. So when he dies, you'll see he starts casting. You see there? You see at my enemy list, he starts casting this. And this kills you. If you're close, this kills you. So gotta be careful. Always checking for patrols, of course. Now, you cannot stun this guy. However, if you are ever like in if you are ever in a kind of a bad spot, like I don't know, like let's say you brought this guy in a corner, but now there's like a million patrols coming and he's about to die. Well, I do recommend you just don't kill him, right? Like you could just cheat your weapon away and not kill him for a few seconds. But like if you are ever in a situation where he will kill you when he explodes, you can witch chain to save yourself. So if he's gonna explode and you're like, oh shit, no, you can do this, like that. But this is a very like last resort kind of move. Like it's I've never personally been in a situation where I had to do that, but that is an option. And also if you witch, like if he's witched and you kill him after he's witched, then he will not explode too. He'll just die instantly. So that's the LOS patrol. After a tank buster, he always does this. Just make sure there's a wall. Of course, when we have 3 strength, no reason not to use a strength. Yep. This, you probably will not have time issues on this set. It could happen with bad debuffs. And I mean specifically tank and healer. If you're DPS, I don't think you'll have time issues there ever. But yeah, it could happen. It could happen. You have some time issues if you have especially bad debuff luck. So just keep using your strength when you're at 3. So that guy does a targeted, point blank, followed by targeted on you. Just make sure you... What I like doing is I like baiting away the second one. I believe you can stun this guy, so for uptime you can definitely do it. Okay, so most dangerous monster. So shortly into combat, he'll do this move. Like, it's very quick. Yellow charge. When this goes out, sheath your weapon or target yourself. Wait until you see the debuff go away, or until you see the above his head, right? The little like ice spike minus thing. Then resume attacking. But like, be careful because he'll do it again, right? And it's a very quick cast. So like, see? Like that. Like, you gotta pay attention the whole time for this guy. Cheat your weapon. Now resume attacking. You might even do it a third time if your DPS isn't high or you don't have a strength, so always pay attention. Now I'll fight a second one. I'll show you. You can actually stun with good timing the first yellow charge. There, that was bad timing, but like essentially he's gonna do like 2 auto attacks and then he's gonna do it. Always shoot your weapon. Now he's probably gonna do it again. Be very careful, by the way, to not right-click in any way whenever you're doing this guy. Because if you right-click, this will toggle your auto attack. So like, don't move your camera with your right-click while you're like cheating your weapon. Essentially, that's what I mean. Just use your left click to move your camera, and whatever is equivalent on controller. Not sure controller has really like an equivalent to right click though, but... Alright, so this guy's gonna explode. So see that the danger there would be that I go there, check the chest, and then I come back and I explode, right? That is the kind of like dangerous things that happen with these guys. So you can stun this for uptime. I believe if you stun the first one, you will not do the second one. Yeah, they're like a combo action essentially. So if you stun the first one, he doesn't do the second one. Yeah, I'm out. This chest is less than 5 seconds away, so I'll check it. Now, the kind of pace we're looking at, we're going to start looking at the pace a little more. This is more true for tank and healer, less true for DPS. But you want to make sure you try and get through the floors within 6 minutes or less each time. So see, right now we're actually a little bit behind. But this was an above average kill count, so it's okay. But if you start to feel like you're below that 6 minute per floor pace, definitely try and use something you have at 3. So like a flight, a flight, an altar. If you get no regen, a storm. You can even witching storm maybe. So we got no item there. First time we get this debuff. Now let me just kill this guy to see you can stun the charge like this. Let me just kill this guy before I talk about it too much, because I don't want to die. So we got this enchantment, no item. This is in F1-9 PTD, this is probably the worst enchantment for many jobs. In Yo, it's still bad, but it's not too bad. So this will prevent you from using any item and Pomander, not clones. So you can still use your clones. You can use a Serenity, like this is the exception. You can still remove all the enchantments with this. But you cannot use any Pomander. And you cannot use any item, which means your potions, right? So this on tank and healer, this doesn't matter. On many DPS, it doesn't matter too much. But on some jobs, it can be bad because then you can't heal with your potions and then you have no way to sustain, right? Through the monsters. But it's for this weapon in EO, you need a very specific kind of like bad luck. Like you need to have a pox on you already, or you'd have to have like a gloom alongside the no item, right? Like it has to be a very specific combination of things. Most of the time, you can just fight this, and if you can't fight this, you would probably wanna use a clone if you had 3, right? I would personally clone rather than Serenity. Right now, if I was like a DPS and I couldn't do that, I would Serenity because I have 3. You always want to prefer what you have at 3. But if I had 3 clone, 3 Serenity, I would clone before. So this guy does nothing. That's why I didn't really mention anything about him. Only does a cone. Does not do 10 million damage like his Evan High brethren. So see, we got a patrol there. I could definitely avoid it, but I will just pull it somewhere that I know I can LOS easily. Like this. He's right there. We're just gonna killing things around. Now, I say you should never really avoid monsters in EO. Like, there's no monsters you can't kill, but if you want to avoid the emirs, I don't blame you, because I think they are very dangerous. So, you know, if there's something that's like a few seconds away, I honestly don't think it's a bad idea to pull it rather than the emir, because they just suck that much. I don't like them very much, as you can tell. Like, if you're playing a range DPS especially, be very careful with these guys, because if you toggle on your auto attack at any point, you'll die, because then it doesn't matter how far you are, you know? I would say starting from this set, you're gonna find that clones are becoming a lot more common. Like, it's still not crazy high right now, but it's going to like keep increasing every set. So if you thought you found like barely any clone up to this point, this is gonna change very soon. So we're out. So see there, we're ahead because we are 2 times 6 minutes would be 12 and we're at 11. You should always be happy to find a liturgy. So this guy does nothing. Now I'll use a liturgy because I want to show you guys something specifically for the sprites. I know the sprites are having a lot of like you know further explanations, but I just want to make their mechanics clear. Though before I do that, I will kill a patrol. We'll just make sure I have a good LOS spot. I do. I mean, it is liturgy, but it's still gonna cast it, right? Like, yeah, it's gonna be much longer. Yeah, if you're a DPS, you're probably gonna be able to kill it before, but I would always position for LOS. So see, we have 3 strike there. Just gonna use it again. Alright, so let's fight a Sprite. So if you lethargy a Sprite, I mean, it's like every monster, right? His attack become like way more scarce, and his cast also become way longer. But like, don't it also affects his exploding. So don't get, because it's easy to forget he's gonna explode when the explosion takes like 20 seconds, right? That's why I want to show this. So now see, it's gonna start exploding. Well, you see how long the cast is? It's still gonna one-shot you, right? But it's become like a very long cast. So just keep your eyes out for this. Highly recommend you just look at your enemy list and you put it somewhere on your screen that is actually like, you know, visible. Your enemy list is the best way to just like kind of see, you know, what's going on in your pool without you actually having to actually physically see it. Now the enemy list does have a limit of, I believe, 8 monsters or so, 7 or 8. But in your clear run, I don't really think you should have more than this monster on you ever. Like maybe it's in the first set if you're really bored, but first set is, you know, the first set. Even if you down the first set, it's not a big deal. So this guy's gonna explode, and see, this is a situation where I don't trust Future myself to like actually avoid this guy. So let me bring him close to this, like this always, so then I know I'm gonna move in this direction, right? Because if I just keep him in the middle of the hallway, I could easily like start running away, and then a monster moves like towards the hallway, then I forget he's gonna explode and I run back, right? I just think that can happen and will happen, I can tell you from experience. So see there, like something like I pull this guy, I start fighting, he does an AoE, oh no, I dodge towards the Sprite because I forgot he's gonna explode, and then I die. Classic way to die. Okay, we got a storm there. So this is the laziest kind of storm you can do. What I did there, just pull like anything nearby. And then if you're lucky, you can kill like 1 or 2 monsters that are still low HP in the other room. Sprite, by the way, is a special monster on this set. It can appear on any floor. It's a bit like the worm in PUTD. He's not limited to any of the floors, it can be on any of the floors. Alright, so there you be. So this is the patrol that slows you, and then you have to be moving when it goes up, right? So I'll show you. He's gonna slow me. I have to be moving in a straight line when this happens, because if I'm not, you see how tight that is? So you must already be moving in a straight line. If you mess up and you know it will hit you, like you're sure it's gonna hit you, well, put up any kind of shield you can on yourself and like try to keep a heal, because it will put you at 1 HP. But then you can always heal yourself after, you know, like you can heal yourself after he puts you at 1 HP, but before he actually attacks you after. So, you know, it's a last risk, because like, even if you get hit and you witch chain, you'll still die. Like, you need to heal or shield if you get hit. Because if you witch chain, even if it's a chicken, he'll hit you and kill you. We got the HP down enchantment there. So see, we have still never seen the Norwegian enchantment, I believe. So that's how rare it is. It's much more rare. It's much more rare than it is in the other deep dungeons. So if you've done the other deep dungeons, you might have thought the Norwegian was going to be like a common debuff, but it's not. It's very rare in here. I probably see it on average 2 or 3 times per run. Something like that. And you're not guaranteed you're going to see it at good times, right? Like you can see it early on, and then it's kind of pointless. So still looking at the pace a little bit, though at this point, you know, if you've got a pretty good first few floors, then you kind of know it's gonna be fine, unless you start chaining bad debuffs. And again, like, this is mostly something that is specific to like low DPS jobs, healers and tanks, and maybe something like Dancer too. If you've got like a job with good DPS, it's very unlikely that you will really have to deal with the time. At least on this set, absolutely not. And on the latter sets, yeah, you might run into time issues, but if you do, it's more that, like, it's probably because you didn't miss stage elsewhere else, right? It's not because you didn't miss stage for your time management specifically. Like, it was probably because you hesitated to fight monsters for a long time, right? Like, you take like 2 minutes per pull or something like that. Because keep in mind, this is the upside of not the upside, but this is the difference in EO compared to other deep dungeons, is you don't have to be picky with your targets. Like, if you see something, you pull it. Because there's nothing that kills you 1v1. But there's no such thing as a flood dragon in EO, right? There's no monster you need to wait in moves, excluding dread beasts, but dread beasts are very rare, so I don't really count them. So I see a Yabi there, I fight him, right? Like, it's not even... I don't even have to think about it. Keep on moving away. Like, the decision making is essentially gone for like picking your targets. All you really care is picking the correct targets. Like, picking them in an optimal order is what you care about. And of course, if this is your first deep dungeon, then you don't really know what I'm talking about when I make callbacks to PUTD and F1-60, but like, essentially, it's a very different kind of playing than in this place. That's why I keep making callbacks, because if you're coming from PUTD or F1-60, the way you play in them might, like, it might work against you in there, right? So I think if you're doing EO for the first time, it's actually kind of good that you don't have like all this muscle memory from the other deep dungeons, because it plays very differently. Like, EO is very... It's just do the mechanics, fight anything in the way in like a specific, you know, order from most annoying to least annoying, and then keep your palms at 2 pretty much the whole run. Meanwhile, in F1 and PUTD, it's because in the other deep dungeons, you tend to hoard your palms a bit more, right? And you're like, okay, I gotta do this set, and the time is gotta be as tight as possible because I want to carry more commanders into the next set. Doesn't really play like that there. So this guy does just a cone, but if you're behind him at any point, he'll do a elbow drop called dribble something, right? Yeah, crab dribble. Make sure you're not behind. Now, at least this one has a telegraph at the end, so if you Lethargy, you would see it coming. Patrol's next, it's right there. So a little trick for this guy, if you're playing a job with a shield, if you shield is beginning tank buster, and it does not slow you, so it will not slow if you have a shield. And if you don't get the slow effect, this guy will not do his AoE after that. It's like a 2 combo action, but the second combo only happens if the first combo puts a slow on you. Well, I believe you can stun this guy. No, you cannot. I'm wrong. Sorry, I never recall what you can and can't stun. That's why you should check for yourself. You see there, I'm doing a mistake. I should not be fighting looking at this room. I should be fighting looking this way, because if there's a patrol coming, I want to see. And me fighting in the other direction, me fighting this direction, gives me zero information about anything. But you know, all it tells me is, yep, there's still a chest there. Yep, there's still a chest. Yep, chest still there. So we got mimics. I can see them there. Now, mimics tend to be more tanky than the other monsters. So like that is a reason to like you can justify avoiding them. But like I wouldn't really go out of my way too much to avoid them. Like they'll take a bit more time to kill, but if it takes you 20 seconds to find a new target, then it's like you're kind of losing that time anyway, right? I would only kind of avoid them a little more if you're playing a job that can't interrupt, because then you don't want to get the pots for free, right? But in the case of Warrior and range GPS, we don't care. Oh, we're out. Got an altar again? I don't know what's with all the altars. For a run. Also, all these monsters, I talked about aggro types earlier. All these monsters have their own aggro types, of course. Some are sight, sound, proximity. This guy will pull. I mean, you can look up the aggro types and, you know, avoid monsters more effectively. I just never really... It's rare that I use this information in Eureka Orthos, so it's why I have not really recalled it. All this guy does, by the way, is a point blank on himself. I believe you can stun. Yep, you can stun. He does attain Buster. If you're playing a DPS no steal, it will hurt a bit. Not like crazy high, but it will hurt a bit. Now, keep in mind, if you're playing a DPS job there, like your potion, you should use it whenever, like it's hard to give you an exact, like, you know, HP percentage, but essentially you should use your potion whenever you're, like, if you hit 60% HP and the monster has still, let's say, more than 30% of its HP, it's like a good time to potion usually, because you don't want, like, you don't want to wait 15 seconds between every monster for your HP to regen, right? You want to keep it rolling. So like just use your defensives and your like cheap potion, and then if you still need healing, use your expensive potion. And of course, if you're ever fighting in a bad spot, or like, you know, there's a chance you might get ganked, then use your potion as a safety tool, right? Like, if you know you're about to be in a bad spot, or like because there's a patrol coming and you don't have any room to move, well, don't wait until you're at 30% HP and then potion, right? Because just potion right away, and now you've got 30 seconds of like not having to worry about your health. It's gonna be especially important next set, because starting from next set, there are patrols that kill you instantly when you're below a certain HP threshold. But like, yeah, I will mention this multiple times, but I just want to stress, because sometimes you hear people, they clear EO, or they try to clear EO, and they say like the damage was really high. I don't understand why people are saying the damage is low. It's because they don't use their potions. If you use your potions every time you need to, then the damage is never too high. Well, not never, but 98% of the time the damage is not too high. It's only gonna be too high on a few specific monsters. So see there, we got a no regen, sorry, a no ability. Would be a great time to clone. A great time to do anything, honestly. What's with all the altars, though? Nah, I was gonna land mine, but I think it's a little too advanced. Let's just do what you would probably do, which is clone. So yeah, let's just clone. Do we need 2 time-wise to clone? Maybe not. Maybe not. I mean, definitely not, actually. Let me just spoil it to you. We definitely don't need 2 for time, but that is the likely... This is likely to be the kind of things you're gonna do on bad debuff floors. You're just gonna clone, or Lethargy, or Strength, you know, or like Dread, or Storm. Like, you're gonna do something usually. Let's just start working on these good habits. So you can see we got Guardians there. So we probably did not even need clone, but like I said, rather take bad decisions, well, rather take non-optimal decisions quickly than good decisions slowly. So that's why I don't really stress about it. Plus I found the clone again anyway, so it truly didn't matter. So there's the monk. I'll fight the monk though to show you what it does. So the monk, he does a 2-part combo essentially, and you cannot stun him. He'll do a suck-in drawing effect like this, and once you're sucked in, he'll do the water move, and he'll just repeat that over and over. Not too dangerous by himself, but this is that kind of ability that, because it's a patrol too, it's a kind of ability that like gets you in bad situations very quickly. By the way, I haven't mentioned that, but Corrigians, if you kill the Corrigan and you're like close to the Corrigan, it will incur a very small stun on you. It's like a 1-second stun, so just watch out for that if you're like in combat already. This guy only does this circle AoE. This is the L trap. You don't have to remember this one, but... And this is the luring trap. You do have to remember this one. At least you should try. And why is it a luring trap? Because it's a pointy arrow. Very dangerous. And then landmine is the easiest one to remember because it's just a square slash diamond. I believe now we're gonna start seeing the Zaratans, which is probably the least, the last interesting monster to show up. Oh no, there's still this Stingray too. We're gonna mimics again. You see there, exactly like I said, the clone rate starts to ramp up. It's like a slow. It's a slow increase, and then as we get to the end game, it's gonna like keep increasing like more and more. So you should. It's not rare that you find multiple clones. That's why if you get bad debuffs, do not hesitate to use a clone. In fact, if your time is bad, like if you're behind, don't hesitate to use a clone even if there's no debuff, right? Okay, so this guy does 2 things. First of all, he's gonna jump, which will knock you back. However, Doja is making this very hard to show, so I'll show you properly on the next one. Sorry about that. Now, remember Petri makes the rotation kind of like weird, so I wasn't even sure what was coming up there. So see there, we have a Doja. However, I cannot pick it up because I already have a clone. The only way I would lose this clone is if I kill myself with a raising. Okay, so I'll pull this guy without Doja actually doing anything. So when you pull him, shortly after being in combat, he will jump on you, which will knock you back. So just make sure you're like facing a wall when that happens, something like that. Then he'll do either a donut or a point blank. And then after this, he'll repeat this cycle. Like the next time he jumps, he'll do the same thing. He'll do either a point blank or a donut. Just make sure when you jump, you're like, you turn towards a wall. That's the important part. Because like, if you let him knock you into a room, then you're likely to hit a trap, pull another monster, or even... I don't think he would push you far enough to be out of range for his donut, but it would just make things way more annoying. So... And we're already out. That was fast. We're gonna find multiple Zaratans. So I know this guy's proximity. It's one of the few I remember. That's why I hid there. No, not back. That means dread doesn't work. And damage down. Damage down is about 10% damage nerf to you. No, I don't remember if I mentioned it already. There you go. Okay, so Zaratan. So the safest way to avoid him is just be like max melee. When he starts casting, move away from him. And then you see he's gonna cleave, then cleave behind. So that's the easiest way to avoid this. Unlike every job. So another way you can avoid this is you can simply stun if you have a stun. If you stun, you will not do either of the cleaves. So let's just wait to do it again. So like if I stun there, he's not going to do either of the cleaves. It's a slow-ish cast. You have time to react to this, usually. And then the last way to avoid this mechanic is you just bait the cleave in front, like this. Then you go behind. And then as soon as this happens, you go back in front, like this. That's like the uptime way to do it. That doesn't require like any stun. If you have high pain, I don't recommend you do this. If you have good pain though, it's pretty consistent. Personally, I've never died doing this, so... Of course though, the best option is a stun for the tanks. Now, be careful. If you stun, I'll show you against the next one. You must stun the cast. If you stun after he does the first one, he'll still do the second one after the stun. You have patrol there. Now, see there? So I shoot a little more than I should have. That's trying to be the suck in. So I mean, that's definitely not a pull you would want to do. I can do it, but I just want to show you what you would do if you did a pull that you really don't want to deal with. Witch chain, and you want to focus single target one of them. Now, if you feel like you don't quite kill this guy within the witch chain, you could strength, you could lethargy, right? You have a few options, but I recommend if you ever get in a bad pull and you're really unsure if you can manage it, just witch chain instantly, and then start to single target what you think is the most dangerous. And then evaluate with your damage, like if you need to do something else. But witch chain is definitely the safest thing to do. Why was he not attacking me? What? That was weird. He like didn't attack me for a long time. Now he's attacking me. Okay, that was weird. We have free certainty there. Why not? Give it a free storm there. So I don't think I've ever shown a lethargy storm. So let me show you what it's like. So lethargy storm, basically you have to pull monsters that you know will not cause you issues if they have a long cast time. Now of course it's hard to know the monsters when you're starting out, but like for example a stingray would be quite bad because it's gonna jump and knock me back even in lethargy, which is gonna make everything unpleasant, right? So we'll just skip this guy. And then we'll just pull things that we are pretty sure will not, you know, be bad. So like, you know, this guy is not bad. Zaratan will be a bit annoying, keep track of. Alright, so there's these 4 guys. So then what you do is you just bring these guys somewhere where there's another monster. Now you storm. And now you kill him, pull whatever is close, that is low, kill it, and there it is. That's like the lethargy storm. You'll find plenty of storms, so it's not a bad idea to get used to doing something like that. So I want to show you something with the Zeratan. So, he's Lethargy, but I'll still show you. It's still going to be, So, just imagine he's casting fast, right? It's the same way. It works the same way once the cast goes off. So what I'll do is I'll stun after this goes off. Like this. So now he's stunned, but he's still gonna do the one behind, right? That's what you gotta be careful. Like this. If you stun after the cast goes off, but before both go off, he will always do the second part. So you gotta watch out for that. Usually any monster that does a two-part thing, if you stun after the first part, they'll still do the second part. Not for like every thing, but like I would say everything that does a two-part crumble that's quite dangerous is usually the way it works. So time, of course, is really good. Got the same debuffs there. So this is no knockback, which by the way does apply to the monsters too. Well, and me. So see there, I don't actually get sucked in. It's kind of nice. Makes these monsters easier. Also makes the Stingray easier. Now, if you are ever like quite far away from him and then he sucks you in, you should be careful not to be like really far, because if the longer the animation it takes to like suck you in, the less time you'll have to move away from his point blank after. I don't know if you could get so far that you don't have time to move, but it's definitely gonna make it tighter if you're like really far when he draws you in. Like personally, what I like doing is I just like being in the hitbox when he's gonna suck you in, because then it doesn't actually suck you in if you're in the hitbox. I always kill patrols. This guy cannot be stunned, by the way, which is different in POTD, so don't get them mixed up. Because in POTD, there's the same monster in POTD, but you can stun it. Another storm there. That's quite a lot of storms. At this point though, we've shown everything, so I will just use a storm. So I guess I could prove you that you can LOS the donut. So there's not gonna knock me back. No, it didn't do the donut. This is the point blank, if you're curious. That's fine. It's another lazy kind of storm, unlike this. I do recommend you leave. Let's just listen to my own advice. I do recommend you leave when you're done with the floor. I mean, sure. So this boss, this boss will look like there is a lot going on, but it's actually a very like static pattern. I'll show you. So this boss is a very big Gozu. If you've done the Ruby Carbuncle, like Proto Carbuncle raid in Water, it's kind of the same as a Devour mechanic, right? He's gonna do like a 8-part Simon Says. But the 8-part Simon Says is really just 2 patterns that alternate. It's RNG which one he's gonna start with, but then once he does one, he always switches between the 2, alternates, right? So it's gonna look scarier than it is. I'll show you my strat of doing it, but like you could just memorize the patterns and come up with your own like movement to solve it. I'll just show you my way personally, which I do on every job: tank, DPS, healer, caster, everything. So anyway, first, so he's gonna like the cycle doesn't really start until we're a little bit into the fight. Also, I do recommend you clone every time. So that is the 8-part Simon Says: 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So you see they look random, and they are not. And I'll show you how to solve it. And there's 2 patterns, and he always alternates between them. So anyway, let's clone like I said. So after he does the 8 things, the Simon Says, he'll always do either a pushback or a point blank AoE. So just make sure you like respond. After this, he will always do a cone. Always. This one is not RNG. After this, he will do a long cast, which will put lightning balls on the ground. Now, personally, what I like doing is I like to position myself on the lightning ball that is close to him. It's like a set in stone pattern again. So I like to go on this one because then he always faces in the same direction after that, and then I get a safe spot there. So then it's the 8 slices. Now because we got the other pattern earlier, now it's the second pattern. And they'll keep alternating. Now that I've shown you what the lightning balls are, next time he does it, I'll tell you how to actually solve this. It's very simple. So there he did what I like to call the repeat pattern. I call it a repeat pattern. So this is swing, this is point blank, swinging around. Followed by cone. Always a cone. So I call it a repeat pattern because I always look at him from the south. And whenever he slashes left, whenever he does the Simon Says on the left side, he will either do that slice twice or once. And if he does it twice, I call it a repeat pattern. If he does it once, I call it the no repeat. So there it's going to be the no repeat. So again, I just look when he's just going to smash left. So there, he doesn't do it twice, it's the no repeat. How do I solve the no repeat? I start south, go north after the first slash. Now I wait until he slashes west once. Okay, once he does it, I go west. Then I go back north, like this. So that is the way I solve the no repeat, personally. Now I'm sure there are safer, better ways to do it, but that's the way I've always done it, so. Now, same thing, it's gonna be pushing back or point blank, followed by cone. Cone is always the same, no RNG. After this, it's gonna be the thunder. Thunder, you don't have to like position him to face in a certain direction. I just think it makes it more consistent, so I always do this. So there, he didn't do... So if I don't remember what pattern, I just look at the left, right? Okay, once, twice. Okay, so this is a repeat pattern. How do I solve a repeat pattern? I start south, same as the other one. Go north, same as the other one. Now I wait until he slashes left twice. 1, 2. Now I just go west and I stay there, right? That's the way I solve the repeat. Ground is the pushback. which didn't push me back because I'm a warrior with inner release, but you get the idea. So, okay, so if we want to be fancy and we already want to know what he's going to do, he did repeat there, which means next one's going to be no repeat. They always alternate. You don't have to remember that they alternate, because you can always just check every time. But, I mean, if you recall that they alternate, that's good for you. So position him, up. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4. He does not repeat the left, so it's a no repeat pattern. No repeat is we start south. Go north, same as the repeat pattern. Now we wait until the left swipe, same as the no repeat. Now once he slaps once, we go there, then we go back. Like that. So you don't have, let me stop doing DPS so I actually see the mechanic one more time. You don't have to look at all of the 8 slashes. You only have to look at the 4th slash. And like the end of 5th, technically, right? You only have to look at the 4th and the 5th slash. All the other ones don't matter. They truly don't matter. As long as you do like what I'm doing. So Thunder Call, we're gonna go on the orbs. We faces in that direction. Alright, so we don't care, we don't care, we don't care, we care. 4, 5, okay, so this is repeat. No, we don't care about the rest. Repeat is we start south, go north, wait until he slashes left twice. 1, 2, now we go there. So the reason I say that I don't think my way is the best way, technique, I don't think my way is the best way necessarily, is because I'm sure you could solve this by standing in different spots, and then you would not even have to care about if it's like, you wouldn't have to like count to 2 and then move. I'm sure you could maybe stand on the right and then you would just like wait to see if he slashes twice there, then you would move if he did not or something like that. But it's just the way I've always done it, so that's the way I teach it. It's really not so bad. Now, if you get hit by one of the slices, one of the smashes, it's not a one shot as long as you have a steal on DPS. It's not a one shot on tank. So like, if you're unsure, like if you do this and you just don't remember, and you just don't remember, right? Like which way is gonna hit. He only ever hits each direction twice. So what you can do is you can just have a steal on DPS and be full HP or be a tank. And then whenever he starts doing the slashes, just go south, then move north after the first slash, then stay north for the entire mechanic and just be ready to tank one hit, right? That's the way to do it if you've forgotten like completely like where to go, right? You can just tank one of the hits. Just go in one of the sides where you already slashed once. And be ready to tank the second hit with a steal on DPS. That's a way to do it if you don't remember. I don't think you could do this every cycle because it puts a vuln stack on you. But you can do it like, you know, every once in a while.